Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We are with the Challenge Elite. It's stage 1, but it is the final day. Today, we will crown a grand champion. My name is Bryce. Joining me here, of course, Enigma. How are you today?
Feeling good, my friend, and we got treated to quite a few different types of matchups yesterday. A couple of blowouts, a couple of games in particular where we saw really close flashbang finishes. I'm hoping that today will be the latter because we need to crown a champion.
We certainly do. 3 teams remain, and they'll all be looking to be the very best they can be. But here is a walk down memory lane of how we got to this point with the final 3 teams, Enigma.
Yes, we are indeed, and we started off yesterday with Katana taking Twisted out and looked relatively comfortable in doing so. Moved forward to Team Notorious v Noctum. This started off with a 252-47 hardpoint, a 6-5 in the S&D, but from there felt relatively comfortable for Team Notorious, something that Noctum are going to be looking to avenge today. And then afterwards, we look on to that final game of yesterday that was Katana up against Exceptional Gaming, and to be quite frank, Exceptional won't want to watch that one back. It was a clean 3-0 for Katana.
Yeah, it certainly was a bit of a weird one for us because we just weren't expecting the 3-0, but hey, they were the better team of the day. They really did pull it out, and now they're still moving. And speaking of still moving, so are these teams. Notorious and Noctum have been having a fantastic time. Basically, a lot of people have been calling the 1 and 2 of Europe, but will they remain so?
It very much so feels that way right now. I think that for Noctum, it's a case of proving today that you are closer to Notorious than you are to Katana and making it so that you are that clear 1 and 2. I think Katana are obviously going to want to upset that script a little bit, and it did feel like they were very much for 1 and 2 based on the early stages of that series yesterday. I just think that towards the back end, you saw where the differences lay in the quality between the two teams a little bit. That being said, as I mentioned a moment ago, Katana, they are going to look to upset that script, and they'll be coming in hot after smoking Exceptional in a series that we just could not have seen coming. And confirmation there for you, ladies and gentlemen, of the schedule for today. Noctum against Katana will start us off to find out who joins the waiting juggernaut in Team Notorious.
They certainly will, and it's going to be a big day of games. Every single one of these teams has been preparing for it for weeks. They've battled through the groups, some of them flawlessly all the way through. Now they've battled through the bracket as well, and only 2 more games maximum before they find out what their fate is.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, let's get into it then. Noctum. And this is Detain, Henry, Kez, Bance. Gotta say, feels like Bance is on absolute fire right now. And Henry, well, he'll be wanting to make up for a disappointing map won yesterday in that huge winners final series. But all 4 of these guys have the potential to go big this year. And we're certainly looking on them to make an early statement here in Season 1.
We certainly are, but there are players standing in their way. Katana have made a name for themselves already, and how much further can they go? Super, Aspect, Cobra, and Prezi will be looking to prove everybody wrong and that they deserve the top spot, and taking down Noctum will certainly add weight to their case.
Absolutely. That's the thing that they are trying to prove right now, and this is what we wanted to see, the maps in which these 2 teams were going to square off on, because these 2 teams did play each other in winners round 2. That went to game 5, and that eventually went to Noctum. But it was Red Card that Noctum looked very dominant on in the hard point and the search. If you are Katana, you've managed to get rid of that early hard point, but you still have that search to contend with. Skyline will make an appearance again. Last time Katana took that when these 2 teams played. So all the way through this series, you're looking at maps that both teams are going to feel relatively comfortable and uncomfortable on all the way through. I'm expecting a series that could flip-flap, go all the way to that game 5. And, well, considering the last way these 2 played and considering what we saw yesterday, wouldn't be a surprise to anyone.
Certainly it wouldn't be a surprise, but hey, we'll find out. Call of Duty very much on the day game, and we have 3 teams hoping it's their day. But first, this lower final. One of the teams will say goodbye in 3rd place. The other will go into the grand final for a top 2 and a potential of walking away the very first champions in Europe. And we will celebrate first on this beautiful, beautiful venue. It's Skyline Hardpoint.
This, truly then, a map to get us going. A place where we are expecting nothing but pure energy gunfights and our Star Slayers being brought to the fore. An Aspect will start us off with 2. Katana, again, last time these 2 teams met, this was a pretty comfortable victory. 250-183 for Katana Gaming to drag them into that game 5 that they eventually lost. They're looking to repeat that. Get off to a strong start. And well, the early points of P1 will go their way. But it's all about that P2 rotation. We spoke about this yesterday, Bryce. Teams that played on this map were very happy to let P1 be soaked up a little bit, but back off for that important P2.
Here we go. Cobra already looking for it. Huge kill. And he was a bit of a monster around here yesterday. And you can see him tucking and ready to strike for anybody who comes through. There's another one for Cobra. And for Noctum, they are really just being beaten back. They're not even really getting into contest P1. Although, with a fly, Resi will cut him down. But this is about as bad as it could be. They haven't made much inroads towards it. And they will now have to get together, go for this push, and try to break P2.
A concerning effort to even try and send all theirs. 3 more white kills in the feed. I feel like no one pushed kitchen, which left this entire setup relatively easy to maintain. That being said, Detain will work a little bit of magic and open things up and finds his third as he bullies on through the hill. Can he find the fourth? The answer is no, but he has done a lot of damage. But Bant should probably have done better there. Katana still holding on.
Brezzy back in the point. Just trying to make sure they get as much time from this as possible. And while Noctum had a little flurry, a little opportunity to get a break into this, they haven't done an awful lot more with it. You see them just trying to hit the gunfights, but that is a clean wipe. And if you're Katana, you take map control, you take P3 as well. And they just try and slay them back off the respawn.
Problem for Noctum is Katana Gaming are a very streaky team, but that can be a negative. When they're struggling, but when they're hot, they are very hot indeed. But you will get a split spawn here, so an opportunity to potentially set up a pinch. Henry might not have read it fully, potentially play in through middle where his teammates will already be. They hit this from all 3 sides, but 2 kills will go the way of Noctum. Make that 4 finally all dead. As Katana then, with an opportunity to try and retake a hill. Something they've been solid at, but at some point, within the next 10 seconds or so, you're probably going to want to start consider that bedroom setup.
There's going to have to be a turning. There's going to have to be something for Noctum. They're really just not having success anywhere at the moment. And they will keep hitting this point for a few more seconds before they commit fully to next. They don't want to give all this time away. Really, they're not given a choice. Katana are killing them over and over again. The slaying is heavily in favor of them. This rotation is massive. If Katana let it slip, there's a way back for Noctum, but if they don't, Noctum will be coming back from an incredible deficit.
Katana just looking so comfortable, and I'd love to sit here and talk tactically, but you're right. It's just that Katana are quite simply outslaying. 2 players double positive, and the other players, you're up 6 between them. And right now, Noctum just deciding to turtle up on this point. They don't want to be taking these gunfights individually because, quite simply, they're losing them. An Aspect will open up with 1. It's a patient pick that should allow his team to activate. They do. It should be a flurry of trades. It's a bit of a mess, but eventually Super will be the last man standing. And it's off that first pick for Aspect. He'll get 1 kill, 1 death, but it lets his team break into the point.
Oh, Aspect still holding, though. Just making sure nobody gets that pinch when they want to. The bathtub is always a power position. Keep clean and keep everyone else out the hill. Nobody getting into it right now from the Noctum. Are bleeding all over the map. I'm going to have to pay for some dry cleaning costs because it is outrageous. Almost 100 points as we move into our second set of rotations.
Penthouse building running rivers of purple right now. Streaming as 4 more die for Noctum. Katana looking insatiable right now. I don't think they'll have read that there's a spawn in behind them. They might get that comment now as Brezzy sits deep, but it doesn't matter. Even if they don't read the spawns, even if they don't control the points, Bant slipping through the back might finally do something for Noctum, but how effective can you be? Well, 1 will be there for you. The end of the point connects with naught. You find Cobra. You can. So a little bit of something from Bant, but it's just not going to really get you back into the game.
They are going to have to hit something else. The slaying is very much against them. It's only getting worse. Detain has been a star so many times. Can he do it again? There's going to be 1. They're now looking. Can they get into this P2? Desperately need this time just to bring it back to 60 seconds between them. Not even to really get back into the game. But unfortunately, they are falling. And over again, they lose the trades. Bant will find 2, but not the 3rd. And that is P2 locked up again for Katana.
Rezi will be traded out, but Aspect is just going to hold down this back pad. make sure his team is spawning in. There will be a push coming in through Piano, but I think Aspect has already got it ready and made, and he does. Katana just cutting off every bit of hope that Noctum have. This is looking like 100-point clubbing, Bryce. This is embarrassing to get us started. Usually, well, losers finals teams can be in a bit of a rut, having come off the back of a loss to drop down, and the team that comes to join them is on a winning streak. But we've had a day to reset and prepare for this. Noctum, though, looks shell-shocked.
Well, we said yesterday, surprising that Katana 3-0'd. Exceptional. Maybe we've sold them short this entire time, because they are looking a completely different caliber as they go to work on the Noctum on this hardpoint over and over again. Barely missing a beat. 186 to 43 points as P3 pops, and that kill feed, it fills with Katana cutting down Noctum. And again, they find themselves with no ground, no positioning, and close to no hope.
When we got the veto, when we saw the maps in the mo, as I said, you wanted to avoid red card if you were Katana. They succeed in that, but the fact that they end up with Skyline, especially with how good they looked yesterday against Team Twisted, and the way Katana played Noctum the last time these two teams met, it was a big surprise. Even more so now with Katana looking like they can't be stopped. The tank gets in through the back, finds one, but the rest is just not going to fall for him. But it does allow his teammates to do something here at P3.
Noctum get a hold. For the first time in this game, significant points towards them. But they only just crossed the 60-point mark. Katana Gaming, they can take scrap time on every last hill they want to and still win this game. Will they fight from behind here? Noctum looking to try and get this rotation done. Hope is always alive, but it is definitely a far prospect. Already losing 2 on the trade here. Kez will get one back onto Brezzy, but Aspect will cut down Henry. And now towards the back, Super cleans house. It's a full, fresh push here for Noctum. And my goodness, do they need it.
Well, if you are going to make things happen, Noctum, you're going to have to do it now. Katana can win. Noctum trying to set up a bedroom push and in through closet, but they lose the first man in the fight, and this has happened so many times. It's going to be a difficult push in, and it's just slapped away by the boys in red and white.
It is a thrashing. Will they even get into this for the final bit? Trying to contest, trying to get a couple more points on the board, but Super's in there. 1 second to go. Gunfight 1. Doesn't even matter. And Katana Gaming win that 250 to, I think, 67 points. It's a 100-point club in the lower final.
Do we talk tactically? Do we just talk about the fact that you just got absolutely slammed? If you're Noctum, I don't know where this comes from. This is... I was expecting us to come in and see a game reminiscent of yesterday's winners final. Noctum took Team Notorious all the way to the wire in map 1. It's not as if they often get off to slow starts. We've seen that. Right there, feels like Noctum just did not show up. There's little else to say about it. Maybe it's a case of Katana are really good on that map, but we saw yesterday they played against Twisted, a team that, with all due respect, not the same caliber as Noctum. It was a considerably closer game, 250 to 180 something, if I remember right. This felt like, and even from the very get-go, I think both you and me took one look at this and went, well, right now, there's very little to talk about other than the fact that Noctum can't keep up.
Yeah, that was kind of the case everywhere we went. The slaying was so heavily against them, especially on key rotations. Katana just locked it down. Noctum, a flurry, maybe 1 or 2 kills here that could have turned the tide, but never really had much weight behind the pushes. And that was probably the issue. Just couldn't really keep any sort of momentum. Constantly outnumbered, constantly outgunned. There's not a lot more you can do. Positioning and tactics and strategy and knowing where to be on the map, these are all very important things. But if the kills don't come, they don't mean as much.
I'm taking a look at that scoreboard there in the top right. I mean, we're going to get a full flash up of the scoreboard. Bance, I mean, you're not far off double negative. Kez, not far off double negative. Detain 6 down. Henry 4 down. Well, Henry's looked better than he did in map 1 of yesterday when we tuned in, but other than that, it is poor reading for everyone on the Noctum side. And the thing is, as well, when we look at the damage figures, I don't know if they're incorrect, if we're just getting another one of those tricks pulled on us, but there isn't a massive difference. They just, quite frankly, didn't get the kills. That non-traded kills column there looking very different. Katana Gaming swarming all over each other, supporting those pushes. Noctum playing very much so by themselves.
Wow. We'll see what happens on the search. Red card search and destroy is up next. And Nocturne will be looking to be better this time around, because maybe a slow start, maybe just a bit of a bad matchup, maybe just a little blip in the game plan. But it's a lot of maybes with only one real fact, and that's 250 to 67.
That is an outrageous scoreline. I couldn't have put money on that. But what I will do is look ahead, and we will talk about that after this upcoming break, where Nocturne are going to have to redeem themselves big time against Katana in the search.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. The map is upon us Red card, search and destroy is about to kick off, and if you have missed it, here's a little update. In map 1, Katana Gaming bodied Noctum, and that's the only way to really put it, 250 to 67. Revenge on the cards though. Can Noctum take away the search?
Yeah, bodied is polite, by the way. As we get a map here that Katana don't like. Noctum have beaten them before, but it did take star power from Bance. One of the best clutches of his career, and an ace to boot. He's had himself a hell of a map. Don't know if he'll get that level of performance again. We've seen Super in this position before. Like I said, not move a muscle. Let the team move beyond him. And as they try and play the bomb, he picks up a kill, gives his team time to get in based on the info. Info that he should now have.
Super's going to find one. No able to get the second snap. Reggie trying to get another one, but it's all timings and slides. Cobra looking to see if he can make a pick here. He needs something. Going to go for the nade. Shouldn't be able to take anyone down with it. Hopefully just trying to find one. Give himself a little bit of an easier time, but it will now all be shoulders, and now he goes down.
I like the idea that Super has when it comes to that corner that he tries to tuck himself into. It's a case of, can I let the team get past me without seeing me? Then as they go to plant the bomb, I pick up the kill. In that window in which everything's unfolded, the opposing team, they're unsettled. They suddenly don't have the setup they thought they did. We've got a kill on the board. I'll probably get traded out, but bombs down, my team can arrive. I understand what he is trying to do. However, it feels like it took his team a while to get anywhere near the point and support. And then by the time they get there, Super's been dealt with, and they Noctum players could turn and fire upon the reinforcements. But anyway, Katana with their opportunity to try and attack here. The likely destination for this bomb.
Just a bit of a slow burner, a slow run. Rezi trying to see if he can find a pick on a Bance, but Ned will go out. That will get no information for him. Noctum don't have a ton of map control, but they are spread across the map. They're watching all the alleyways. Katana will have to make this push, and right now that push is looking like A.
Yeah, I was about to say, the problem you have, and Katana are bad for this, they just do not see the middle of this map as important. I don't know why. Even if Brezzy doesn't stick his nose through there, you're risking getting collapsed in on. And now Kez is going to be above. Kez should have Cobra dead to right, but how does he get away? A player potentially beneath you, but he reads it. Kez, not sure if he hears it, or whether or not he just has his spider senses tingling, but aspect falls 3v2 on the retake.
And that is a big retake, very, very fast. Noctum firing back very easily on the S&D right now. Having a little bit of fun with their revenge against Katana.
Yeah, they need that round, right? They need to get a little bit of momentum underneath them after the way map 1 went. But again, same mistakes from Katana, where the middle of the map basically doesn't exist for them. The problem is when Brezzy sticks his nose through that door, you have no intel, no information, you know nothing. You could have players already pushed up by door. They could be around you, beyond you, and collapsing on you. It just turns out that this time, one of them was stood above you, looking down, and picks you from height. Such an interesting play. But Noctum, 2-0 up, with an opportunity here to put real daylight between them and Katana. Oh my god.
Have a look. Everyone alive so far. Everyone doing okay. This is very aggressive. Katana have pushed up quite a way, even though they're on defense. There will be a push from Noctum though. Look, they've got B covered. They're going all the way into it. It's been opened for them. Can they get this bomb down before Katana are in place? Oh, and Bance, that's the worst timing he could have had. Fortunately, the Tame was there to pick it up. Now they have the advantage. Bomb is now going down. Kez almost finds Brezzy as well. Trying to get that nade out there. Can he get it correctly before that health comes back? I don't think he has. We'll get the nade onto him. Now it goes down to a 3 versus 2. And Kez has outplayed him. And Cobra up for a 1 versus 3 again.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't, really. Got to push. Finds Bance on the heady. Henry will check back to his right. Finds him. Smokes him. 3-0 to Noctum. Another moment where Katana Gaming have left massive gaps. The aggression is there, sure, but what that means for Noctum, once they count up the bodies, is, well, boys, the restaurant is wide open. Why don't we get ourselves over there? They certainly do. And then there's a nice attempt to set up some sort of pinch play, but Kez goes huge on the flank. It feels like that's Katana's strategy in a nutshell, really. That aggression, it is, we play very much so one side of this map, and if we have to retake the other, we do. It's not worked for them since I've been watching, and it continues to befuddle me as to why they go ahead and do it. But Noctum will be happy to be 3-0 up. Kez on that 4 streak, having himself a great start to this map.
Now, here is a very slow burn again from Katana. Information so far, not what they would like. They haven't seen anyone. They've seen Bance. Bance is worried about getting out there. Takes the opportunity to do so. It's always a risk when you hit across. But it has backed them down. This opens the map up slightly for Katana. The other side of the map, though, will have players here as well. Kez looking through the windows, checking the doors. Good home security tip, that.
Super. Hoping that someone was going to get aggressive beyond him. As Brezzy slides out, watch those purple arrows turn. Maybe Super is waiting for the opportunity to pinch this through the back of those P2 spawns. Which, as the bomb goes down, should start to turn players his way. And that's when Super should begin to activate. Watch for that movement of number 7.
Look how far they're backing. They're worried about people flanking, but at the moment it's a compressed puck of Noctum. He's in a position to get a kill, but already goes down. 4 versus 3. Ant is going to find another one. 2 versus 4. They have an opportunity to get this bomb now. You can already see Brezzy trying to get in a position to see if he can just take somebody if they're on it. He goes behind and he will be seen here, but they get 2 kills down to a 2 versus 2, but it's the defuse. Have to get off it. Cobra comes to strike and they've managed to hold this. Cobra brings it down to a 1v1, but that'll be it. That'll be done. Katana hold.
Resi and Cobra go absolutely huge there to clutch that up. I loved the play, actually, for once on Red Card S&D. It felt really well orchestrated. You get the bomb down, you try and turn those arrows towards you. Super comes in through the back. Unfortunately, I think he takes the wrong route. He's trying to play top window, and Kez gets all the timing. But the idea was there. Execution not necessarily so. So what does that then require? Star power. And you do have that littered through this team sometimes. As Katana clutch up to avoid being pretty much in a spot where they're seeing Noctum go out of sight. But Noctum won't be too disheartened. They did find the first 2 kills in that round. It's their opportunity to send the bomb towards A.
Bit of an aggressive push this time towards A. Looks like they're going for it. Emery's been stun checked. They know he's here. Tane is ahead. Gets a few bullets on, and he's caught it correctly, but too many guns against him. They've lost the first blood. Bomb might go down here. They do have a player able to get to it. Oh, this is horrible for Bance. Just the wrong angle as well. A 2 versus 4.
Well, 2v4 was clutched up last time round. The bomb was down. Don't think that nade will give out intel. Or was it because they just knew anyway? Well, Cobra finds Henry. The one answered back by Kez, but he is smoked. Katana Gaming. Find one onto the board. Looking a little bit better as they go here. 3-2. They have been pretty good in many of their S&Ds at making round-to-round adjustments, but so have Noctum. So, momentum starting to build on the side of Katana. Noctum did go 3-0 up here. If you are just joining us, Katana starting to get their way back into this. Brezzy now, his turn to go on a little bit of a streak. And it's been at the time just when Katana needed it.
Here we go. Katana. I've had a bit of a resurgence after a very fast 3 rounds to kick this off. Can they bring it back to even? That is the question facing them now. Super working his way towards this point. Doors are open, but with them being open, he knows that they probably will be watched. Not necessarily going to be an opportunity here for him to get in. Oh, the timing. They know he's here now, though. They'll back up. They'll take the better positions. And Super wisely decides that discretion is the better part of valor.
problem you have here as well. Super, I think he's trying to bait players into thinking it's a bit of a push, but then you lose a player elsewhere. Brezzy uses the RCXD to find Henry over by Arches, and they've barreled up together. They're going to hit this square on at B.
Oh, it's going to go down before he can do any more. And Banter's got something, but not enough that he would like. 17 seconds, gets chowed again, and down he falls. Katana, another round on the board here. And it all goes even.
It's better. It's better, and I hate to keep harping on the same point sometimes, but you actually had mid-map presence. You actually had information. Brezzy steps out. Not sure why he's the one doing it when he's got bomb control, but he steps out and makes sure he backs the Nocturne players down. Now, this means that they are left with little information. They have to essentially play from deep map, which means that Katana can get a little bit creative with it and have the opportunity to flip-flap and change their strategy as they go. Make the correct call to move it from A to B to get themselves that round.
Nocturne, what will be their strategy here? Right now, just trying to find out if Katana have gone aggressive. So far, they have not. Everybody checking. You can hear the RCXD on the map as well. There it is.
Fine. It amounts to naught, and I'm not sure how much intel you get. Obviously, we don't get the camera angle that the player sees. Vance? Anyone home? Anyone interested in a bit of double glazing? Super, very much so not. He's tucked into one of his usual positions. Do Nocturne read this, though, at some point. We've seen Super do it quite a bit. If you've done your homework, and that stun will catch and tell you everything you need to know.
Gonna go in for it, but Super still gets it, and they win the trade onto the point. A 2 versus 3. No time remaining to really make too much of a difference, but Kez, he's found a player, and timing's gonna go against him as Cobra to the rescue. And Henry has to face down the guns of Katana if he wants in.
Does that stun not connect, or does Bance think that the players are going to come in through double doors? I don't know, but...
So I think the stun connects, and he went for the chow, but I don't think Super was that stun.
Either way. Absolute nightmares there. That felt like the perfect read, but... Oh, well. Katana up 4-3, and... Nocturne did take a 3-0 lead in this, so Katana have figured it out. Brezzy on a 6. Unstoppable in this moment. Much better in their attack round last time. I'm curious about if we end up with some of that mid-map presence again. Looks like more of a B hit than A. Crimson Cobra sent to be a distraction. Oh, you get the first blood too. With Bance seeing that cross... Oh, this could be a great position from Bance.
No. Getting a pick here. Perfect. He's going to take the first. Now he's going to worry about being traded. As they all zoom in and look for him. Super just puts it up. They're trying to get the pinch going, and they do work it. That's why he was hesitant to shoot, by the way. Knew he might be picked as soon as he did so. But Henry has found himself in a 1 versus 3 after that.
Well, he wanted to make amends big time for the mistakes of the first map yesterday. Here's your chance to do so. You should see players cross on your right. The discipline is there, but the gun skill not in the following firefight. To be fair, you are jumping down. It's a difficult one to make. Maybe, in hindsight, he could have took a safer route down, but I loved the discipline initially. Thought he'd lined it up perfectly. Find the player on the bomb, trade out his support player. Unfortunate. However, incredible to say that Nocturne were 3-0 up here. Katana have come out swinging on a map they usually don't like and are just 1 round away from going up 2-0 in a series. How many of you had this on your bingo card?
Kind of crazy after the first 3 rounds. I was fully expecting Nocturne to almost clean sweep them. I was like, oh, okay, we've changed map and everything changes. Here comes the first couple of pushes and skirmishes. Bance again making his way here. Not had a terrible game, 6 and 7. Super changes corners. I assume there will be another stun check. There we go. There's the stun checks, and Super this time won't get away with it. Brady's going to be in here as well. They don't know. He's found the first. Looking for more. Going to go down. It's down to a 2 versus 2. Both teams now resetting the battle lines. Aspect gets stun checked. He has to get out of there. Cobra on Overwatch towards B as well. And everything will stall out as Noctum reevaluate.
Like what Aspect is thinking here, though. Watching that flank. Just being careful in case it's a cross or if he needs to set up some sort of pinch play. Cole comes in to rotate back. Kez is purely a distraction here. Henry's off on his bike. He's taking the bomb with him to A. If he gets this down quickly enough and Kez does escape with his life, that's a big if right now as Aspect challenges him and Aspect finds him. Henry then, in a 1v2 to keep your to keep your team in this game and avoid going 2-0 down in the series.
Katana so far playing this correctly. Very, very close together. Expecting a trade. Have they seen him? They will now. I think Aspect might have done. Oh, I actually don't think they have. I don't think they've seen him. They have now. Will they get off the bomb? He's going to be able to get the 1 versus 2. Unbelievable. They don't find out where he is in time. And that is a clutch up from Noctum.
Well, if it was redemption he wanted, he may well have gained it. Henry finds his way into this series. Huge clutch to deal with the Katana players who... I'm with you. I thought they'd spotted him. I know that seeing the other side of the goal from that back shout is very difficult. But, yeah. Apparently not. Apparently Aspect absolutely blind in that moment. And Henry makes it work. 5-4. So Noctum then have stemmed the bleeding, cauterized the wound, and Henry wants to get aggressive towards Connector.
Retain. Just parking the RCXD. Katana will not come towards this while it's active. And since they can't hear it, they're probably going to go over towards A.
In comes what you lovingly call the God Rod. And for now, it feels like the RCXD and that cruiser are all going to be purely intel gains. Stall, delay. And push Katana into a spot where they don't have much time to move this bomb forward.
Cobra. Looking to try and get out of this, but it's not going to go well. A 2 versus 3, but no time is the real problem. Super. Making his way across. He's called it. They're going for the rotation. Kez might catch. The timing is unbelievably bad for Kez. However, it might now just be good enough. The Overwatch is not going to be there. Super will find a kill, but that bomb will not go down. And they catch it in time. Noctum will tie this up 5-5.
Honestly, quite incredible that Henry makes the play that he does at the end of the previous round and then Noctum come in and utilize their artillery to just delay Katana for so long, push them into a position where they have to start to sprint forward, which means, well, you're running into a defensive team that are laying in wait. The one thing for sure here is I've seen one player on Noctum still with an RCXD, unless Codcaster is lying to me. But I think there may be 2. So opportunity here then. But also Katana have one, as our producer is doing a wonderful job of letting us know exactly what everyone's holding in their cards.
Here it comes.
Look how far back they all are.
Cobra just checking this out. No, we've seen anybody. Detain also holding irons. Henry going to lose the RCXD. Some information gained. Bance looking for that pick, but isn't going to be able to get it. It's also one of those positions that you can only use for a little bit. That timer will kill you if you let it go.
No Aspect is just on the other side. Bance will get a haircut. Backs off. 40 seconds on the clock. Noctum must make a decision. Katana must avoid getting caught being overly aggressive. Rezi, like the idea, but you are about to be swarmed. If you get this wrong, you need the first kill, and you do not find it. 4v3, Noctum must go for A.
And that's exactly what they're going to do. Katana are reacting, but They've given away their biggest advantage, which is going to be time. If they got the bomb carrier, it might have been different. Cobra is pushing the tempo here as well. Nades are flying in. They're not going to be able to stop this as quickly as they would like. It's another kill goes towards them, but it has been a trade. It is now a 1 versus 2. They will now shoulder Aspect. This is basically unwinnable from this position. He would need a god shot or somebody to fly in at him, bring it down to a 1 versus 1. And Bance will now try and play position. Aspect's going to go for him so he doesn't get shouldered. He's trying to work out where Bance is. He might call this. Bance is going to be found as well. And that is going to be a clutch up for them. A 1 versus 2 to give Katana the game.
Oh my god. What have I just watched? It is a collapse for the ages. Noctum, get the first pick. Get bomb down, have coverage there. The 2 players that die on bomb, it is fair enough. Honestly, I think you're putting yourself in a position there where you've just got to get that bomb down because of the timer they do. Once they manage to get bomb down, that is total fair game to end up dying. What Detain is thinking, he's not going to want to watch that one back. That is a man with far too much experience and success at this level to be trying to make a play like that. Maybe he can't see bomb and thinks he has to go and check it, but I'm not sure in what world that's the play. Vance in a 1v1 can't be blamed. Aspect, you've played that phenomenally. Walks away with at least 3 of the 4 kills there and has himself a huge moment. Came into this team for Vortex and has shown his worth through massive plays there to take his team to up in the series.
Now, to play devil's advocate and give him the benefit of the doubt, there was either a call or something. We saw it from Aspect's point of view, but you can remember that's not all the information. True. I've got to say, something was off about that Chow. I'm not entirely sure whether or not they thought he was weaker than he was, whether or not they lost sight of the bomb. Like I said, they had bomb in an open position, and whether he was just trying to get a really fast reposition as we go through this again. So the trades around the bomb, they happen. Aspect now. This is where it got a little bit dangerous. And he jumps over to get a better position with Bance holding there as well. That's what caused the issue here, because now Bance has to check the bomb frequently, which means putting himself out of here but holding this position. And Aspect has called it correctly and gone for it.
The only thing I can think, Bryce, to be kind, is with Aspect hiding behind blue there, did he stay hidden long enough that it put questions into Detain's mind? That's the thing that I'm trying to give credit to Detain for. Maybe he thinks he's hopped the bomb.
I think that's what's happened here. You got to remember there was either a stun or a nade that hit him. So they sort of had the stun or nade check. But then enough time must have passed for them to reevaluate where he could have gone. So Detain's chosen to move up or get into a better position and allow Bance to essentially burn the clock. What you can do there is burn the clock, right? If Detain gets into a position, even if he gets traded away that deep, it should allow Bance to keep shouldering the bomb. There's a lot of question marks around it, but you got to give credit. Aspect, not only did he make the shot, but he also made the play to really lock that one down. And, well, it's been a close S&D, but the score is 2-0 to Katana against Noctum in the lower final. One more map could send Noctum home, but we'll find out after the break. Don't go anywhere. All this concludes right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are in a incredible game, really. Katana 2-0 against Noctum. And we're actually going to go back in time to before the break. So, production asked me not to break down what I thought was happening. But I think there are reasons for this. So, when it comes to this, when you watch it through Codcaster, you have to be mindful of a couple of things. One, we don't have the comms, and two, we don't have the entire picture. So, where the bomb is planted, and this is what I think has happened, there are three possibilities. One, Detain lost his mind. Obviously, that's probably the least likely there. The others are that they just didn't have the information anymore. You can see Detain was a little bit further back. Bance backed off as well. They've lost information around the bomb, right? For Bance to chal it means he would have to wide swing and check where he could be on the bomb itself. So it would give Aspect the advantage and potentially get that first pick. So once they've lost information for a little bit, it's probably easier for Detain to go close and check. Either he gets in a good position where he can dip out and play the time, in which case Bance can cover him, or if he does go down early, then Bance still has an opportunity to watch it from long and try and still take that gunfight. I think that's probably what happened. The call has been made. Detain has tried to take advantage. What happened to him is what is very well known as COD timing. That's my theory anyway.
I will give that to him to try and put up a defense and try and split the blame between the pair of them. Because I think as well what you see is as Detain tries to make that jump, Bance is basically trying to get down the bottom of the stairs because he's at the top and can't see behind. Like, next to Blue, there's a little green. It's like an ammo crate, if you will. It's just sat there for no particular reason other to be a pain. And basically, you can't catch the bomb from there. However, I think that where Bance's position would have been better to be is at the bottom of those stairs already so that he can shoulder that and see what's going on. But because he has to take the time to get there, maybe that call does come through. Oh, actually, I can't see the bomb. We haven't seen Aspect for a second. And that's why Detain does what he does. Either that, or he did just absolutely lose his marbles and decide that he was going to come in from the top rope and Hail Mary it. Detain is far too good a player for me to sit there and think that was a call he's made without any particular reason. So I'm with you in some sense. What I think you do there, if you're Noctum watching that one back, you're like, okay, well, where could we have positioned ourselves better? That position for Bance, maybe bottom step, or the stage. You've got the opportunity of playing stage side and then being able to look on over. But it is tough reading when you're Noctum to sit there and go, well, this is where our post-plant position could have been better, because quite frankly, you're 2-0 down in the series now. You won't get many opportunities to fix this, because if you don't get it right now, your elite's done, gentlemen.
Well, they had a very good time on the S&D and just lost it at the very end. So certainly better than map 1, but unfortunately close only really counts in hand grenades and horseshoes. So they will have to turn a corner onto the control and hope for a much better game. But the pressure is now all on Noctum. They will have to really take it to Katana and reverse sweep them here in the playoffs.
The one worrying thing for me is that Katana Gaming, of what we've seen so far, have been fantastic in control. We are going to head on over. If I remember correctly, it was Vault. Not sure if we can flash up the maps just to triple check that. But we saw the last time that these two teams played that it was protocol control. Katana Gaming won that 3-0. Yesterday on Vault, they won 3-1. It will be Vault control. My memory was correct for once. And the thing is here, they have such strong breakoffs. We also got to see Katana play Twisted in control where they won 3-1. And then to kind of amplify the point, Noctum's control yesterday against the Team Notorious was woeful. So all the odds are against Noctum. Can they turn them and keep themselves in this?
Well, they're certainly going to be fired up to try and do so. Bance looking for a kill here just to control the tempo a little bit. You can see them getting into a good position around B. They get an early B capture. This could be everything that they need. Bance is still waiting. He knows players are coming for the respawn. He also knows those players will know he's here. So it's a bit of a cat and mouse game. The pressure is slowly mounting. Bance is going to see one, finds one kill. He's expecting the pressure from the other side. It isn't here yet. Bance will eventually go down just through timing. But they've made a bit of progress onto B.
It's a brave push out. It's a play from Noctum that says, we're here to fight for our tournament lives. A couple of kills in the field as well will give you a presence and a control. And because of that pressure already onto B, Katana can't afford to give it up. And Henry's going to push on out through Lion. He's unfortunate in the end not to find two. Kez is just going to check beneath him. But a good start from Noctum on a map that Katana will feel comfortable on. You will eventually be swatted away by Aspect. But for a second here, Noctum just want to breathe. They just want to take a second get themselves back together with a concerted push. And Resi finding one onto Henry says to me, if you don't get the trade, which you do, and more tick could well be the difference maker. Tick could well be the difference maker. And you can feel that Katana suddenly scrambling. But 2 big kills to drag this back. Reset the chessboard, if you will. 1 life difference. Henry might get blessed by some incredible timing. No one spots him. Aspect is found. You know that one is going to be top art. Will they chow? This positioning, this is something that Afro from Team Notorious just does so well. Can Henry replicate and control the players around this art side? Knows Aspect's coming in through the back door. Probably awful timing, but just stays up and continues to pester.
Henry tries to fly in, tries to make a bit of a difference. Detain doing the same thing. Back and forth they go. Cobra will cut down 2 though, and Bant is going to fall as well. This push has completely evaporated with a wipe, and now they've got players in their spawn. Super will drop quickly though. 38 seconds onto the clock. They'll clear off B, and Nocturne will have to try and make another push with very few lives remaining.
One last hit, and I don't think there'll be much to it. This is where Katana really do punish on this map. Defensively, if they get pushed out towards Trophy, it is pretty much curtains. But what I will say for Nocturne, you get 4 ticks. Now, so often, that 4th tick is difficult on an attack round. Almost the 5th as well, to be honest. And quite often, you will see these teams end up in a spot where they're basically playing to get their ticks in and try and set themselves up to have defense. It's just the way that Vault Control works. That being said, we did see yesterday, Katana managed to pull off an attack round. They only had 1 opportunity, basically, to do it in round 4. But once they did have that window of opportunity, they were ruthless about it. So, looking on over now towards where Katana can really flip the script. After talking about how well Nocturne played in round 1, we know how good they can be here on Vault.
Let's see. The defense is technically the easier side. This is what's going to matter, this attack. If Katana win it, we could be sounding the bell of lost souls for Nocturne, as they will crash out. But already a 2-piece to open up proceedings. A good start here for Katana.
Oh, it's a great read from Cobra. I was just about to say that I think that this setup here that the 2 main Nocturne players were doing would pinch, would squeeze Katana into spaces they don't want to be, but Cobra on their 7 spree is finally cut down, but has had a phenomenal impact, and A has already fallen, Bryce. And the thing is, the kills continue to be white. The transition over, Brezzy slips the net completely and is already in through the back of P4. This could be a nightmare for Nocturne.
Brezzy trying to stay alive. The longer he's alive, the more issues it's going to be for them. Super going to fall as well, though. Brezzy finds a kill every single time this happens. Nocturne have to divert resources towards it. There's a long-range fight there, and that's why. That's why you have to clear these buildings. Eventually will go down. Nocturne can breathe easy, and will now try to put the pressure on the Katana.
Absolutely love that shot from production, by the way. Letting us see all the action that was happening over by the point, but we also wanted to see what was happening in the back line. But it will be 4th tick answered back by Katana then. So all the good that Nocturne had done is undone. Now Detain has a lot to watch. Trying to keep an eye on the vault beneath him. Also doesn't want to let that player by Palms escape. As teammates fall, Detain looking to get a bit loose with it. The presence back on the point. Aspect will be sheltered from Art. However, as teammates fall elsewhere, he's going to have to dip. Brezzy provides support. Now he can get control of Art, and this may be a real problem then. B, nearly a little bit more. There's a question for me on whether or not Brezzy can just play out here. Can you go and tap B? Make sure you get that second segment. Maybe you don't need to as your teammates start to arrive.
Brezzy going to get another kill. Oh, we found that second one. Wild Chaz with a pistol. He's going to get it as well. Opportunities for Katana will eventually drop here, but it opens the map up for them. Can he get this second tick? No. Cut down before. Detain is also now in a good position to block. Aspect trying to get a bit further forward. Contested. Won't get anything from this. Taking out the trophies and still not winning the trades. Nocturne hold again.
Brezzy slips through mid-map so easily, and this is where Nocturne are a little bit cut off at the knees. They just don't have any sort of foundation through this map. The fact that they've held on this long is impressive. A second tick feels inevitable right now when you're life down with so much presence, but it's plays from Henry, pushing out towards Trophy. That's just going to delay reinforcements for Brezzy. Caught by the stun. Huge 1v1 you feel against Kez. You get this. You get yourself so much presence, but no. Shut down. 7-6. Make it evens. 30 seconds to go.
Brezzy's done a wonderful job there of trying to delay reinforcements, but Detain will keep cutting them down in spawn. Katana might have one more opportunity. And they need to seize it, but they have to find Detain first. You cannot allow this player to survive here on the flank. Detain will go down. There's the first domino, but Bance takes his own revenge on the Brezzy. This means there'll be a man down now on the push.
3v3 for a moment while you wait on the respawns. Katana's just about getting that second tick in. His traits galore. It's Aspect. We saw him do crazy things at the end of the S&D, but there will be no such thing here. So 4 ticks to 4 ticks. As close as you can really read it. I go back to the moment where Brezzy was alive in all. I wonder if he could have just headed back to the point and ensured that that 5th tick came through. It's one of those. It's a wonderful thing to know in hindsight. It's a wonderful thing to have Codcaster and know the position of everyone else on the map. He could have just thought if he steps out, he's getting smoked from someone pushing through Lion. But there was a moment there where it was half a second away from being capped. If you end up with defense or offense in round 5, you could come back to rue that one. Either way, wonderful effort from both sides. The fact that Noctum held on to that with barely any arc control and barely any mid-map control is actually resoundingly impressive.
Now, the game is all but even, technically, as we go towards this, but Brezzy will open up and find 2 straight away. Won't be able to punch them back into the spawn completely yet, though. A couple of kills gone down the way of Noctum. The most important one is going to be Bance. You can see him back in the building, trying to be a nuisance, trying to cut down reinforcements. Players slipping below him, and he is going to go down fast. And that is unfortunate, and Kez, just a little bit off with the shot there as well, has pushed Noctum all the way back to the spawn.
That moment there, your Bance. Maybe you could avoid getting over-aggressive. You probably think you're just going to win that, though, but he gets zapped by Aspect. Cobra, being a nuisance again here, over by Elbow. It's traded out. One thing is here, Noctum have made no progress, really, towards A. I say really, none at all. They finally get on the point. Gonna have to go back to the old conventional A push. Super. Might get a flank on here as he red wins a big one. And the fact that he dips away with his life makes him a bit of a nuisance. Detain's gone looking. Detain will find nothing but the end of his Jackal. Couple of kills in white. And Noctum all of a sudden are worried about not getting A, let alone any pressure towards B.
This is the issue with this map sometimes. You just get taken back further and further. That's a big loss by Super because Noctum will jump all over it. They should be able to get A just on the back of this. They've got 3, I think maybe even 4 bodies in the point. You can see how fast it's rocketing up. That gives them some breathing room. An extra minute to go.
Oh, and those 3 kills might actually give Noctum route out. 4 dead. Push on forward. Fly at your opponents. Kez could probably get some pressure in on Art here and let his teammates back up. I think he actually gets a call to back off. I don't know if that's correct because he ends up falling midway between. Neither here nor there. Reinforcements coming in through Lion. Nades galore. Cobra and Super do enough to send Noctum packing and stop that 4th tick coming through. From what looked like one of the worst attack rounds to almost a superb attack round. That, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly how Control looks these days.
Oh, Detain. Ooh. Trying to make it work. Hasn't managed to, unfortunately. And this is where it gets a bit tricky. You have to make these kills. You have to find a way out. Kez is going to fall to Super. That delays Noctum again.
Feels like Noctum taking a collective breath before figuring out how to push forward here, but Super finding the first. And this feels like the story of this Control at some points where as you're setting up those 4v4 engagements, it's rare that Noctum are opening up with first pick. We're always in a situation where you've got to find a 2-piece at some point. Cobra. And he push out. It's going to be a nuisance if anything. 7 seconds on the clock. Players fall. 9v5. All of a sudden, a whole bunch of kills will come on through. Super, last alive. Can you set up some sort of pinch play here? Whether it be via mid, whether it be via wrapping.
They're going to have to watch for him.
It's huge.
Henry, there's one. Looking for two. It's a huge play for them, and Noctum have the opportunity to win this round. Body's going to be on the point. Cobra will have to go for the chow. He's not going to be able to. That third tick is going towards it. I don't even think they can stop it. They can't. Noctum are going to win their attack.
Where that comes from beggars belief. Noctum put up one of the worst attack rounds in the first minute I think I've seen in some time. Very nearly end up with 0 ticks. Body stack in for A. Do a fantastic job then of hitting important kills to allow them to transitionally rotate on over towards B. It was a bit of a mess. You just about think that Katana have managed to see the round out, and then all of a sudden, the kill feed lights up purple again. Noctum doing a great job of doing actually what Katana did yesterday, and what they do so often on Vault Control, and that is stringing kills together and really punishing when it matters. Katana now have to win an attack round to see this to a round 5.
Crazy finds one. Noctum can win the control if they could just hold a defense. Done it before. Can certainly do it again. Third tick looks like it might complete here for A, but there will be a bit of a pinch coming in. Noctum maybe just looking to get the kills on their way out. Gotta be careful. If they lose too many here, this will be an opportunity, and timing is just not right for Aspect. Bats turns and burns. Cobra with a big kill to keep them out of the spawn. More spawns going on, though. Brezzy loses that gunfight as well. And if those two gunfights had gone a different way, Katana would have seized that opportunity to move forward. It hasn't happened.
That moment right there is likely what stops Noctum being in a scramble of their own right now. But then again, you're not home and dry. You have no presence in art. You do at least stop Aspects getting into art, but Cobra is on the point. It doesn't last very long, unfortunately. Teammates taking some time to reinforce. Noctum, no mid-map presence. So that's going to allow a push on forward. But Noctum have found their flow all of a sudden. And because of that, they're going to try and bully on back. Potentially over-aggressive, overextensive. But it will allow bounce into mid. Will matter for naught. These are such sporadic cluster plays from these players. Okay.
Trying to get out of there. Not going to work. Going to fall as well. And this is a good hold so far from Noctum, but they've got some time to burn. Every kill could potentially matter. The first one to fall. Resi finds one. That respawn will be up any second now. And as we know from what we've been watching, Brezzy is desperately trying to get in that back line. And just found another one, though. Roaming and killing. Brezzy's now looking for him. Has he got the timing? Angle is just not good enough, and that player will get away. He'll find him. Brezzy finds one more. Knows where the next player is. Not able to get the snap. This time it's going to be Aspect who's gone round the back. Do they know? One down. Two down. No chow yet, but it has allowed Katana onto the point. This is huge.
Yeah, Aspect's gone absolutely massive. Gets P4 control because players are now going to have to sniff him out. Players are coming looking for him, and they actually can't find him either, so it's just buying more time. The 4th tick is through. The 5th tick will likely be there. Aspect finds his 3rd. There's a player top R. Can they do anything at all? The 6th tick is arriving, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolute pandemonium for Noctum's defense. Aspect, the man who was brought in for Vortex, has delivered yet again after the insane clutch in Game 2 in the S&D. He now drags his team, kicking, screaming, into a round 5. What a phenomenal play.
And just a small slip in the defense. Just a gap for Aspect to exploit after Brezzy couldn't find his way. He gets there, drills 2 members of Noctum. All of a sudden, Noctum have to look too many angles. They get picked onto the point.
Oh, Noctum get defense.
And it looks like it's a life game.
No?
Noctum have got attack. Katana have defense.
Well, that rubs even more salt into the wound. Aspect with an almighty pat on the back right now. Then again, both the last 2 rounds have been won on offense. So this is going to have to be great still. Katana were pretty assertive about making sure they wanted that A defense.
Cobra Gonna fall here, though. Doesn't find his own. The one thing you don't want Noctum to happen is to be spawn trapped. It could spell disaster for them. But right now, they are holding their own. They are pushing out towards this map. They are on the A point. They have stopped the clock.
Aspect, surely not. Finds 2. And that will allow Cobra to get in and play cleanup. With that, Katana can push out that little bit more. Noctum being bullied back. Right now, are questioning how on earth we've not played into a map 4. Noctum off to a slow start again, but they were when they won the attack round last time out. As Kez tries to get cat control. Aspect in through the back. Aspect finds 2 more. Oh, man has had his Weetabix absolutely running amok with this map right now. The thing is, his kill def doesn't necessarily look too impressive, but it's the impact in those moments. Oh, Cobra, you've just got the worst timing in the world.
Clock stopped again. Big gunfight here. Going down towards it. Detain. We'll make sure they get A locked in, and Kez will do so as well. But it is going down to a little bit of a fight onto the point. Rosie will want to chow here for the contest, but Kez equal to it. It's a big 2. It gives them an extra minute.
Must have caught that by 0.1 of a second. He dies as the confirm comes through. Cobra found by 2 in double doors. The Katana here are going to want to set up that position where they get pushed out by Trophy. That is where they want to be when they end up defending B. Detain thinks he's killed him, turns away. Bance is going to be in the back line, though. This is the all-important play. Can you stop those reinforcements arriving? Super's going to try and make the cross. The problem is you have a Jackal, so the positions you got to take up are not nice. And Super puts the car bomb to great use to clear B. One tick is through, though. Noctum just need the 2 to clutch up in the most unlikely of circumstances.
They've done it once. They can do it again. Time is good here. They are losing some bodies. It's 8-10 in terms of lives. It could be a life game. Resi finds one more. Will go down again, though. 7-9. Timing is unbelievable there for Cobra. Double chow coming through. He doesn't get one. 7-8.
It's frustrating in a way for Noctum because you really want to activate off the back of that kill as you know you're up in numbers, but you can't. Resi slipped the net. Resi's in behind. Is anyone seeing this coming? Does he even know where the opponents are? Well, there's 2, 3.
No.
Noctum get cleared. Bance will stay up, but he's dead 4. This is where Katana want to extend on out, and this is where Brezzy likes to operate now.
3 lives left, and they have to basically sprint towards the point. For Noctum, it's do or die. It is a miracle potential, but that's all it is. A Super finds 1. Only 2 left. Only 1 left. And Katana Gaming have done the unthinkable. They have wound their way into a grand final after 3-0ing Noctum. This team has found its feet. And that is the second monster team in this tournament they have eliminated from Elite Challengers. Now they have to take on Notorious.
In just as devastating a fashion, too. I mean, sure, map 2, we can put it down to a moment of magic. Map 3 here, it was fine margins all the way, but map 1 was incredibly decisive. They had themselves a hell of a series of Katana. I think that we all came into these playoffs a little bit of the illusion that Noctum were clear of this Katana lineup. They were the team up there battling for top spot alongside Team Notorious. Not anymore. Katana want to stake their claim as well, and they've planted their flag in the ground here and ejected Noctum in devastating style. 3-0 on the day, 3-0 against Exceptional Gaming as well. And as well, it was just their ability to clutch on up as and when they needed to. When Noctum take that attack round in the 3rd, I don't know about you, I'm thinking, okay, well, we're going to see a map 4 then, because attack rounds are so difficult to pull off. Katana string that next one together because they just had to flick on those afterburners, and it's what they can do. They are a streaky team. They can falter at times, but when they feel threatened, they really can unleash the star power that they possess.
And so far, they have done so. Is it in them again to take on Notorious? One of the favorite teams in Elite this go around. And we said we think Katana are a top 4 team. Well, right now, they're top 2. 3-0ing Exceptional and Noctum certainly sends a message.
This is one of those moments as well where we kind of talked about it a little bit yesterday, but this does happen where the team waiting in grand finals Yes, you may have gotten some warm-ups in, but there's nothing like competitive play. When Katana Gaming are coming off the back of 3-0ing Nocturne, they will have the wind in their sails. I'm expecting them to come out really hot in Grands, and well, we've seen plenty of losers runs pull it off in the past in this modern-day format that we have. We go into that best of 7 grand final. But that being said, you are coming up against a Notorious squad that, quite frankly, have been the best team in the game so far. That is Afro, Eric Boom, Rafi, and F. Dot, who have been terrifying. In particular, their S&D and control has been outrageous. We know that Katana have been good when it comes to control, but their S&D has been shaky. And there's more than a few of those when it comes to our best of 7. So, what I'm asking is, can Katana do the business in the maps where they feel best and clutch up yet again against a side that, quite frankly, haven't shown many weaknesses?
No, they certainly haven't. But hey, it's one of those, anything could happen on the day. We've just seen one of those anythings just happen. But our grand final is up next. 2 teams enter, 1 team leaves the champion. We'll find out exactly what happens after this break. Don't go anywhere, as this tournament concludes in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. It is time to get into our very first grand final of the season. Two teams have battled their way here, one from the winner side and one dropped in a little bit earlier into the lower bracket. That'll be Katana Gaming. So let's go through the journey, Enigma, of how these two teams got here.
Well, Notorious came in with a 3-0 sweeping of Team Twisted, a 3-0 decimation, 3-1 decimation of Exceptional, a 3-1 slaughtering of Noctum, and have looked comfortable pretty much all the way through. For Katana Gaming, on the other hand, it's been a very different story. It was a 3-1 win in winners round 1, but then a 3-2 loss against Noctum in that round 2 that sent them into the lower bracket, but they have made the run since. A 3-1 over Twisted, a 3-0 dismantling against Exceptional Gaming, and another dismantling of Noctum. And one of the things is, and this is the big thing with that result against Noctum, coming into a lot of this Elite this week, it was all about the fact that Katana had looked better than everyone else but cut adrift of the top two. Close but no cigar. Game 5 losses to both Team Notorious and Noctum this season. Could they close that gap? Well, that 3-0 says yes, they could. Can they? Here in our grand finals.
Well, certainly going to find out here, but I will say this. If you know anything about Katana, it's just impressive. A double 3-0 against that caliber of team that we've seen over the last 2 days. Well, it's something that may put a little bit of fear in the two Notorious. They will certainly be keeping a very hard look at the games that they've been playing. They probably were watching the last one, but right now, it's about whether or not Katana Gaming can do the next one. Our next match does really solidify their journey. So many games they've played into playoffs, but this one counts more than most.
Does indeed. And well, as I mentioned in the little bit of amble there, it was a case of these two have played before. Katana Gaming will line up with Super Aspect, Cobra, and Brezzy. And I think that all of these players have had their moments through this run. I think Brezzy is arguably their star player. Make no mistake about it. Aspect today has really stepped up and been incredibly impactful. His scoreboard won't look pretty, but he is so often making those huge moments count through today. And if this team are going to pull off this upset, then he's going to need to continue that streak.
Certainly will. We'll find out whether they can do it. But against them, Team Notorious. A lot of people thought this was the best team coming into Challengers Elite, and so far, undefeated, on their way to the final. Afro, Eric Boom, Rafi, and F-Dot have everything to prove and everything to lose in just one more series. Who walks away the victor? Truthfully, I can't tell, but these will be the maps that we visit it upon. Vault Hardpoint, Skyline Search and Destroy, Vault Control, Skyline Hardpoint, Vault Search and Destroy, Hacienda Control, and Red Card Search and Destroy. So we're going back and forth between Vault and Skyline for a bit there, Enigma.
We are indeed, and I think that this is going to be one that Team Notorious are quite happy about early on. They've looked great across Vault and Skyline. In particular, any of you calling back to yesterday remember that 252-47 against Noctum. Absolute fireworks there. And I just think that straight away, you've got a couple of maps there that Notorious are going to be quite happy have popped up. Obviously, it's difficult to keep maps away from a team as good as that in a best-of-7 vote. But for Katana, well, this is all about whether or not they can the odds. We won't have long to wait until we find out, because, ladies and gentlemen, map 1 is going to be here. Grand Finals, Team Notorious against Katana Gaming to settle the European Elite of Season 1.
It's been a long road to get here. The game has been released, cups, pro points, everything to get just qualified for this. Then you fight your way through the groups, then you fight your way through a bracket. 7 maps is where they'll decide, because nobody remembers second place. And we go into P1.
Expecting this to be nothing short of a bloodbath. And Eric Boom, the man that we watched take over yesterday, finds himself a 2-piece. F-Dot with 1. Gonna look to control Top Cat here. Interesting that he's got himself a Jackal in hand. A couple players on this Team Notorious squad happy to flex between where they need to be. Keep an eye on this, because yes, there are 0 points scored at this point, but it's all about that P2 rotation. Team Notorious just looking to not be overextensive. F-Dot should be dead, is not, and Aspect will be baited in and slaughtered.
And now both teams throwing bullets at each other. Only 8 points scored so far. Bit of scrap time actually on offer that nobody really seemed to be partaking of quite yet. This P2 rotation though, he's still up for grabs. Eric Boom might be here first, but he doesn't have control. The player towards the back will take him down as well, and well, that's a good wipe for them. Afro, the only player really from Notorious that can make a difference.
Team Notorious just were not aware of the fact that Katana Gaming had slipped in through the back. In particular, Brezzy doing some great work there to ensure that his team were in. And he'll be the one profiting with ill time. 20 points in the lead early for Katana Gaming. Of course, this is just the very start of a marathon for these two teams. But it's nice to see Katana setting some pace. No doubt. Feeling like they want to avenge that reverse sweep that they suffered in the opening day of the season.
And that is the key here. That last game they played, it could have been Katana's very early on. They will not want to repeat that mistake. And now, both of them going toe-to-toe. And again, it will be Katana who look like they may have come out on top on that one. But F-Dot with 2 once more slows them down for just a second. The rotation is just upon us. Still going to be a lead for Katana as a minute has bled off the game clock. And only 48 seconds have gone.
Afro here is going to have to do a great job of cutting off these Katana reinforcements. Actually, he just decided to dip on straight out, but I think he got spotted by Cobra, who's on the hunt. And, well, as he goes top mid, Cobra might just get in behind here. Eric Boom won't be aware, takes bullets in the back. That should be traded out. It is not. So, Cobra takes a moment there to exploit a hole. Rafi trying to lock down mid-map, give his team a foundation to hold on to P3. They do have art presence, so if they get mid-map control as well, you're looking pretty good here. Trades galore. Rafi will be the one that comes out on top, but not for very long. And as a player falls there in the back, you've got to be very careful here if you are Team Notorious of pushing too long for this scrap time. You're going to set yourself up for that P4. Make sure you lock down what is the money hill of this map.
Looking for another great shot, and they've got it. Notorious not a million miles away, but it's all about this rotation. If they hold it, they go into the lead. Afro trying to slay out as much as he can. Finds the first. Back out of there while his health comes back. Looking for the next player. It's about staggering Katana, keeping them off the pace. Now he goes out towards the back. He has called every single step of this correctly so far. Has to win the gunfights.
This P4 was where Notorious was so good yesterday against Nocturne. Did such a great job of just delaying this squeeze in, but immediately Aspect finds 2. Talked about him at the top of the show and how good he's been. Brezzy breaks in through the front door, and just like that, Katana break. Incredibly impressive stuff. Again, Team Notorious not only know that this is a money hill, but they're so good at locking it down. Cobra, by the way, might not be aware that a player's gotten in behind him. F-Dot, though, dies. Eric Boom as well. Afro will be on his own to make this push. He has star power, and he executes for 2. Oh, and I thought for a second there he had 3, but it's another man that's been lighting up today who's on a 5 spree.
Katana just been so good over the last 2 days. You cannot take that away from them every time. Exceeding expectations. We go back into P1. They'll be looking to extend this lead. Aspect on a 6. Make it a 7. Looking for number 8. Rafi's going to go down before he can do any more. Aspect now collecting time. Looking for one more kill. Eric Boom with an advantage. D's going to go down, but Super takes it away. No more streak for them. The Notorious now will get their opportunity to get some time back on P1.
Yeah, important kill there, by the way, for Notorious. You mentioned it, the streak. If you end up with an RCXD to fight, that's one thing, but the cruise on top, that is truly something that can be utilized with great efficiency on this map. Bro, gonna get beautiful timing. In for 1, in for 2, penny and a pound, and supports his teammates as he hits 3. Eric hits 1. Afro says, anything that you can do, Aspect, I can do as well. Gets his own streak going, and now the rotation is on for 2. Squeezing out the back. Cobra is dead. 6 in a row for Afro, and that is exactly what Team Notorious wanted to make happen.
Afro now hunting again. Has really excelled with the Omni movement. Always good at the slide cancels. Now somehow seems to be even better. Another one. Gun down. That's 8 for Afro. Reign of Terror will have pushed them towards that back spawn by the look of it. That's exactly what's happened. His teammates will call this out. Will Afro come to the rescue and help back up his squad? But doesn't need to. F-Dog gets 2 himself and still going.
Somehow still alive. Feels like this guy's done 3 laps of the map. Squeezes out 9 in a row. Takes a dip in the jacuzzi to rejuvenate. Nade gets caught by the trophy. And just like that, by the way, the spawns flip. So Katana are in for 2, but that means that they don't have 3. So Notorious, I don't know if they're aware yet. As Afro hits double digits on the streak, they could actually have had a free rotation there that would only have gotten them in for 3, but setting up that chain for 4. Afro is still alive. What on God's earth is going on?
Afro refusing to die at this point. It's just style. Another one. There's 11. While the position might be for Katana, the gunny is on Afro. Everything now will be stunned. Does this fall? It will eventually. The 11 streak will end. He's done enough, though, because Team Notorious are in the lead.
Incredibly impactful to sail your team to a 60-point lead. Mid-map presence from Eric Boom. This is an important fight. You died to Cobra. Can Afro provide the support? No. Finally. Isn't just having his way with this map. F-Dot gets 1. You've got to be careful of that top art play where Aspect will find his kill. Go back to the end of P2 there. Honestly, the way that unfolded, we could have seen Team Notorious really run away with this one. They do have a sizable advantage, but if they'd recognized that spawn in for Katana in the back, they would have had a free play in for that P4 setup. Instead, they're going to have to find a way to break it. But if anyone can, Afro loves to play out around this side of the map, but Aspect answers, stepping up to support his team's hold.
Not trying to find his way through. Afro will deploy the streaks. They want to break this as quickly and as easily as possible. This forces them all the way towards the back. It gives them a little bit of info. They do get a kill as well, but Cobra finding 2 has broken the push before Afro can get out of his streak.
Important moment there. One of those where Team Notorious want to at least use the streak to barrel the Katana players inside, and then they can squeeze and surround from all sides. But instead, Cobra finds 2. Will eventually profit, though, because you get players pushed up by Dumpster. They break in, they clean up. Cobra, last alive. He's just going to play patience. Still gets cleaned on up. So we go into, then, our next set of rotations. Team Notorious with a 50-point lead. Katana Gaming, though, in control of P1 and looking to set up this line hold.
Super. Just trying to do a bit more. Isn't going to get that one. As they go back and forth for it. You can see these teams really trying to pull out all of the stops. Brezzy waiting for somebody to get in a position. I think Rafi may have saw him, but he can't get him, and it's a horrible gunfight for both sides. It will be Team Notorious that comes out on top.
Super gets caught. Nade in hand. Falls. And again, a lot of this P1 is purely going to be confrontation and trying to set yourself up for some sort of P2 rotation. And look at the golden arrows at the top there. F-Dot's rotation means that you get Afro spawning in. Rafi's going to be there as well. Just like that. You can have so much impact because this now will say to Katana, actually, you've spawned out again, gentlemen. As Team Notorious approach that all-important 200-point marker, Katana will be setting themselves up around one of the places they've been very happy to be. But a couple of kills in the front. Afro's got to go huge here in the back. There's one.
Afro looking. This is the last time he was around here. It went on a big streak. It's starting again. He's 33 and 18. Eric Boom drops the missile as well. A lot of time here for Notorious. Afro, I'm not sure where to look because everybody's dead, so nobody's really challenging yet.
Afro is 33 and 18. And in what feels like one of the more dominant individual performances we have seen over the last 2 days. Pushing his side forward. Gotta be careful, though, because Cobra's found his way through the back. And even though Cobra pre-fires that, he preempts Afro. Afro doesn't miss. Afro finds number 4. Surely not number 5! Afro is taking the mic here. And absolutely running the show. There will be players finally cutting him down from elbow in Aspect. But at 230 to 142, he's put his team in the best possible position to close it out here on P3. They will have to retake it, but the rotation through the bottom side from Eric Boom may well get them out of control.
Now, for Katana, can they find a way back? You can already see that's a big kill for them. A little bit of time coming onto it as well, but holding both sides of P3 is never easy. Afro will go down before he can do any more damage to Katana. They are just soaking P3 in a very dominant fashion. You don't always get this many seconds uncontested.
Feels like there's some sort of push being set up here, though, to retake this from Notorious. 2 kills come on through. Rafi's patient through the middle. Finds one trying to sniff him out, and that will hand it back to Notorious. They can win it here. Katana has to go. Katana must go. Super does a lot of damage. Finds 2 kills. Finds the 3rd. To extend us just that little bit further, we will see a P4. Team Notorious will push on forward and try and fight for this. And no doubt their next aim is to get that arc control. And Afro, he's put a nade over. He wants to get aggressive on it.
Here comes the push. It's a big push. They're trying to get into the buildings. Afro looking for it. He knows he's got to have 4 seconds. Katana need to hold. Afro on a 2nd kill. Will he hit the 40 bomb or will the game just end? He's going to find them inside. Finds one. Doesn't matter. His team are in. He's going to go for the last player as well. It's a challenge. His life comes back. He gets it. The 40 bomb and the game for Team Notorious.
Talk about a statement map. We've said all the way through the Elite that Afro has looked absolutely different gravy, different level. Essentially ejected out of the Call of Duty League at the back end of last year. But now he's taking his opportunity to remind everyone who he is, the form that put him in there in the first place. This stage of the year, Bryce, you know what it's like. A couple of teams start struggling maybe up there in the league. They take a look around. They assess their options. Afro is trying to put himself right at the top of that very list with maps like that.
Oh, 100%. Realistically, Major 1 is just around the corner. A bad performance and a bad start. Well, you look for who's the best player in Challenger right now. And for Europe, the case is being made for that being Afro. Is what people said before we got into this Challenger series. And now making a case for it again. I will say he's not been as impactful as he could have been in some of the series we've watched him, but always a key player. And this time around the grand final, he's shining.
Feels like one of those moments where Katana showed real threat at the start. They looked good. There was a time period in this map, if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, where Katana had a pretty solid lead. It was never comfortable, but it was there. I think Afro recognized, hang on a minute, this is one of those moments where I really need to step up. And he most certainly did. P2 absolutely belonged to him. An 11 spree and all the bells and whistles that go with it. What I will say, not to kind of shy away either from the way that the rest of his team played. There was a couple of moments where FDOT made superb rotations in order to ensure that his team got in. Seems to love in particular, making sure he sets his team up for this P4. Rafi, much better from him on this map after the suffering that he went through yesterday. 24 and 30 isn't going to look pretty, but he had a really torrid time with it yesterday. So great from him. Of course, Eric Boone, we know what he can do. 250 to 179. It will feel comfortable in the end, but we've got to give Katana their credit. They did come out hot and start well there. Their breakoffs are never slow. And when we move over to the S&D, that's exactly what they're going to aim to do. Get the pressure on early. Try and get Team Notorious under the thumb.
Well, hey, something. It's a big kickoff between the teams. And hey, if it wasn't for maybe the individual play of Afro, it could have gone a different way. But that being the first map that Katana have lost in 2 days certainly says something as we go on to Skyline. I wonder if this will go the distance. These two teams have looked fantastic throughout this. They went the distance last time they played as well. We could be in for a 7-game stormer.
I really hope so. It would be a hell of a way to round out Season 1. What I will say as well, when it comes to Skyline S&D, we've seen Katana on this map, and they've looked brilliant at it. It was a 6-1, if I remember correctly, yesterday against Exceptional. They very ruthless when it comes to sealing off those bombs, getting the opening picks. They're very comfortable here, and hopefully this is where they light their series up against Notorious. But before we get there, we're going to take a very quick break. Everyone catch your breaths, get a sip of water. Promise you, you're going to need it.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Grand Finals here in Challengers Elite. Team Notorious and Katana Gaming are about to show down on their second map. We are ready for Skyline S&D.
No, indeed. And Katana need to bounce back big, but they are comfortable here in the times we've seen them thus far. I'm going to get aggressive with it, but Super actually gets picked over towards Pool. Oh, and so goes a lot of the support, but Brezzy will at least get aggressive towards B. He's in. Almost shoots at his teammate. Eric Boom will trade it out. 1v2. Brezzy gets slammed. And I tell you what, if we weren't sure about whether or not there was going to be breakneck pace to lead us into map 2, we just got our answer.
We certainly did. It's already over. It's already had a good time. Everybody throwing themselves at each other. Opened up a little bit of a gap between, just because you can take a bit of a different route on the first round. Nades open up routes. They also close some down. But that is the first round already in the books. That is a ridiculously fast one here. Let's see if they continue the pace.
Yeah, we'll say with Skyline coming into this is both of these teams have really creative playbooks, but I just don't think Skyline offers many opportunities to operate on that. I think that it's so often just a case of slaying out. Rafi's found his way being blocked by a couple of Katana players. He's had to back on off and just pause, but the fact that he stayed alive is important. Eric Boom has found his way behind Aspect somehow and finds a kill. There's more players arriving. A nade misses by millimeters. He's stayed up. Katana Gaming have had to turtle up and play into A together. The problem for Eric Boom is he's basically an island player, no support, and has the bomb.
All players go down. Cobra found him. Has he called this correctly as well? Unbelievable. Eric Boom for a 1 versus 2, but you can't outgun Cobra today.
Oh my god. Okay then. That's how that's going down. Cobra finds 4. I promise you it was Cobra. It was not Aspect. But the fact that I thought for a second there Notorious had done a lot of the right things, but Cobra decided instead what he was going to do is push out on through the back. I think that what you ended up with there was Team Notorious wondering how they were going to support Eric Boom in that push, leave the gap open, and Cobra, well, he exploits to the fall. But all 4 in a row, 8 players here who at any point can completely change around on its head, and it is a big A hit for Katana.
Already on, and F-Dot's already got one down though. There's a lot of nades flying through. Cobra still going to find a kill. Everybody just trading as it goes down to a 2 versus 2. Now a 1 versus 2. F-Dot will bring it back to a 1 versus 1 as he gets out of there, as he has no life. Now this is all just timing and positioning. That bomb is going down.
Katana do well there, by the way. Had 0 mid-map presence and managed to essentially trade it on out. Oh, Brezzy. Have you missed F-Dot here? You see each other? No! It will be Brezzy who comes out on top. F-Dot, unfortunate. He had done very well to get the kill and get away with his life. I think it was only by 13 HP. 1 bullet and you're done, but it won't matter in the end. Brezzy holds his nerve here. Checks pretty much everywhere. And eventually, it is settled by 2 ARs at close proximity. 2-1 in favor of Katana. That was a very close one indeed, and for F-Dot in particular, he'll be feeling a little aggrieved about the way it went down in the end.
Here comes the next push already. Afro deep up the map, and well, Rafi will find 2. Didn't even see the second one. Staying alive, sliding back and forth. He's done the hard work, can continue to back off now. Bomb is already down.
If an Aspect do crazy things, but this really would be out of this world. He will die. 2v2. 2-2, sorry, on the scoreboard. After that opening 2-piece, just making sure he's controlling. The thing is, this is one of the things that Notorious do so well as well. They adjust really well between rounds based on the information they had previously. So the last defensive round that they had, you basically ended up with Rafi being back down because of that push through bridge. So what he does this time, he assesses just that little bit of information, adjusts to make sure that he picks up the opening kills. It sounds simple, but at this level of play, making the correct adjustments is far easier said than done.
Here we go. This is a big push. Look how far they've gone through, all the way. Afro will now call this out. Unfortunately, their teammates still got traded down to a 3 versus 3.
Suncheck gets nothing.
They're all around them.
They are basically all on top of each other. It's layer cake. Afro gets lots of damage in, but do you read that? Super. He dies. Afro here is supported but falls. It's a trade. It comes in 2-1 in favor of Team Notorious. Brezzy, do you read the 2 plays to your left?
I was going to see one. There's the kill, and he will get away as well. He knows that the trade was coming. Here comes the trade. Eric Boom across and back. And Notorious will win that round. They go ahead in the S&D, but it was close.
There was moments where the close range, the SMG will do more than the AR. Eric Boom plays it to perfection because if he holds back there, if he's even tentative about it, that distance becomes more of a mid-range fight. And suddenly the AR's back in the conversation. He knows his strengths and he plays to them. Closes the gap and gets his team back in the lead. And this is as back and forth as we would like it to be. Now again, do we see Katana attempt that big mid push? The answer is no.
Already kills going down. Afro lay on his back. Now he moves to try and find another kill. Still flowing around here. We'll find one. We'll find a second as well. Now 1 versus 2 for Katana. Afro just managing to be like smoke on the map. You just can't get him. And there's a double chow and down he go. Notorious, another round.
Don't get me wrong, Afro, the superstar there for sure, but Rafi saves the day so much. You see 2 Team Notorious players barrel on down that hallway, and one of them being Afro. One of them dies in the initial engagements. Afro is left with such little HP that he's led on his back, pre-firing and praying no one comes around the corner. But because of the coverage from Rafi, it not only saves Afro and keeps him in the round, but then lets Afro go on to do what he has been with this series, and that is have his way. Beautiful work from Rafi. Man who started so slowly yesterday, but has shown incredible mental resilience to bounce back map by map.
Here we go. Aspect. Holding an angle here for Katana. Eric Boom will be the main man. I say that, but Afro's already flying in. He's gone down. Too many guns against him. Eric Boom now trying to backpedal. Isn't going to get it either. Rafi will get one in return, but that's all it'll be. And Katana hit the bomb site like a ton of bricks.
Simply squared up as Team Notorious to match them, and they could not. It is a complete outslaying, quite frankly. Just decided that if they couldn't turn Skyline into some sort of tactical advantage, they were just going to take those fights on. Rafi at the back there, well, he's done great things through this map, but that was never going to look likely. So, Team Notorious, then, your attack rounds so far have largely relied on whether or not you have controlled or fallen to mid-catwalk pressure. This time, looks like they're avoiding it completely.
Eric Boom. Gonna hold the angle, even though the stun check on his teammate. Bomb will go down in this. Oh, wait a minute. They're not sure. Eric Boom backs off.
I like this decision. You had no control over this side of the map. You were potentially setting yourself up for a pinch, so instead you've tried to put all of your opponents on one side, and Katana did not see it coming. 2 against 3.
Aspect will find one. Should be double chowed here, but he's in a good position. He gets a second! Oh, not the third, but close enough, and Eric Boom runs for his life. Health will now come back. It's a fair fight again, but it will be a big kill there in the end. Katana Gaming get it. The clutch by them to tie the S&D.
Aspect should never get that second kill. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from him. Truly thought that he'd be double chowed, as you said, as you called, and a fall, make it an easy round for Team Notorious, but his work there has been so good today, so impactful for his team, and gives them the leg to stand on to make it a fair fight for Cobra, and tie us all back up. 4-4, stinks of around 11 for Katana's opportunity, and they love this big A hit.
Well, here they go. Bit of pressure, but not a lot. Rafi backing off. He knows where it's coming from. F dot will find two. And Rafi will find a third and another one. AR's banging for Notorious. Cut them down.
Wonderful adjustment from Notorious there. They read the aggression that's coming in from Katana, and that Katana pressure has been very effective. So what you get with Rafi and what you get from F dot is fine. We're going to stand in a spot where you've got to run a long way to find us and cut them down en masse. Beautiful two-piece from F dot. Another one of those. Go back to the similar aspect the round before where you get a second kill that you probably shouldn't. And it just sets Rafi up to finish things off. Notorious one round away from going up 2-0 in our series. What have Katana got?
Here comes the push. Aggressive on the way. They're just checking their angles before they commit. They have a trophy down as well, but Cobra, this is what's slowing them potential. It's going to be a big pinch as well. Bomb down. The RCXD could be a difference maker. Afro wants to back off here. A lot of players, and they've got a few. Rafi needs to make this kill. Isn't going to make it a 1 versus 2. F dot trying to stay alive. They're checking the angles. A 1 versus 3. It's a nightmare. Somebody is going to see him, and there it is. We're going to a 5-5.
Would we have wanted anything else? Great work from Katana. Recognized that Team Notorious had caught on to their aggression. So what they do instead, they slow it down. Find a pick. Patient about it. Both teams have such good S&D playbooks, but it's also about their ability to control their tempo. Heat check themselves as and when they need it. And because of that, we're saving up a treat here, ladies and gentlemen. Round 11. Who, though, has defense? Who gets to dictate where this bomb will go? It will be Katana. And so far, it has largely been defenses on top. But Katana have an opportunity to change that in the final round.
Here we go. Push straight across again. All the way. This comes down to F dot. He'll be calling this. Will they get the pinch gone? Eric Boone will get one, but it's a better trade for them. And Katana have the advantage.
How Super gets that second is beyond me. But they will care not. They rotate this to A. Rafi will pounce. Rafi will find one. It makes it a 2v2. Can he get out of his life? The answer is no. 1v2. Aspect and Super. F dot, what do you got?
Gonna go for it, and he sees them both with their backs turns, but can't get it. And Katana Gaming will win that in the end. It's technically a 1v1, but always a 1v2. And he almost had the fish in the barrel, but the breaking of the glass and the reflexes of the players turned and got him.
Yeah, I do wonder if he jumps down there and doesn't connect with the glass. If it doesn't shatter, do you get that 1v2? Purely because the two players' backs were turned. It was almost the perfect timing for F dot. Honestly, in terms of the way it played out, it was just 8 different players having their individual moments, but also the different counter plays in which they put together so many different times where, for example, Katana, they were getting aggressive, so Notorious decided they were going to sit back. Katana recognized that, so then they decide to play patient and force Notorious into positions they don't want to be. Wonderful S&D to watch. Couple of bits of it that potentially a couple of players aren't going to want to see back. For example, that 2-piece there from Aspect. Glorious stuff, but whoever's on the other side of that second kill should have done better. But overall, it was served up a wonderful map here in 2 to tie up our series.
I thought that might have been it here, but great play in this round, by the way. Round 10, the RCXD holding the pinch for them. And this was the final moment. He actually puts that crosshair between the two to begin with. Gives them just enough time to react after they hear it kind of shut down. But such a close S&D. And this is obviously just the 5 we can see at the moment, but it will go the distance potentially.
Okay, then. Vault Control. Up next, Bryce. Want to make any predictions, my friend? Anything about potentially whether or not we go to round 5? It would suit us entirely. But one thing I will say, Katana Gaming, this has suited them so far, right? They've looked really good. Not to say that Team Notorious haven't, but Katana Gaming have shown time and time again that they really are good on that map. So, I'm we're talking about that potential upset coming on through. If you want to get that started, here's your moment to do so. Looking at a couple of their star players and transitioning from that A to B in particular has been something they've been really strong with. It's whether or not they can push Afro out of that R spot that he loves to control, especially on offense. If they can do that, they've got a real opportunity of sealing this one away.
We certainly have. Well, let's find out how the control goes. But first, we're going to a break here in Challengers Elite. All the action will resume, though, right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the grand finals of Challengers Elite. Map 3 Vault Control is upon us. It is the first control map, but you can basically consider this the beginning of a best of 5, as 5 maps remain in this. And since we're all tied up, well, it doesn't matter. But let's find out who takes the lead.
Team Notorious are going to be the team on your left, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Those names are flipped at the top. What won't matter about all of that is that Katana will come out swinging the hardest to get us underway. Very boom will trade. Brezzy out. Super. Picking up spawn kills. This is one of those moments where Katana Gaming really could just squeeze the life out of Notorious a little bit. Just as you start to feel threatened if you are Notorious, you punch a hole through that line and towards the A point. Both of these teams have looked solid here throughout this elite, but if you are Katana, this has felt a lot more like home, especially with some of the setups they've had on defense.
Brezzy trying to just get back and forth onto that one. And this is where it becomes important. You can see Notorious trying to get this A locked in, and that's a big kill for them. All to the good on A by the look of it. The Katana are just waiting to see if they can get some exit kills.
Eric, do you check? Yes, you do. Finds Aspect. 2 kills. This is where you start to begin that transition. Make it 3. Super's got a lot of work to do. Finds the first. His job is here to just stay alive. And he does it for long enough that he lets Aspect get one from elsewhere. Super, he falls immediately there. It's all of could have been curtains for B, but he's dead. His teammates are able to support. There's no cordon set up. Afro can't start to play art like he likes to. And you do get those reinforcements in to clean it out. Rafi's going to try and back up. Finds 1. Finds 2. And although he's traded out by Cobra, it is 13 to 12, a minute 10 on the clock. He's completely unticked so far.
Eric, boom. That's looking for the first cut. Finds 1. Tries to get across and does so, but a nade by Rafi will take him down. Now they're looking for even more, but Brezzy will get the cut. Gets 1. Does get away as well. So difficult for Notorious to deal with because they have to keep an eye on that doorway. And that's what's kind of broken this push. It is 9-9 in lives.
And the pause here, I like it. But it's only if it pays off. Eric does enough to find him. Super on the hunt. Find this player who's trying to dip out through square. No! Eric Boom slams the door shut. Actually, I think it was Afro. Comes out on top there. Cobra then dies on the point, so a couple of kills for Notorious will allow them back in. This time they have trophies. I don't think you want the trophy to land on top of the palm grid. That will be exposed. Aspect finds 2. Gets shut down. There's still pressure, and that is a 4th tick coming through for Notorious. Potentially important when we talk round 5s. 5 to 3 in Notorious's favor.
Katana cannot afford to put a foot wrong, and they've sent Brezzy on the flank as well. Oh, did he see him? It doesn't matter. He's going to go for this. It's 5 versus 2. Brezzy finds 1. Brezzy's not going to get the second, though. It's a 4 versus 1 for Aspect. He has to fly. Will he do a hero play? No. Notorious win the attack.
Aspect basically has to do that. You want to avoid giving up the ticks if possible. That is the only silver lining that you can look at from that. It ends up being just 4 in the end. But it is a huge attack round out of Notorious. It felt like a lot of what you had done, if you want Katana, was correct. The problem is another one of those moments where all of a sudden 3 of your players fall. You're in a spot where one player's trying to hold on for dear life, and then it's a scramble. Notorious taking a lead here, but again, we've seen Katana play this map so well so many times. They're going to have to answer back big here. And Cobra in particular, 4 and 8 start. We expect better from that man.
Big push into the middle. Both teams looking to headbutt. FW will get the first blood, but still plenty of kills to be found across this. There's already a little bit of stat going through. That first tick should be in already. Notorious not committing too many bodies to it before they can try and get in a better position.
Very good find from Brezzy. I was worried about them getting collapsed on. I don't know if it'll matter too much in the end because your teammates fall anyway, and Rafi is there to make sure. Could have been worse, though. You have that 1 tick come through. And, well, Rafi is refusing to die at the minute, winning pretty much everything. F-Dot's pushed out all the way by P2, so that's going to mean that Katana don't really have that foundation to push out from. F-Dot's got every weapon available to him. Support from Afro as well. Cobra's catwalk control could be important, but Afro just goes huge in the corridors. So just as Cobra thinks, well, he's got an opportunity to give his team an outlet, Afro shuts it down. It gets even worse as Katana are sent packing again. They only have 35 seconds. They're already down 4 lives and just the 1 tick, crucially.
Rafi, stay alive. Actually runs towards where that nade went, but gets away from it. Another kill off of it, and just caught a little bit long in the slide and goes down. This gives an opportunity. Katana will want to get onto this point. Afro will be looking to strike.
Get the timing, no. Could have done with finding Super, but Super deals with him. Rafi then to try and jump up from mid, gets himself the height, finds one. It's a flurry of kills, and it's a pinstripe feed, so it's benefiting very few, but it will finally come through on A. You are 3 lives down if you are Katana. You only have 1:15 to go, but you only need 1 tick to even this back up. One thing I will say, because of that attack round coming through, ideally you want a flurry of kills right now to seal this up.
Here we go. A little bit more pressure. And well, no more pressure. Katana Gaming, just take it. That is unbelievable. A flawless A to B strat. Nothing Notorious could have done.
This is what I mean with Katana. It feels like they... And we've said this multiple times over the last 2 days. It's just a case of they suddenly activate. They go from looking like they've had an awful attack round to everything works out perfectly from there. They are a streaky team by nature. But what that means is when they do get going, they are unstoppable. And they find their way through. And, well, not with a bang, but with a whisper in the end. Simple as you like for Katana to even this back up. And importantly as well, that will give them 6 ticks to Team Notorious's 4. So they're actually feeling better off overall.
Eric Boom making a move here. Looks like they might go for an early B. It is not the normal strategy for any team, but Notorious don't care. Everybody dead, everybody onto the point. They're going to get a bit of a stack on it as well. That's even rarer. That car is going to take Rafi off, giving them only 2. Rafi trying to stay alive in the back here. So the kill feed was messed up. Different players. They have got a tick onto this as Afro continues to just run amok on everybody, and F-Dot gets another kill. They have turned this up to 11.
But this is also what Afro loves to do, is where he wants to be at all times. Very rare you see SMGs wanting to just control this art building. It's usually the ARs trying to take that art balcony, but instead, Afro loves to cut down players trying to arrive. Rafi will then hold from Lion. F-Dot will seal up the B point. There might not be any players able to get into A. Brezi's going to have to do it all elsewhere, and he falls. This will give Notorious an opportunity to seal this up in record time.
F-Dot going to push forward and almost makes that even with a nade in the face. Rafi back onto it. Just keeping the pressure up. We've still got 1:53 on the clock, by the way. And Team Notorious have 10 lives in the bank.
Gotta be perfect from Katana if you're going to have a hope in hell. Rafi. You get that second tick? Yes, you do. He is eventually killed. The players arrive in numbers if you are Katana. 3 kills out of the 4. Make that a full wipe. Get aggressive now. This is the trophy play that they like to make happen on defense. Unfortunately, you are read by Rafi. You are found. You are cleaned out. Cobra will be in support. But unfortunately, it remounts to naught. So 2 ticks then. Just 1 more to go for Notorious. But importantly, if Notorious can push these fights the way they want it to go, Katana are so far behind in lives.
Once again, looking for the slaying. 13-7, that gap has narrowed. This time, Notorious could play TDM and get the victory, but still have to win the gunfights. Cobra gets another one, brings that gap a little bit closer. And another. 10-6. 9-6. Notorious losing their lead at the hands of this monster.
They'd ask him to step up after a slow round 1. And it's another 4 dead. 5 to 6. 4 to 6. 3 to 6. 2 to 5. Super, what did you just do? Lights up the entire reinforcement squad. And how Katana have sealed that up is beyond me. Streaky by name, streaky by nature. I've called it so many times about how they just seemingly go into overdrive, turn on those afterburners when they need to. I just wish they wouldn't need to. I bet the owners of Katana also do. It's incredible to see them just light up when they must. Team Notorious will finish with 9 ticks. Katana have 6. Katana will want 3 in order to tie. 4 will give them the defense in round 5.
And you thought Notorious would have it. They did so much work. 1:53 on the clock. 10 lives to the good.
I thought it was done.
And somehow Katana just slaughtered them all over the map. Super was so deep in their spawn. There was 3 deep against him. Didn't even care.
It's a great route from Afro, but Cobra will not die at the minute. On a 6 spree. Spots 1 balcony. Happy to just let this play away and then baits them in and wins the fight. F dot. Cut down. But it will be 3 kills elsewhere, so Cobra's on his own for just a moment. He's been fine with that so far because he's on a 7 spree, but it is Afro that he's up against next. Juggernaut takes on Titan. This time Afro walks away the victor. Rafi trying to draw a line here. Hold it for his team. Pushes out towards P2, staying alive. Just getting lost a little bit, delaying time. That is already through if you're on A. So, for Katana, you've tied up. You want to consider the life count, but preferably you want 1 more tick to ensure defense for round 5.
Afro staying alive, using all that pillar for cover that he can. And they know he's back here. Eric Bloom's looking for him. Well, finds him, but not in the way he would have liked. Eventually that will be traded out, though. Is Super the next man into the flank? It's a difficult gunfight. And Afro will get reinforcements, and they will hold on for a few more seconds.
Still got minute 10 here if you are Katana. No doubt they're thinking, well, hell with it. Why would we want to go to a game 5? If we can, we'll seal the deal here. But Eric wants to control mid-map. 2 Katana players deciding to hit this differently in Brezzy and Aspect. You're going to go catwalk. You're going to go through elbow. Brezzy potentially trying to set up some sort of wrap. Eric, you control the middle. You find Cobra. Oh, and I thought he'd stayed alive, but Aspect gets a good trade.
Still trading. Katana, slowly but surely running out of time and lives. One's already slipped through. That's probably going to be called out. And nobody but nobody is escaping this trap at the moment. 20 seconds to go. Katana just coming out of spawn. I think this one was over.
Very disciplined from Afro. 15 to 6. 14 to 5. I'll be honest, I've not been diligent with my maths. I'm not 100% which way this goes. But currently we would be tied on ticks. Never want to trust a caster with maths anyway. It's difficult up here. So then, we will see a round 5. Both teams walking away with 9 ticks apiece. Feels like throughout the entire map, so many different players had moments to pop off. F dot here, 29 and 24 has had himself a game. Actually, I think this may be Afro, if I remember this play correctly. But there have been no players shying away from these fights. Notorious will be defending if the game isn't lying to us. And they are not. Team Notorious will be the squad to try and hold on from defense. But also, considering the first 2 rounds of this map, I'm not sure which side you want, Bryce.
I think I'd probably still take defense, if I'm honest. You're just going to make sure that players don't get into the back. That's the real key here.
Perfect nade from F dot. Opened that up initially. There's a flurry of kills that go down all over the map. So many different players are spread out. Super finds one. Feels like he's really come alive in this control. They'll give his team a moment to spawn in. I was going to say protected, but that would have been overstating it a little bit. But they do get out alive. Afro Trying to bait a couple of chasers in. I think what you have here is Katana trying to set up some sort of push through, but they won't have read F dot, and he finds Brezzy. Aspect's up next. Aspect has done great to find one. Does eventually get traded. F dot stays up important.
Time is ticking away. For Katana, you basically now have to commit towards A. You know it's easier. You know you can get on it. You know you can extend the time. And that's what they'll be looking to do. Afro finds one, but there's too many bullets just smashing through the window. The nade will eventually take him out. The second tick is rocketing forward. Katana Dane committed to this in a big fashion and have got away with it. This should give them the extra minute.
This, for me, is where it becomes a little bit worrying if you're Notorious. This is complete deja vu of a previous attack round where you thought Katana hadn't pulled it off. And suddenly they string together a few. Cobra comes back just in time. Then tries to push forward to give his team time to arrive. Finds Rafi. Will be slammed down. Trade's all about, but A does come through. And this is the moment where Team Notorious just need to get set up. You do have Eric being pushed out. I was going to say for trophy, but no. 2 players went to Art to ensure that that was controlled. The chessboard resets. 1 life down if you're Notorious. A minute on the clock.
He has not seen anybody. Afro has technically led him through there. And this could be the pivotal moment. They will not know he's done this. Looks for the second kill, but that is a good trade, an important trade they needed. Super's now trying to do his own thing. Flying around. They have the life advantage. It continues to build. Trophy down as well.
Oh, the car bomb. Cobra survives it just about. Eric Boom gets aggressive, and that's a very big 2-piece. Huge moment there because 1 tick was through, and it could have easily have been a second had Eric Boom not pulled that off. Less than 30 seconds. 1 life deficit. Eric Boom's trying to stay up. He needs support over the top. There are going to be 2 players in Art who could look over this, but they've also got a point to be concerned of. We're tied. We're 1-up if we're Notorious, but we are on the point if we're Katana.
They managed to get it, but Cobra cannot do everything with that many guns against him. 17 seconds. No respawns for Katana. Now outnumbered, surely. Look at the dipping and diving and dodging, and doesn't matter. It's 1 versus 6. Team Notorious will take the control in a nail-biting finish here. And that gives them the advantage in the series.
All came down in the end to Notorious ensuring that they had defense and sealing it up. There was a moment there where A came through that I was a little bit worried of deja vu. I was a little bit concerned that Katana were going to have that opportunity to string A into a B hit immediately. And it looked like they had gotten there, but that play from Eric Boom to clear them off gave Notorious an opportunity to set a defensive cordon. Because there was such little time left, it meant that Katana were basically scrambling. I think I go back to the very start of the round there, Bryce. I think that usually Katana get off to really strong starts where they just break off so hot and heavy and clear up a couple nice and easy. Gives them so much time then to try and hit B. But because F dot lands a perfect nade and gives them the numbers advantage in the fight, you end up getting sent packing a little bit if you are Katana, and it bleeds down the time, which then ends up affecting how long you have left to hit B. I think if it happens the typical way around where Katana come out strong, they have so much longer, maybe we're talking about a different victor.
Afro just trying to do everything he can. Every time you watch him, it's just such a highlight reel. So smooth. Every time trying to be that key player, the linchpin around which this team can revolve some of their big plays. And this was a very crucial moment. Had to make that kill just to put one of the final nails in the coffin. But, I mean, we speak about Afro. Realistically, Notorious has so many of those players. Eric Boom, I keep thinking, does big moments. Rafi, like, it's over and over again that we're seeing these clutch moments pour out from them. But the same thing, really, for Katana. It's such a close fight between these two.
This is one of the things. It's a case of, like, you look at all 8 players here, and I think every single one that we've spoken about has basically had their moment to shine. You're right. Afro, superstar for sure. And Eric Boom steps up and delivers something. F dot seems to have his moments and his way. And Rafi, well, he has certainly looked much better after yesterday and really shone today. So all 4 of those Notorious players are then matched up in equal measure by the players over on Katana. And that means we've got a wonderful grand finals. But before we get to map 4, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break, because if you didn't get a sip of water in the last one, and I didn't, I certainly need one now. So we'll see you straight after for map 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are moseying on down to map number 4. Team Notorious and Katana Gaming. Currently it's 2-1 to Notorious as we go towards the hard point. But just to remind you, even though you're very smart, obviously this is a best of 7, so it won't end here.
Moseying suggests it's a nice calm score, Bryce. This has been anything but. My lord. Katana Gaming will be looking back at the control that slipped by them just now and thinking what could have been. They won't have long to rue over it because Team Notorious are here every step of the way with them in this grand final. Afro, the man who has lit up our screens over this last hour, over these last couple of weeks, will fall on the point, and so do pretty much everyone from Team Notorious. Rafi has a lot of work to do here in the back spawns, but Cobra will find him pretty much immediately, and that is as quick a 1-2 transition as you could hope to find, and Cobra finds more pushing straight towards him.
Everybody flying. Everybody trying. Certainly going to have the adrenaline flowing for both these squads as Sewer tries to look two different directions, but it will be Katana that hold on to P1. Eventually going to lose maybe even a second off of that. But P2 is in the palm of their hand. Can they deflect the pressure from Katana?
This route from Notorious coming in through Kitchen will be cut short by Super. He's not sure whether or not he's missed one, so he's going to lose all those back steps. But Aspect's there in support. Eric did try and come through the front, but Aspect has his number. I go back to what you said a moment ago about how all of these different players have had moments. Aspect feels like he's had more than his fair share as well. Although I do think he's just missed a play who slipped on by, and F-Dot will clean him up. Hits the zip. Rafi tries to approach from a different side, but Cobra answers back. And surely not the third. Eric Boom seals the deal, closes up some trades, playing for that little bit of scrap time. And Team Notorious need that, really. This was starting to look a little bit like one of those moments where Katana get hot.
Notorious will hold it, but obviously gives up a little bit of the momentum onto P3, and you can see that that's what Katana want. Rafi going back and forth, just checking to make sure nobody's holding this cross when they go for that mid push onto this. And here it comes. A lot of pressure on him. Brezzy is going to have to try and fight two different angles. Afro and Eric Boom about to enter the site. Brezzy looking to back them up as well, but there's too many bodies. Everybody goes everywhere. Super will get the trades as well, and somehow it ends up going to Cobra. And that was a crazy fight with basically every player from both sides.
I do think a little bit this has become a case of we're just going to shoot each other. The rotations have hardly been paid much attention to. Cobra is 14-6. Now he's considering bedroom push. Can his team get around him? Well, he's going to lose Brezzy in the process. Spins, checks for Afro. Can he hold Furnace? No, is the answer. He dies. You're going to see Rafi spawn deep for Notorious, and that should mean that they will get bedroom control. I'll be wary of the fact, though, that Afro currently 4-10, trying to hold Kitchen, and it's, well, for once, just not been his map.
They've been cut down again. It basically goes all spare as the hill pops. It will be Notorious with the better position to begin with. You still have to make these kills. Rafi was considering bouncing a nade off the ceiling then, and knows he's about to be chowed, but still holding in the power position inside the hill. A little bit of pressure towards the back here. He's ready for it. Not going to get it. That player just comes straight through before he can do anything else, and Afro will find himself gunned as well. Katana looking to extend that lead.
It's one of those moments where, unfortunately, just one player Kitchen means that you do lose that fight. You get a clean push through if you are Katana, and they make that work. Aspect finds one. I was going to say surely not the second. Just a couple of kills elsewhere. Cobra's got the cover in from Hedges. Eric Boom should die. He does. Katana Gaming doubling up on where Notorious have gotten to so far. When we head towards our second set of rotations, they are comfortably in the lead, playing at breakneck pace, trying to answer back and tie up our grand finals. It feels like Team Notorious are never far away from flicking on the afterburners. Behind their star man, currently going 6-14. They need to see a little bit more if they are going to get back into this tie.
Eric Boone looking to bleed P1 for all they can worth, and with Afro on Overwatch, they might get a significant amount of time. Just slipping back and forth, Afro tries to push Piano, but already caught before they can do much more. And this should be a switching of the hill time, and wow, that is a mad fight to get one. Afro just firing, both players actually just firing into the air.
Oh my god. Both just trying to desperately pre-fire and pray. Aspect looking on over from White. Hits one that I honestly don't think he should win. But look at the route from Afro. Getting in through the back, and that will spawn Eric Boom in for 2. An opportunity then for Notorious to actually play in for one of our better hills on this map. Usually, Katana set up so well for this P2. but they're going to have to break it from the front. We know that they're capable. But as Rafi finds one and gets support from Eric for a second, Katana will have to rethink their approach.
Eric Boom. This is a big kill to stay alive. A little bit of pressure deflection. They really need everybody they can do. Parallel spawns on the other side of the map. Eric Boom, that's a big kill to make. Just the breath they need to stay alive as F-Dot comes alive. And that's the problem with a parallel spawn. Basically puts another player in a very good position to slow you down.
Slow you down at Shal, but someone who has finally sped up is Afro. Finds his 5th in a row. As the RCXD. Can you get yourself towards that cruise? The answer is no. You do find another kill, but you are traded on out. It will be Katana rotated in for 3, trying to set themselves up a little bit of a wider net. You've got Super playing deep. Cobra's just going to hunker down on the point. Brezzy trying to play glass. And if the minimap reading is correct, Eric Boom just absolutely slaughtered him.
It's still all coming down to this. Rafi looking to lock it down, and he will find 2. It's a big 2 as well. Can he check every single angle at this moment? Knows where Cobra's going to be. Continues to be a laser where they need him to be. 4 there now for him just on this point alone. And this means the lead is going to switch sides.
Afro's just trying to lock down mid-control, provide his teammates some sort of support, and in that, they end up exploding forward. Rafi having a moment that means his team have taken the lead and also have the rotation for P4. The pendulum has swung well and truly towards the team in gold. Katana now going to have to think about the retake here at 4, and I go back to the fact that they didn't set up for P2. Not sure if Katana were potentially getting over exuberant or if Team Notorious finally switched on in this map.
Well, that's been kills just flying about for Notorious, and that has made a difference. Katana about to make a big push. It should be a double slide. There's the nade. There's the double chow. He throws it back, but it's not going to be enough. 3 piling off as well. F-Dot towards the back, but he will fall at the same time. So much pressure. Eric Boone knows they're coming towards the back at the same time. They're going to check path. Surely no. He dives out before they can. It's traded out by Rafi. Both teams pouring into it, and that is a brilliant call, by the way. Knew exactly where he would be.
It's a read. Plays off of it to perfection. Aspect there to cover teammates and find Rafi. He's looking to get something set up for P1. Cobra enters a 5, but does get cut down. So we could have a couple of RCXDs in play for potential breaks later on. But with the pace that Skyline plays at, I don't really know if you ever want to bother calling one in. A lot of kills in gold that will then give an opportunity for Team Notorious to barrel in for P1. I like what Katana did there, though. They decided to protect their P2 rather than push forward. Super could provide them a different angle. Brezzy finds catwalk control. And with that, for a moment, Katana have something resembling a hold for P1. And never mind, ignore everything I just said. Rafi finds the kill.
Happy waiting to see if anybody else pushes. Somebody will. They will also check this corner. It's very common in its aspect. They tried to find the second as well. Players everywhere and goes for a bit of a hero play. Not going to happen. Katana, they have P1. They have a spawn for P2. The opportunity is right for plucking. Anything more? You can see players already going underneath. P1 will swing momentarily back into Team Notorious's control. This really comes down to a P2 rotation.
Kind of what Katana have done here, though. I was worried about the mental after giving up such a lead with such poor plays around P2 and P4 rotations. But they were patient here for a moment. But unfortunately, just as I say that, there's a flip out spawn. They've given up too much at the wrong time. Aspect finds one, is traded. And just like that, Team Notorious have pulled off a perfect 1-2 rotation. It will be in. A couple of kills go the way of gold here, and this could be the end of our map. You need just 26 points if you're Notorious.
Somebody getting the point. You've just killed about 1,000 people. They did give up a little bit of time there. It would have put more of a pressure on the Katana, but they went for the hold. You can't really argue with it because that is exactly what they've done, and that's going to be all the players down. You can't really stack a hard point, but you can certainly milk it for points. And with 10 seconds to go, this will be the last roll of Katana to try and desperately get into it, and Afro will flank, breaking down this as much as possible. It'll come down to this 1v1 in the hill. Cobra dives, Cobra dies, and Team Notorious take map number 4.
Katana Gaming, through that second set of rotations, just lost their way. We've spoken so many times about how, especially towards the back end of P1s, they do a great job of drawing a line in the sand for P2 and saying, fine, we'll put one piano, one barbecue, one potentially anchoring, one around white, and we'll just ask you to play through us. They've done that so many times. It's been so effective for them. And for some reason, they decided that actually what they wanted to do this time round is to push towards old and keep knocking on the door of P1. Gave Notorious some free kills, got them back into the game. He then had hero plays for Notorious to get them in for 4. And from there, it felt like Katana had just struggled to get any grip back on the map. And just as they seemed to finally do things right for P2, Notorious explode into life. And I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be very interested to see what Afro ends up with as a final score, because he started so slowly and then absolutely turned it on to get his team right into it.
Yeah, that is got to be different. Just picking up the slaying, making it more even around some of these fights. And you are correct, it did feel like the pendulum had swung. But does this mean Notorious are now in cruise mode? They need one more map to become the champions.
Thing is, feels like a real dagger to Katana, that map. I think they played the control so close. You basically have the hard point in a great position. Both of those maps have slipped away from you now. Afro, by the way, finishes almost even after going 6 and 14. We gotta look here at our scoreboard. 25 and 28 on the board. Rafi is the man who put up big. 4K on the board. F dot not far away either. Those two having a map. We've spoken so many times about how many absolute superstars there are in these lobbies, and them two really leading the way. But yeah, I think for Katana, what I'm worried about when you come into this Vault S&D is whether or not that was a real blow to you, because again, it was in your hands. I feel like you get into that position, you've got an opportunity to tie the series back up here in grand finals. You don't take it, that really can knock the stuffing out of you.
It certainly can. And well, we'll have to find out, because this could be the last map of this stage of Elite, or we could be going the distance. All that and more to come, of course, after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challenge Elite Grand Final. Map 5, Vault S&D is upon us. For Team Notorious, this could be everything. The map, the series, the championship all rolled into one. For Katana, it is going to be an uphill battle. They will have to find something more, something extra to bring into this series as we walk you back through what's happened so far, Enigma.
Yeah, we started off at Vault Hardpoint, and it felt all one way, really, a little bit comfortable for Team Notorious. There was a strong start out of Katana, but other than that, felt like it belonged to the boys in gold. After that, Skyline S&D. Now, that one had round 11 written all over it from the very beginning, and it was delivered upon. Katana Gaming took that home to tie us up. The Vault control was one that might sting a little for Katana when they watch it back. Felt like it was in both teams' hands at different points, but Team Notorious managed to ensure that they had defense and saw it out in round 5. The Skyline Hardpoint, I'm not sure if that one might sting even more, Bryce. Really felt that should have gone to Katana, who had a solid lead most of the way through the map until players like Afro, Rafi, F-Dot, and Eric Boom decided that they were going to turn on the afterburners, lit the place up, and turned it into their playground. Currently putting themselves in that position to take it all home right here.
Well, we will see. Obviously, I feel like everybody is starting to lean towards Team Notorious now. They have shown some special sauce in getting this one done. Katana, I mean, they've still looked good for the vast majority of the maps, but just not measuring up when it really counted towards maybe just the final third is where they seem to somehow run out of steam, or if it's Notorious adapting to them.
Yeah, it feels like there's a term for it in football, and it's kind of like the final ball, and it just seems to be like what they're lacking, that little thing to get it over the line. You think about those moments in Skyline, you think about the control before that. It feels like they just needed a little bit of something just to tip it over the line. They couldn't get it there. Whether that's through Notorious brilliance or not is another thing to be discussed. But I think for Katana, there is a way potentially back into this series, and that comes from this Vault S&D. Now, we saw Notorious play on this yesterday. They lost to Noctum in around 11. But what you had in particular was Notorious. They do have this creative playbook that they like to bring out at times, but I think they overcomplicated quite a few plays here. And I think that could be the weakness that Katana looked to exploit. Team Notorious like to try and make this A push happen, where they then flood on through to B. And to be honest, I think that this is something where Katana, who've had a solid time in Vault S&D through this elite, could find themselves into this and get a couple of rounds on the bounce.
They certainly could, and while we're waiting for this game to get underway, I think it's probably a good time to remind everybody of how these two teams arrived at this point through the bracket. Of course, Notorious did manage to wing their way through the winner's side. Their first game was Team Twisted, a 3-0 for them. Then in winners round 2, they played exceptional, and they did take them down 3-1. Same story when they played Noctum, another big fighter here in the EU series, and now they're leading 3-1 against Katana, but it is not over yet, Enigma.
It isn't, and Katana Gaming have managed to really push on through from some of the issues that they were having early on through the elite. For example, in group stages, they were 2-0 up and then were reverse swept by Notorious. You ended up with another Game 5 loss to Noctum, and it felt a little bit like, okay, you're the third best team, you're just not able to hang with the top two. Well, they've answered that by tucking Noctum into bed relatively convincingly in losers finals, but it's all about whether or not they can take yet another step. How far have you come through the elite? Well, in this tournament, we've seen, again, that they're close, but no cigar thus far. The bridesmaid, not the bride. And it feels like they just need to find that little bit of extra. If they are going to do it, you've got to do it now. There's no point sitting and thinking about what the VOD review could have done for you and whether or not you could have just turned those finer moments into victories. When the season's over with, I think that if you are Katana, you're probably losing super after this to Miami in the league. And you may well have to rebuild your side. So it's now or never, well and truly, for this Katana Gaming lineup.
Yeah, they're certainly going to have to find as much horsepower under the hood as they've got left within them. Got to also remember that Katana have just come off the back of 2 3-0s against 2 incredible teams. Exceptional and Noctum both fell to Katana without winning a map. And so coming into this one, we were kind of singing their high praises. But for a team that's never known defeat in the Elite Series, Team Notorious has already put them in their place a little bit.
They have indeed. And the thing is, for Katana, I look at this S&D and I do feel like Yes, there is options and ways in which to potentially exploit Team Notorious. But I don't know if an S&D is ever one that you can rely on taking away, especially from a side that possesses so much star power across the board. Afro and Eric Brim in particular have done so much to light things up, not to take away from their teammates who've played their part. But Game 5, we are underway. The Team Notorious end it all here, or Katana pushing us on deeper in this series.
Well, here we go. Afro looking to get a bit further forward. You've got to remember, no trophies here, so this does become a bit more difficult. And, well, Katana Gaming have opened the playbook, gone to page 17 and said, all right, we're hitting the flank hard.
I think what this is an attempt for Katana to get an early Palms position, allow them to collapse should this bomb go down. This is one of those moments where sometimes Team Notorious decide, actually, what we want to do is take this bomb to B. But I think they're just going to settle for a typical A play. Rafi has too much to do. 2 dead. Bomb is down, but it's going to be difficult to hold it.
Dart trying to do his best, but they just don't get a kill. And Eric Boom is alive, but is alone. And they're just going to swarm him.
Gone out, but no such thing in terms of a big clutch coming on through. Cobra finds one. That early push through Trophy to wrap the back of Palms comes out. That's a little bit of a playbook move from Katana that works. I think what you end up with as well there is, unfortunately, as you lose your player at Palms, you lose another player elsewhere. I think a 3v4 from that kind of position, potentially doable. Once it becomes a 2v4, you are always asking a hell of a lot.
Yeah, you got to give credit. You did call it, Katana. They went early. They really committed to getting in that position, and Rafi obviously could have won that first gunfight, but wasn't expecting 2 people.
What did Katana have up their sleeves when it comes to offense? Then looks like they want to hit the catwalk for A. I haven't tested it, but I don't think that that's actually quicker, but there must be a reason that the players like to hit it. Aspect trying to hold the Palms down. Team Notorious going with a relatively traditional retake on this. They are going to barrel up and head straight down catwalk. They want to shift Aspect on this backside. You can shoot doors open these days. That will terrify Aspect for a moment. And he's had to give it up. There is no Palms protection. But Katana do have 4 with 25 seconds.
Come back in towards it. Loses that gunfight. Resi also loses gunfight. Cobra tries. Oh my goodness, Cobra. He must have been weak. Will fall in the end, but that was amazing. And now Super will have to make the play. That bomb is already being defused. He's going to fly towards it. He has no time to do so. And we go square at 1-1.
Cobra nearly turned on the lights for a moment. But it is again that Palms position that is so important. It gives you so much map position. If you are the team that's tucked inside this vault, you end up having to watch both sides. Rarely ends up going well for the team trying to defend these days. Until those nades get launched in towards you, often teams trying to defend will hold on to their nades for such a moment. Oh, we move on over. Notorious' turn to answer back. Do Katana attempt that big wide play again? It looks like not.
Early plant. Pretty standard here on Vault. This is all about how much pressure can you absorb. Trophies going down as well. Rafi, more worried about the flank here. It actually opens up Paul a little bit. We'll see Super. Big gunfight if he can take it, because it has opened up completely. Paul has been left alone. And there's the first trade. 3 versus 3.
Perfect job here against Aspect. Aspect's ducking and weaving and will lose all the same. You called it and you were absolutely spot on. It's what I was worried about for a moment. Rafi kind of checks away. He's worried about what happened in round 1. He's worried about that big flank coming on through and cleaning him out. He found 2 guns on the end of it last time out. But this time, because he checks away, that opens up poolside. If Super gets on through there and finds Rafi, that could have been a very difficult hold for Notorious. As it is, F-Dot was there in support. Gives him reinforcement. Allows his team to take an offensive round. Oh, Lord. Katana now. Can you answer back? You didn't manage to hold it last time. Unsurprisingly, we're going to A.
Straight in. Standard practice. Pressure through the middle of the map here for Notorious. That, by the way, is a difficult jump. Doesn't always work, which is why he just failed it. Still a 4 versus 4. 4 versus 3. Presley with a big kill. Super backpedaling furiously. Waiting for the pressure, but that's pinched.
Patience from F-Dot. You want to find Aspect in the back here and maybe back up Afro, but Afro doesn't need it. Cobra will be up top. Oh my god! Afro finds his 6th. 18 seconds on the clock. What can Brezzy do?
Basically, this is timing. Can he kill the bomb diffuser with the time remaining? No, he doesn't get it. He dies, and Notorious get another round on the board. 3-1 up now in this S&D.
Huge stuff from Afro. Really thought that when he checked out there, Cobra had him dead to rights. He shows that ability to wield any weapon. And rips him from balcony. A little bit of daylight now between the teams. One thing I did say through this, Katana are streaky. That is both a good and a bad thing. Katana can end up being a squad that, if things don't work out, they start to capitulate a little bit. I'm looking to see resilience over these coming rounds as Team Notorious, of course, are headed towards A.
And once again, in, but they're going to go all the way to B here. And this is going to be called very, very quickly. In fact, it might have been called too quickly. And Afro will find Brezzy. They know they're going to push them here as well, but it's a difficult one to plant when they know where you are. And with that going down, they might go back to A. This opens up the map completely for them.
We saw this play yesterday. They tried it once. The whole A to B rotation, it didn't work. So what they did was they baited their opposition into it the second time round. They clearly understand that Katana had done their homework. If they weren't going A, they're expecting that big B rotation. And they just bait Brezzy in. Super comes in, gets nothing. Oh my god, it's as clean as you like. Notorious pulling another play out of their book. Their stack of cards is so stacked. And Katana have very little answer.
This has been about as one-sided of an S&D as it could have been. Afro with a ridiculous scoreline. The one that really matters is going to be who hits 6 first. Notorious have a commanding lead on that journey with 4-1.
Break often. We'll see Super trying to play for trophy. Bomb nearly gets caught, by the way, in Catwalk. Brezzy there. Very lucky to get away with that. Super going over towards that trophy is going to mean you're giving up presence towards mid. He's looking to drop back, control the spawn. Oh, and I was about to say let Aspect control palms, but he actually falls. In comes Afro's cruise. Disastrous.
It's about as bad as it could have gone. It gives them a little bit of hope. And hope has just been smashed. Super in a 1 versus 3. The only kill Katana got this round was Team Notorious getting a team kill. Not had the best of times. What he's got to hope for here is someone from Notorious gets overzealous or makes a mistake. He needs to find a pick.
Rafi gets the info. He's playing palms. He's playing P2. He knows where Super is. He's just going to play away. He's just going to back off, play his life, and even gun him from distance. 5-1. And this is what I was saying before. Katana being streaky can be great. It can also be an awful thing for them sometimes. Because this is what happens. Even the moment there, it's 3v2 off the back of the team kill. You've got a player individually pushing into Vol. I'm not sure what the idea is.
Well,
5 rounds on the bounce or bust.
If you're going to make an adjustment, now's the time. Have to make it. Afro's on a 9 streak. Unstoppable. 9-1. Died in the first round. Hasn't died since. And straight into it now. Here comes the first push. 10 streak now for Afro. Stun check out. Semtex out. Oh my goodness. He's now on an 11 streak. Off the back of that. How weak was that player? A 2 versus 4. Bomb is going to be down. Cobra comes through, kill stolen away from Afro, but Team Notorious will take the victory in a dominant S&D, and that will also give them the series as they walk away your Stage 1 Challengers Elite Champions.
They most definitely came into this afternoon as favorites, and deservedly so. They've been the best team throughout the event, answered questions along the route of this playoff run. However, today was all about whether or not they could stop a Katana Gaming that had found a second wind, resurged through this whole event, but they had way too much quality. And Afro in particular, not to diminish his teammates' efforts, but Afro really does look an absolute cut above. An 11 spree to end it all. It just goes to show that sometimes star quality shines on through. For Katana Gaming, commiserations, they have been brilliant. They have shown plenty of growth. But sometimes it's just not with you. And when Team Notorious are this hot, when Afro is unstoppable, they will be the team to beat going into next season.
And this is what I'll talk about. There we go. This is 6th streak, by the way, for Afro in round 4. Never died again.
10. Here's number 11. Almost unfathomable, really. We knew he was good. We knew he had a point to prove. I don't think many of us could have predicted he would have done it in such devastating fashion. Confirmation of our series. 250 to 179 on Vault Hardpoint. It was answered back by Katana in around 11 search and destroy. But you ended up with a moment in the control where Team Notorious just took over a little bit to close up round 5, and from there never really looked back. Katana did have their moments, looking in particular at Skyline Hardpoint, where they did have that sizable lead, but once Notorious snuffed that out, you worried about what Katana had left in the tank. It turns out, in the Vault S&D, just not enough to stop Afro taking over, and from Team Notorious to claiming gold.
Yeah, I mean, there was some good moments from obviously that Skyline S&D. It was close. That's the other thing you got to remember. This could have been 5 to Notorious, but it was close all the way through. As you can see at the very top of your screen, Notorious never stopped. Lost a map here and there in the series, but did it the easy way round. Katana had a good run, though. Won their first round, lost in the second versus Noctum, but they did get revenge. As you can see, took down Twisted, took down Exceptional, then 3-0'd Noctum in the elimination final to get to the grand final, where unfortunately they only found one map against our eventual champions, Team Notorious. A team, by the way, who when we came into Challengers Elite was widely considered the team to beat. And, well, you haven't done it. Nobody's managed to get that kind of crown away from them.
No, absolutely not. Dropping just 3 maps through a run as well, by the way, that contained all of the other 3 top teams. Exceptional, Noctum, and Katana were the teams that we all felt could potentially step up and challenge. And they didn't even get close in reality. And Team Notorious, by the way, went 15-2 in groups. They've dropped 5 maps throughout an entire elite. That is absolutely outrageous in terms of levels of performance. Congratulations to them. I'm sure that, again, I go back to kind of one of the things that we talk about when it comes to Challengers Elite. A lot of those CDL teams, they get off to slow starts. Major 1 Madrid is just round the corner. Things don't go well. You start to look around. You start to assess what's going on. What are your options? A couple of players here have put themselves in the best possible position to potentially get a knock on the door.
Well, they certainly have. I mean, you will be looking at some of these players. You mean, it's not just Team Notorious. Katana, you're probably going to play players like Cobra, maybe, who a lot of people thought should have really had a run at some point. But it's about the skill and the talent, and they will still show out. I still think any of these could be pulled into a CDL team from our final and still have a good time, as well as several other players from Challengers EU that players will be looking at. Of course, this is a way to make a name for yourself, isn't it? Winning the grand final, automatically people will take a look, and, well, Afro's been in the league before. Wouldn't be surprised to see him there again.
Absolutely not. Fully agree. I think as well in the style in which it's been done, Afro has had, I mean, I'd hate to get a total count on kill death and points in which he's absolutely taken over. Feels like he himself has had great moments. It feels like, you know, as well with Eric Boom, he's got a couple of points to prove. You know, I should be in that league position. I should be up there. And he's had himself a wonderful tournament. It's a case of, for those players who are looking to break into the window, again, just keeping themselves in the best possible spot. I think that, you know, a couple of teams right now probably underperforming. So I'm very curious to see where we end up going from here. But you're right to point out that there are players on Katana I think, you know, Brezzy, he's done a lot to talk, you know, okay, I'm actually still that guy. I can still put up huge numbers. And I fully agree with you about Cobra, by the way. Would love to see him finally get his bite of the cherry.
Yeah, I think I would like to see him in there. I think he certainly makes it up, but it's always the conversation, right? This is where you do find the next CDL star or the next players that go into the CDL, and you are right. This is kind of around transfer time. I mean, Major 1, if you're really just a struggling team who thinks you can get it going with maybe just an extra piece, you really do start looking to find out who you can take and bring through, because it will take a bit of time, especially if you're pulling from Europe, to get them visas up and going over. I mean, even players like Super, obviously, he has the visa and will be heading over as the sub replacement for the CDL anyway, so who knows what happens next stage of the Elite.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, like, especially, you know, we're talking about some of the players who are trying to get themselves back in there. I think sometimes there can be that marker on them that when they were here, there's a reason why they were taken out kind of situation. I think that with Afro, you're probably looking at a player that is definitely a cut above at this point, but it's a case as well for some of these new bloods coming on through. Talk about Aspect, what a performance he's had through this tournament. You talk about F-Dot, he's had a phenomenal performance. These players who've never been given a chance, they've put themselves in a great spot to actually kind of say, well, why don't I get given a go? You know, so really looking forward to seeing what happens throughout the rest of this year. But wonderful to watch 8 of our best players over here in Europe duel off and set up what has been a great grand final.
Certainly have. So we're going to go to a quick break though, but when we come back, we should have an interview with our winner. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Challengers Elite. Commiserations, unfortunately, we weren't able to get the player on for the interview, but I will say congratulations once again to Team Notorious, who walk away your Stage 1 Challengers Elite champions. Enigma, thanks for casting me today. How have you found it?
It's been an absolute pleasure. Obviously, just keeping the seat warm here for Mr. Chris Ton, but it has been wonderful working alongside yourself and talking over some of the best talent that we have here in Europe. It has indeed been my pleasure. So thank you very much for having me, to yourself, to all the crew in the back. But yeah, I think all it says is that Team Notorious is the team to beat going forward. I'm looking forward to watching if any teams can find a way of taking them down.
Me too, I certainly am. Well, if you haven't got enough Call of Duty fix for today, don't worry, because North America are about to start their finals as well. In just about 25 to 30 minutes here on the same channel, you will find North America doing the exact same thing. So much more high-level Call of Duty to come. But that has been everything for Europe in Challengers Elite Stage 1. Stage 2 is a little way away. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
welcome to the final evening of Challengers Elite Season 1, now with North America. Lower Finals, Grand Finals. That's what we got on the docket. Best of 5, followed by a best of 7. I'm Ship. With me, I've got Study. We had a really awesome day worth of games yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
3 matches. Everything was, for the most part, pretty tight. A couple of blowout maps here and there, but for the most part, we got our top 3 that really had to work their way to get to this point.
Oh, yeah, man. It all started off with, obviously, the losers bracket matchup that we were able to see. The Stallions going up against YFP with a clean 3-0. We thought that the Young Bucks were ready to rock because they just came out with doing whatever the hell they wanted versus YFP, clutching up multiple rounds where they didn't have numbers advantages. They would walk away and put themselves into the top 4. And on the opposing side for the Spartans versus Syndicate, they had a really tough matchup. Walking away victorious in a Map 4 series, but every single map was tight. Then when we got to that winners finals, that's when it really started to heat up, man, because we saw Omen, we saw Pioneers, and a game 5 was always what we were going to get between those two teams.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way, although the way we got there was a little bit more unorthodox. Didn't really feel like there was as much of a back and forth in some of the maps that we actually did have. But I would say that the biggest thing about this KCP and Mid-Brooklyn squad matchup was the simple fact that it looked at times that Omit Brooklyn were just absolutely clicking. I mean, Neptune in particular, unbelievable career series for him, but it wasn't enough. That was the big surprising point. So they had to go down to the lower bracket final and see who they fought. In our last match of the evening, Royal Spartans, FC Stallions, a rematch from round 1 of the playoff bracket. And it was legitimately a battle of the Spartans controlling tempo with the ARs versus the Stallions trying to break timings with SMGs. And at the end of the day, the Spartans were the ones that found the edge.
Yeah, it was like winning rotations, the fundamental play, and hard points. But then, even if you remember at the end of that vault, they found 3 of that going into P2. Prolu finds 1 kill, and then they all spawn behind Art. It's just an insane timing of a play there, but a very intense series between the young guns and some vets. But now we're going to get into the schedule of today, where we're already starting off into a banger. It's our top 3. One of these guys, without question, will be our champion, and I have no idea who it's going to be. Still,
yeah.
I've had a night to think about it, Alan. Still have no clue.
It really did feel like yesterday, like any of our top 6 could have made the run to get to the grand finals, but these are the ones that have to find one more stepping stone to get into that best of 7 at the end. Amit Brooklyn, Lunars, Craze, Fellow, and Neptune. Really, it was the Craze and Neptune show yesterday. The SMGs were all over the place. There was good patience, good timings, and just a number of moments where Neptune in particular was breaking, or at least threatening to break records. He was 40 plus, good for 40 plus in both the hard points. He put up, I think, 15 in the map 2 search. And also had like a career control. So it's just one of those things. It's like after the little break between the first day of playoffs to what we got yesterday, Neptune looked like he really kind of awoken in this title.
Oh man, and when he's playing like that, I said it yesterday, he's just one of those guys that has that takeover ability. The space that he's able to cover with that SMG, with the way that he's able to win those gunfights, doesn't matter how many people are in front of him. It's just flowing with confidence. Yeah, he's basically going to be unstoppable. But you're going to need him to probably be a little bit better today because Owen Brooklyn in their series yesterday, they did what they needed to do in map 1. They get to the search and destroy, they fell short. You dominated in the control, but then when you get to the map 4 in Hasi, I thought that they were in the driver's seat basically the entirety of that game until they weren't. Once they got to the second half of that P2 and they allowed them to, the Pioneers, to break from the front side, that's just simply unacceptable. We know what Hacienda is all about, and you have to pinch out the back. If you're just allowing them to break through the front door, you're getting full 60 on the trap side, on the backside of those spawns, you're not going to have a good time. So hopefully today, Omen Brooklyn fixed those small mistakes. It's going to be a short turnaround because you only had less than 24 hours to do it, but you need to be more prepared today.
Yeah, I think the thing about it is, for that Brooklyn team, we always kind of mention the fact that, like, series that they drop have often been because of small mistakes. Where on the other side, Royal Spartans, really slow start to their group stage. 1-3 through the first week. They win out, they get themselves into the playoff bracket, and they make a statement by really handling business versus the FC Stallions. They eventually do drop into the lower bracket, but once they got there, Jay, it was pretty much all action, and a lot of it coming out of both Arcides and Prolin, I think in particular, just kind of running opposite roles right there. The main AR from Arcides, the more flex style from Prolin, really successful yesterday.
Man, Prolu is so fun to watch, man. I love those players who use their brain to make the game look a lot easier, and he was simplifying it. He had a couple pop-off moments where he goes on a 7 or 8 streak, picks up the Hellstorm, but he's making better plays when he's just simply playing his life, popping a double, stalling out time for his teammates to get back to him, to execute a full 60 on those holds, and that's what the Spartans were all about yesterday. Just out-fundamentaling all the teams that they played. They showed it yesterday versus Stallions, obviously fell short versus the Pioneers, who have been on fire ever since the playoffs have started, but these guys are clicking, and clicking at the right time.
Very much so feels to be the case. So let's take a look at our maps and modes jumping into this best of 5 lower finals. Protocol, Hacienda, double dose of Vault, followed by red card. Bit of a mix here. And I think just kind of looking at it, you do get the Hacienda Search and Destroy that both teams have played a pretty good amount of here this stage. The Protocol Hardpoint's an interesting one, though, because kind of taking the same things we had talked about yesterday, for the Royal Spartans, it's about controlling the tempo, getting the ARs into position, and making sure that they're locking down space before the SMGs start to run around. Whereas in Brooklyn, if you try to take yesterday into today, where you're really trying to kind of hold your moniker of success off of what Neptune and Curace can produce, they may find themselves in the same kind of blender situation that the Stallions did yesterday.
Yeah, because on a map like Protocol, you need your ARs to show presence. And I feel like so far throughout this playoffs for Omid Brooklyn, there's one guy in particular who I was talking all about throughout the stage matches, but haven't really been saying his name so far throughout playoffs, and that's Lunars. He's been the guy with the AR who can get it done even with the SMG at some times, but he just hasn't really been that consistent slayer that this Omid Brooklyn squad needs, because you got Tyler Fellow. He's going to be doing the fundamental work, making sure he's putting his team in a position to succeed. But Lunars, you need to be able to bring it today to match the opposing ARs on the other side, because RC's a Spark. They were on fire yesterday.
No, for sure. And that's going to be, I think, a big ask, not just to Lunars, but also taking a look at Fellow on the other side. And just, again, when your whole day is essentially summarized by Neptune, it's hard to kind of point fingers at anyone else because you're just so hypnotized by what Neptune was able to do yesterday. So I think there's a level of, will he still find that same success today in a different form, playing up against a squad that does rely on controlling you? Or will someone else step into his place? Maybe he plays a little bit more responsibly, not getting too aggressive, let Lunars and Fellow take some of those long-range battles and see if you can open up 4v3s early, because that's what Royal Spartans want to do. They want to get a first blood before they take their engagement and then play it out 4v3 the rest of the way. So we'll see if that holds true here as we're getting ready to go for a Protocol Hardpoint for our lower finals. Map number 1 of our best of 5. Again, if you're joining us here late, the KC Pioneers. They're the ones hanging out in grand finals. I just realized I still have this little horse thing from when we were in EWC, and I just needed to bring that up because Pioneers they have a horse logo.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're comfortable in that grand finals, but into the map when we go between Omid Brooklyn and the Spartans. Losers finals to make it to the dance. To start us off here on Protocol, we saw the Spartans yesterday. Matchup versus the Stallions, who we thought were going to be unbelievable on Protocol, and they dominated them. So let's see if they can show it again here.
It'll be the Spartans in the red, Omid Brooklyn in the blue. And the opening exchange, largely dominated by, you guessed it, the ARs. Capsule bringing out a third AR into the mix. Prelude in the hardpoint, already getting 15 seconds at the time. Long route on the way from Neptune. So that seems to be kind of the idea here for Omid Brooklyn. Show some force from the front, allow Neptune to pop up from behind. Not able to find anybody at the moment. That should be enough information, though, for him to chase down Arcades, and it will be. Nice moment here for Omid Brooklyn to get the counter break.
Yeah, it took a little time there for that break to develop, but they made it count. Now in control of the spawns and know where the pressure's coming in from. Take the lead here at P1. Win the rotation over towards New. You already have Craig trying to contest from top trips. Able to win that one-on-one versus Prelude. A great start from both squads, at least to come out swinging on the mix of that P1.
Maybe a bit of a 50-50 rotation over to P2. Omid Brooklyn will get there first with the favored side already set up. And they also deal with the play over towards PCs. So now it's just down to trying to hit this from the front if you're Royal Spartans. They actually get a flip of the spawns here, largely thanks to Lunars, who's already on kind of a bit of a pinch play. So with that clean set of kills, Omid Brooklyn now have to immediately turn their focus to behind, and Prelude has found a double to try to contest.
Yeah, they have the cutoffs too. So this could be a very, very successful hill here if Omid Brooklyn continue to set up the way that they are. You're watching the crosses through top mid. You're not letting them work their way out of backside tower. Finally, the Spartans able to step into the hard point, but with 20 seconds left, Omid Brooklyn are more focused on maintaining this side of the map. Can sometimes get a little too aggressive, but thankfully the gunfights are going your way. You break right back on in. You find 3 kills. You're going to win the rotation to new. Phenomenal start so far on the first 2 hills for Brooklyn.
Yeah, very clinical from Omid Brooklyn. It's been, again, kind of like we were talking about for the benefit of the Royal Spartans, where, hey, get your setup, get your first blood, let the SMGs run. And Neptune's had a 6-1 start here. And he's largely just been playing route man, finding the cheeky pinches, setting up the timings that you wouldn't expect him to hit from, and the Lunars from the front. Shuts down another. So another good transition here for Omid Brooklyn. Fellow cleans up the high ground, and that'll be enough for Omid Brooklyn to get the first 20.
Yeah, this is just so easy. They're just trading out effectively. They're not letting anyone slip on by. Even when you think that you have a route on the development, Prelude is getting picked up from a deeper angle. Another 3 dead. All of the Spartans spawning on the front door, and this is looking like a great response again. From the chain to P2 to P3. Well, potential 60 hold here, because It's one final push here for the Spartans. They have to cut their losses and play for the full 60 at that.
And they're getting picked on the exit here, Jay.
Uh-oh.
I mean, this has been perfect for Mint Brooklyn. You want to talk about how you play protocol. It looks like this. 9-3 for Neptune, shut down as ProLoot will open the doors here for the Spartans to try to play through P4. Stun will alert them that someone is nearby over towards the outside, but a team nade comes through and Fellow cleans up the final remainder. So now it's just down to Capsule. He's able to come around from behind to find one. A little bit of help up top in the middle of the map, but still, you've got an opportunity for Mint Brooklyn to fight this 2v1 out. Smart, the last one left. He's dealt with this. Lunars will take down 2. You wanted to see him pop off, Jay? How about that? 11-6, 3 in a row, Mint Brooklyn in the hill.
That's what I've been waiting for, young Lunars. That's what I was waiting to see. A moment right there for him to take over and hold down the money hill. Mint Brooklyn chaining back-to-back-to-back hard points now. And they are continuously running up the scoreline. Already up by 100 points. Felony feeling themselves screwed. Who cares? Let's put the spiral and die for free. My teammates can do no wrong. Final 20 seconds here at Bunker.
This might be a quick map 1. It has all been over the Mint. Little moment here for Spart. Trying to work with Caps. They will kind of break the last 10 seconds. But if you're at Brooklyn, you're like, cool, have it. We'll just set up for new. You got ProLoot isolated backside sidewalk. Moments where you can get R-Cities up top at the gun to help out. And that will at least neutralize the threat of a Mint Brooklyn on rotation, allowing the Spartans to get in.
Once that spawn comes in right there for R-Cities, he's going to let him know, all right, everybody turn around. So ProLoot trying to at least read the pressure, but the Hellstorm is getting invested. 21 HP. He is going to drop. And Mint Brooklyn have worked their way back on in. Capsule trying to get some success off of this pinch, at least finds the first.
Hellstorm in makes life a little bit easier for Mint Brooklyn to try to find their way into this hard point. And every second they tally is going to feel like a dagger slipping deeper into the backs of the Spartans. More elimination still coming through. Craze forcing the issue. Tags to ProLoot. Clean follow-up gunfight. He's going to clean up everything in front of the middle of the map. Fellow behind that in a good spot to deny any of the high ground play up top. Oh boy, the cross does eventually come through, but still, you've got a solid P2 setup on the way here for Mint Brooklyn in the next 10.
Yeah, this is perfect hardpoint so far for Mint Brooklyn. We're talking about chaining back-to-back-to-back hardpoint, using the Hellstorm initially at P1 because you know that you were laid off that rotation. And with such a lead, you can hit those early routes, set up properly, find cheeky angles just like Neptune did for that double. Now all of the Spartans just spawning in hell. Have to try to back their way out through backside tower. A teammate is there, but a double making a triple kill also come in, so they're able to find a break.
Have to have this hold, though. And it's going to be a little bit of a split situation. Look at Neptune on the long route around the back. R-Cities has seen this. Neptune aware that he has been alerted. And that'll be enough for Capsule to finish him off through mid-map. But around the back, here comes Mint Brooklyn, cleaning up the hard point. R-Cities has to keep his eye on 2 things at once. Eventually comes back to the hill. Nice moment where he may line up a couple, but the follow-up from Neptune is too strong. He finds another on the top side at mid-ledge, and now his teammates are picking up his cross. Scrap time looking good for Mint Brooklyn. They'll break past 200 points.
Yeah, this is all their time. Now, if you're other Spartans, you just don't want to die off this rotation. Ready to have players like Neptune trying to take that space away from you. One player is going to spawn out. Trades are abound in the middle of the map. At least for now, the spawn's still secured for the Spartans. Just not going to be ready for the pressure already in your face.
Yeah, Craze. Oh, yeah, he doesn't even need to make the elimination happen. So he'll hold on to the this one for now. Come back over to mid-map. Find the easy freebie. 1v1, possibly with ProLoot. Backside staircase. Rudy Spart, who was able to help out. ProLoot for 2. Lunars on 4 in a row. Good information on one in the corner. Pistol out, but the spawn here, a bit mismatched. I mean, Mint Brooklyn had a couple players spawn in, a couple players spawn out. An opportunity here for the Spartans. Kind of they can clean everything up around the outside of the hard point, and they eventually do.
Yeah, not if you're over Brooklyn, though. Who cares about hitting this whole time? We can hit it if we want to because we know that the Spartans had to be thinking about that rotation as well. So all this chunk time getting closer and closer to 250 just makes your job a whole lot easier to try to close it out. But effective on the trades is the Spartans. They're going to have the numbers working their way in towards the bunker. You just got to locate where Crazy Neptune is, and that's a clean 4 dead. So
yeah,
potential opportunity for a 60.
Yeah, really nice shot from ProLoot and the timing of that route. Leaving with about 15 seconds remaining on that prior hill. Slips behind the elevator. Turns it into a clearance on the hill. Not done yet. ProLoot for 4 in a row before eventually being denied by Lunars. Caps looking to try to follow up. It's be a 1v1 flat out, and Lunars takes the W. He's on another multi-kill. 4 in a row. 22 and 16. There's kill number 5. The front is also cleaned up. And I bet Brooklyn could still win it here. It just comes down to the Spartans. Can they touch?
Man, that's back-to-back P4s where Looters are just like, don't worry, guys. I'll do it all. 3-piece here, 3-piece there. Back-to-back 5 streaks in towards the bunker. And they can still win it here to close out in this map number 1. Crossfires are set up. They only need 10 seconds. Spartans all the way across the map. This might be it.
Oh, and Lunars. Just a little burn over to Proloot. Finds the kill. No worries there. Amid
Sheesh.
Brooklyn. Dominant in map number 1. Not really a single moment to even talk about for the Spartans, except for maybe the first break off 18 seconds they got on P1.
So I don't know what it is about with the Spartans and playing protocol in their opening day of matches. It's the same thing yesterday versus Syndicate. They got steamrolled. 100-point club in that opening map number 1. But then right after that is when they started to turn up into the series. They were just finding themselves laid off every single rotation, kills not really going their way, losing track of certain players, and you already saw it at least on the first hill. Like, Neptune hit such a long route that they have no idea where he went, and that's when it starts to get out of hand, because if he does it in play number 1, that means play number 4, play number 5, and you're already losing track of him, he can be doing whatever the hell he wants. So the Spartans were just not prepared for the amount of successful rotations, amount of successful teamwork, and all the slaying that Omer Brooklyn we're going to show in that map number 1. Brooklyn take 1.
Yeah, that's clean right there without question. I mean, and I think it's just one of those situations where, again, I just gotta, string yesterday's talking points into today's. Neptune, he had a career series. And I think the question was going to be, yeah, okay, you're getting away with this, playing with high tempo. There's a moment where you can kind of sit back and look at him and say, okay, yeah, good 2-piece, way to value your life, turned it into more. But it was a game that was, very much so what was in your face is what you're going to be battling. This really wasn't that. This was more of, again, a lot of focus towards what Lunars and Fellow were able to do in the ARs. They started off, really kind of dominating that battle. Arcides was 1-7 for the Spartans to kind of get things kicked off. So that goes to show how the AR battles were going. But another moment where you look at how Neptune played the map, he's just hitting routes. He's just hitting pinches, hitting flanks, hitting timings, and he ends up on a really solid start and obviously a solid finish beyond that. So really good stuff from it, Brooklyn. But now here comes the interesting part, Hacienda. The search and destroy just in general, I guess we should say. We really kind of criticize these guys. Lots of different 2v4s that were converted against them. A couple of 1v2 moments. Like, you just got to lock down numbers when you get them.
Yeah, I feel like all 3 teams that we have remaining today all have one thing that really stands out in their gameplay. For Omid Brooklyn, it's been their search and destroy, how they're lackluster, they're getting flustered when they have numbers advantages when you should not, and they're getting multiple rounds where they have that numbers advantage and getting clutched on. So we got to make sure we're trying to fix that. And then for the Pioneers, I feel like they are more one of those teams that need to really steal a hard point or a respawn in general, because they are a phenomenal search and destroy team. And the thing for the Spartans is the only thing that bothers me with them is their consistency. That's the only thing. They have it in every single mode. It's just when they are bringing it and they're on fire, they can compete with anyone. It's just right there, a little bit of a slow start. It looked like they just rolled over and died in map 1. Can't have that.
Yep. Have to have a bounce back as we look forward to a Hacienda search and destroy. We'll step away for a brief moment, make sure the lobby is good, and we'll jump into map 2 search and destroy right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping on in. Hacienda Search and Destroy. A absolutely frenetic pace put together by Emit Brooklyn on the map 1. What are we going to get here for both these two teams into the Search and Destroy? Will be the offense for, well, Royal Spartans first, and I can't even get through my preamble. Jay, they're already fighting over through Fire Hallway to Emit Brooklyn are winning the battles.
Yeah, it's all about the secret fight. All right, off the rip, and Omen Brooklyn walk away 3-1 in that fight. So now Prolu left in a 1v3, makes it a quick 1v2. Early information on the first player. Giving himself opportunities, but the COD timing might come into play. Backs out with the Omni movement. He's still trying to get this one done.
Well, gonna get an extra lease on this. Not impossible for a 1v2, not only because it's Prolute who's carrying the bomb, but more importantly, like we talked about before we went to the break, I bet Brooklyn are no strangers to losing out on 2v1s. Looks like they're just going to try to hold hands here around the A site, see if they can catch Prolute, trying to come back over towards this outer site, and then play retake towards B if they need to. One check just to make sure nothing's coming through well, and yeah, this is Emit Brooklyn. They're just going to hang out here, and they're going to get their information pretty quickly, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lunas was able to spot Prolute. So he was going to drop down from top plat, but with 18 seconds, you don't have an opportunity to think about that rotation. You're stuck, but you're in a rock and a hard play because Omen Brooklyn chose correct on the 50-50 bomb site chance. And they come out with the aggression in round number 1 to set the tone.
Yeah. Good stuff. And like you said, it's setting the tone early. It's keeping the patterns alive from what we saw in that hard point. Just mad dash over through fireplace. Get 3 members there, an AR watching over the SFGs. Clean things up very quickly. And this time, no numbers advantages thrown away from Emit Brooklyn. It's not yet. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, it was egregious. Through the group stage, the amount of times we saw 4v2s not get converted. But Emit Brooklyn keeping up the pace here. Hard, heavy hit through connector, avoiding the windows completely. Stuns also. I don't believe we're going to land, and Crazy is going to get a free plan here.
Oh, yeah, this is a free bomb plan. Look at the space that Neptune was able to take away. Already going to put himself in a chow towards top plat. And unfortunately, he does not walk away victorious. So in the man disadvantage is Omen Brooklyn. Bomb down 35 seconds.
Yeah, they do still have Craze on this outer fence position. Took him a second, but still finished up the elimination. He's just trying to avoid being isolated. Not going to be able to, but... well, he does get the information after Fellow found his pick that there's a player deep over towards the hut. Looters caught. Clean shots coming through, and Craze is stuck with just a pistol. Will be dealt with. Prolute is already hot for the defuse, and we're going to go defense for defense early.
Yeah, that's just one of those situations where Omen Brooklyn completely blind counter Roy Spartan's defensive setup. You sneak right underneath through bottom mid, at mid connector. You take control of 10. You get the bomb down for free, but then Neptune just being a little bit too aggressive. If you're just playing towards 10, force them to wrap back and check the single corner, that's probably a guaranteed kill, but decides to be the aggressor there. And I know we're talking about building the momentum off of map 1. This is what scares me about Omen Brooklyn, is that when they usually tend to fry in hardpoint with all that fast pacing, they keep it up in that pacing in Search and Destroy, and right there it comes back to bite them.
Prolute gets 3 in the round. Looking to possibly build towards early streaks. Do they set up the round for that? Seem to be. Prolute's going to take the bomb. Capsule just once again to play the staircase. And they're going to wait for these nades to fade away. Uh-oh, RCD's caught. He looked like he was trying to jump over the railing and just could not quite get over it. Now it's down to Capsule trying to force a play, and whoa! Absolutely electric shots from Caps. Praise on the other front, though. Does turn this into a 1v1 between Spartan Lunars.
Smart does have the bomb. Lunas does have 2 on the round. But Lunas has decided to play this super safe. Not going to play the 50-50. Just allowing Spark to waste time trying to locate where he is. 45 seconds still to play with.
Yeah. Lunars is just going to try to call the bluff here and just see if he can catch Spart on some sort of a rotation, which looks like Spart is just going to default to playing for A, especially with him already clearing off all of 10. But imagine he's got both weapons to play with here. And he will plant this towards the backside of fences. So he may try to get over. Yeah, just play this on fences side. That's indeed the case.
He has both weapons for the engagement. It's all about the COD timing here. And Lunars was able to spot him. Information gain. Sparty's just going to slide on out. And that's the game clock a little bit.
Yep. And he's got a really good crossing angle here with this Jackal in hand. Slides back over. Tagged up again. Now responded to, and whoa, I was going to say the Jackal swap Looked like it may have given him the benefit of that gunfight, but Lunars gets onto the bomb, uses it as a little bit of natural cover, wins the 1v1, and takes the round from it, Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's just because Lunar's on the slide back over to the shack. Was able to hit him with 2 bullets, have him at 52 HP. So it makes that engagement a little bit easier for him because with that Jacko in hand instead of an AR, not going to be as weak. But Lunar's using the bomb site to his advantage, able to set up that 1v1 to go in his favor. Big round there for Omen Brooklyn. Finally, a clutch goes their way.
Now Lunars will be on 3 in a row, looking for RCXD. We've seen him at Brooklyn kind of default to these heavy-handed approaches towards top halls. And that looks like it very well may be the case again. Actually, this is the same breakoff that they had in round 1. Just instead of going to connector, they're going to climb the vines and make a play into office quickly. Wow, this is aggressive. Fellows also low on the bomb carrier. Keep that in the back of your mind. So Craze will win out office, and you got to think this bomb is likely going to move over to A.
Without question, it's going to move over to A. But Craze also gains info that they are pushing through our base. So want to get that bomb instantly down at this A site. In the 3v2, 45 seconds. Both play for the Spartans. Split up.
Well, they know where one is. Lunar's not able to find any tags.
No.
Prolute does clear out front connector. Grenade hooked up. Doesn't fully land. Lunars trying to maybe force the issue. Has to be considerate of what's over towards connector. But Lunars, what a snap. Capsule predicts the gunfight. Can't beat him to the punch, but Prolute follows for the trade. 1v1. No information on where Craze is, and Prolute gets caught trying to hop the bomb. Back-to-back rounds from it.
Still gets scary, though, for Omit. Like in the 3v2, don't put yourself in a one-on-one gunfight. When you isolate yourself, that's how you allow clutches to happen. Thankfully, Prolute was going to hop that defuse instead of thinking about the gunfight. So Craze was able to catch him with his pants down. But Omit, again, go from a 3v2 to a 1v1, able to secure the round. They read the early pressure with a perfect blind counter this time, like you said, climbing up into the windows. All of the Spartans were pushing their way over through that B site. Completely sneak behind them. Get the bomb down for free. Win with the numbers advantage. 2 rounds in a row for Omit.
A little patient approach here for the Spartans. Aggression through rock, though. And the B site for Mid Brooklyn. Lunars is the one just responsible for the entire bottom side of the map. And they actually catch RCDs through Lambo. That's so much pressure on the Spartans. Look at that does to Spart. He's got to move all the way back to make sure there's not a quick wrap. The only bit of good news is they get a plant and caps. Depending on what information he can gain, he could maybe swap behind this, but it's a risky call. And Fellow's going to watch him run right through the door. No worries there.
That's such an easy read right there from Tyler. He knows he found an early first blood. SMG's got lost. Someone is going to try to make up for it in a play. Tyler finds his second on the round. Lunars closes it out. Actually, Fellow finds 3. The first one on the RCDs. The beautiful read on the Capsule. And then the re-pinch on the Prolute. Secures around there for Omit. A lot quicker on their decision-making so far today in S&D. And a lot more team-oriented. You love how when they get that first one, everyone backs up. No one goes to bottom line. No one goes top office. Everyone's sitting side by side to play those trades out. Just leading to easy situations. Omit Brooklyn are picking them apart one by one. Now a 4-1 in this S&D.
Yeah, and this gap, it's one of those things that the scoreboard is indicative of how the map has gone. Sometimes we get these 1v1s that could go either way, but you know, this is one of those moments where you're really seeing them at Brooklyn put the pedal to the metal. Trophy system down over towards B. This is a page on the KC Pioneers. Yeah, this is Neptune going to go all the way to the boathouse. And wow, to make matters worse, you catch first blood through mid. And now I'm at Brooklyn. They're just going to wait for Neptune to get done doing his best Michael Phelps impression, and then they're just going to get a free plant at B.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you're literally waiting for is what Neptune can get done on this D pinch. In the numbers advantage, you saw it in the previous round. One of the Spartans players are trying to heads up on a pinch flank. But now that bomb approaching over towards B. Felony on the timing. Good enough for the snap. God. You can do no wrong when you're making reads like that. 3v1 left up to Spart.
Just absolutely obliterates Prolute. Last one left. He has an opportunity to try to transfer over, and whoa, on the hunt. Craze coming back to the gunfight. Whoa, Spart peels his head off. 1v1 for a 1v3. Bomb gets planted. But just weakened up. Easy commitment to the gunfight there. And I bet Brooklyn save the round out and now go up 5-1.
You can just tell Tyler Fellow is playing with so much confidence right now. He walks up to the spiral steps, finds another kill. That insane gunfight. He knows that Sparty is weak. He said, where is he? Where is he? Oh, he backed down boat. No problem. I'm slotting and I'm chowing. Because I'm not losing any gunfights. As Ohm and Brooklyn. Success again early on the first bloods. Perfect on the play call to take Boathouse away with the Neptune pinch. But then Felony just making Felony individual island plays. Winning gunfight after gunfight. Now puts Omid at game point.
Wow. Holy cow. Here we go. What do you have in store here if you're the Spartans? Trying to do their best optic impersonation. Bomb down immediately over towards A. This is voluntarily given up, though, by the Brooklyn nades. Will land. They find the first freebie on a pro loot. Response from Spartans good. Keeps us 3v3, but the contest is very much so still here.
Still trying to fight it. Craze fortunately does get caught. Capson finds 2 on the round. Now it's Lunars left in the 1v3. Makes it a 1v2. 25 seconds to go. AR and sub in hand, but you got to move.
Yeah, you do. Clears out 10. Knows that this is likely a battle in front of him. Shots from Connector. And up and over. Well, he's still alive, but the chance at getting to the defuse is already out of the picture. And okay, Spartans will stay alive. Just a little gut check call to get on, make the quick plan happen. Nades do land, but not enough to really deter the post-plant situation.
Yeah, the post-plant setup was just too strong. The nades land, have Prolu one shot. He slides on into the connector. He gets picked off early, but this is set up with the crossfires. Able to equalize those numbers and then put them in the advantage. Capsule finding that double. As the Spartans change the pace up there, do not allow the round to slowly develop. They take it to them. And they're at least able to force this round 8.
Okay. Let's take a look to see how this one starts to go here. Defensively, they have not been able to do much in terms of stopping this Emit Brooklyn game plan. No early battles up top at the windows. Patience here from Emit Brooklyn. First time we've really seen them hold completely back. Craze will avoid that nade through secret doors. And now it's just down to, do the Spartans get antsy? Do they try to overchow something and get caught? And they might. Spartans in trouble.
Oof. Well, he's able to at least get out for now. You can just tell by the setup of over Brooklyn, they were going to slow this one down. I was just waiting for that RC car to come on in, but it instantly blows up, so they read that the pressure is already aggressively up to the mid-map. Let's just go over towards A. Gets caught.
Nice shots from Fellow. Caps up top, AR in hand. It's also watch, but ooh. Good gunny there from Caps. Does not deter the bomb from being planted. Can he catch the exit? No, not quite. And now he knows the threat's underway. Neptune just kind of holding up top. Help is on the way, but might not get here fast enough. Oh, doesn't need to get there at all. Caps able to win another one. So here we go. 2v3 situation, flipping the numbers around. Lunar's watching the drop-down cross. Oh, no way. Caps now on for the potential ace. Shots from Lunars are good to the 1v1. 1v3 overall for Lunars. The ace on the table here for Caps. Sliding back and forth, just trying to kill the clock. Did he do enough time damage? Yes, he did. Capsule's going to stop the clock, or probably at least stop the map on 6, but the clock cannot be stopped. And Lunars will technically convert the 1v3 and secure the map.
Man, Lunars, okay. I knew I was waiting for your day, and today might be it. Shows up in the opening HP. Clutches up the 1v3 to close out the search and destroy for Old Mid Brooklyn. The clutch factor is there for them today. They've had multiple 1v1s. They had players win multiple 1v1 gunfights when they probably shouldn't have. Finally icing up in all those gunfights, but then Lunars every time just plays the clock beautifully. Lines up the first 2, 17 seconds left. Stall out clock, stall out clock, stall out clock. No more time for Capsule to get back to the point, man. That's an insane work play right there in the 1v3. Secure yourself to search and destroy. And now put yourself in the driver's seat because the Spartans aren't showing any life, Alan. That's a blowout in map number 1.
Yeah.
A blowout in search and destroy. And now you're going to go into a ball control where Omen Brooklyn looked stellar yesterday versus Pioneers.
Yeah, this is one of those that's legitimately now getting to the point of, like, you almost can't bring this back.
No.
Like, it just is one of those situations that, I mean, this has been as dominant as we've seen any 2 maps really ever. You know, in terms of not just challengers, but even like CDL style stuff. Like, there's just not a lot of times we've seen maps that feel like this, that get results like this, turn into reverse loop situations. So it's going to have to be a double dose of Vault to get the Spartans back on the right track before we eventually talk about red card search and destroy and maybe a reverse sweep situation there. But it just is one of those games, man, where it just feels like Brooklyn are just coming out so well polished, so hot.
Yep, that's what it is, man. They're just coming out hot, and the Spartans currently are coming out flat. Nothing was working for them in map number 1. No strategy that they were going to throw at Omid in map number 2 was going to work. But we always know, Alan, you got to remember, it's us casting, baby. We don't get 3-0s. We don't get 3-0s, man.
It's true.
I'm expecting the Spartans, who have a roster full of veterans, to show some life here. There's no way they're going to sit here and get 3-0'd on Championship Thursday. Yeah, there's no way.
We've seen crazier things happen.
We have.
This Brooklyn team's just looking very for real right now, and the Spartans need to find some sort of life. And I do think looking at Vault does lead to an opportunity for someone just to pop off. Doesn't matter if it's an AR or an SMG. Someone can pop off and start to kind of create some momentum here. So that's what's maybe needed. We'll take a little break. We come back. It'll be the control. Don't go far. back there, friends. Lower bracket finals. Been a speed run to this point. I bet Brooklyn dominated the first 2 maps, but Spartans need a little bit of a reset, a little bit of a return as we get into the vault control. They will be starting on defense, and well, with no trophies, sometimes the defense doesn't feel all that great, but hey, it is control after all, and let's be honest, most of the maps do try to favor the defense, but not when you've got breakoffs like that, my friends. 4-2 with the exchange, but Brooklyn already pausing the clock.
Yeah, Ultimate Brooklyn, way too much aggression. Felony pulls out an extra SMG, instantly flies on in, and is able to find all 4 kills. First segment secured. Outside Neptune to hold down these angles from Tap Cat. Reads the first play in towards Pro Loop. Already 2 down. Segment still being worked on, and a perfect ideal start for Ultimate Brooklyn.
Yeah. Bello still hanging on to the point for now. Steps off. A couple of tags are out. And back onto the zone. But Caps, nice tense moment here. Will popping up his Lunars out of nowhere. He'll confirm the trade, kind of reduce the damage just to a single kill. Spart off the reload, also dealt with. Nice little off angle there from Lunars. Clock will continue to tick, though. And, well, I was going to say Prolo has a chance to challenge, but, wow. You wanted Lunars to show up, Jay. Not even that.
Dude.
You even said he was due for a day, and boy, is he having one.
Yeah, man, he's taking over today, man. Yesterday was the Neptune show. So far, it's been the Lunar Eclipse. He's been doing over. With a minute and 45 on the game clock, on 4 in a row. His teammates all dropping around him. You just want to try to hold this power position. He's playing for the time and potentially on the cross. Open up a lane for his team. Once he touches that point, you have Praise winning the 1v1 on the overextension. Finally watching the pinch. Already 2 dead. This is where you hop on it.
Yeah, and they have no idea that Kraze has already slid over towards Lion. Well, now he gives away his position. Doesn't make a difference. He's got good team shots with Neptune. Off the reload. Caught in the corner. Caps gets the defense back over towards B to deplete some of the progress that had already been tallied over on the first tick. But again, amid Brooklyn, good control through B Street, winning a couple of gunfights. Neptune gets read as a player at mid-map, but the nade will slow this down just a touch from the defense.
Oh, and that's 3 dead. That's the last play to account for. He's on the point, so that's going to be free lickings. Now it's a clean sweep all over the map. Map control in favor of the Spartans. So you start to hit that go button. Make these kills count, though. Capsule was able to find the first. Prolo watching the overextension over to a bull. Able to isolate onto Kraze, but just going to back out and play his life.
13 plays 12. Spartans controlling some space right at the 50-yard line. Tough battle here. Capsule forcing it. Wins the battle, but trade it. Still, Spartans will grow their life count to a 3-point edge. And the middle of the map is starting to get really congested, and Emmett Brooklyn are realizing the spawning top right of the minimap. They need to clear some space ahead.
Yeah, you're not going to have any success just sprinting right up through the front side of B point. With all the ARs and all the angles that they have to watch that side, but you have to find a little bit of success on this overextension. It all starts by taking down Capsule over towards Top Cat. A lot of aggression already up through mid-line. Spartan's going to be able to read it, but Spartan makes up for it with that 1v1.
Yeah. 6v9. Emmett Brooklyn right at the front of the B zone. Would need to get a double here, though, to stay alive on the point. Fellow actually hooks up a perfect nade. He's got to read the player bottom side vault, but also top side balcony. Prolo will clear the zone, plus find the second last effort here for Emmett Brooklyn. They will be cut down just before they can get onto the B zone. So, staggering start for the Spartans, but a brilliant follow-up defended the B point.
Yeah, as soon as they needed to hold down that B point for 2 minutes, all they needed was one perfect situation where they got all 4 dead. You had now a couple players pushed up into their base. Just creating problems for Omit coming off the respawn. Then Omit were just trying to win the gunfights through the front side. I feel like they wasted a lot of their time. They waste a lot of their opportunities. Just committing on that gunfight through the front side of B Street. If they don't go your way, if you don't have people finding success on the D pinch, it's going to be a lot more difficult
Yeah.
to even try to touch that point. But the Spartans able to hold strong, only giving up 3 seconds.
Here we go. Can you start to turn this series around if you're all Spartans? Decent bounce back on the defense, as you mentioned, but getting a hot start on the offensive side would go a long way. Caps tag. Good timing. Catches one of the mantle. Has one more in front of him. Up and over. Breaking the camera. Caps forcing it. Knows he's got Neptune low, and Capsule's having himself an explosive start alongside Proloop. Both of them at a combined 21 and 13. And it's looking like he might get a little bit more up from up here.
He's got to now because his teammates are dropping like flies, at least on the opposite side of the map. Capsule needs to maintain this side. Fortunately, runs into the nade of Kraze on the 3 streak. Does get shut down, but his teammates are now finding some success through the middle of the map. First segment being worked on. They do give up top tag control, and you already have Felony ready to contest it.
Well, he falls, though, so now it's just down to what does Neptune want to try for. Playing underneath in the vault. First pick done, second on the way. Nice drop shot from Lunars. He'll back off for a moment, but Neptune on the pinch will also simultaneously fall. So now it's just down to, can you break this back from the front? And no, the answer is very convincingly in favor of the Royal Spartans. Gray's up top. Is trying to find something, and whoa, he finds a lot. Gets 2 players down. Third and fourth in front of him. Shots are out. Third tick going to largely be depleted as Lunars will finish off on the damage, and Craze will put a little bit of punishment into the spawns.
That's a fantastic play because that was a 1v3 scenario. The fact that Craze is able to make that manageable for his teammates to walk back in doesn't really need them because he finds all 3. That's how you single-handedly shut down that pressure coming in at A. Now 30 seconds and counting. Omid Brooklyn, a lot of map control on their side. Spartans at least finding an opening kill to work out of their base. But with 20 seconds, we need this last segment at A.
And Craze, good read up top on the balcony. Will stun to make sure Prolute gets held on the staircase. 13 seconds, and Prolute is really the only offensive player that can make a play. And he gets immediately pushed out by Craze. RCD's traded on B Street. Last efforts would have to come down to what Spart and Caps could potentially produce from the front. And, well, Caps will find the opener, tries to jump on in, but it's just too slow. They tried to stack up the front door, and they just didn't have enough time to get onto the point. Met Brooklyn only give away 2 ticks.
Yeah, Mitt Brooklyn, more specifically, Craze is the savior on that round. Miraculously is thinking, I'm pretty sure every play from the Spartans thinking, all right, guys, what are we going to do initially off our B push here? We got time extended. We should be locked. I'm pretty sure that's everybody they accounted for. Oh, wait, Craze's top cat. He just absolutely breaks down everything that they were going to work for going forward. Now that only leads to 2 segments on the side of the Spartans. Might come into play if we do end up going to round number 5, but everyone is having a time to shine today on Omid Brooklyn.
Oh, yeah. All right. What next? Met Brooklyn just right on in towards the A zone. Just trying to find the repeat of what they found success in the first round. Fellow feeling the pressure, backs away. Neptune just tries to take a peek inside the middle of the map. He gets punished for it. So good start here for the Spartans defensively. Getting some map control now, but Craze, wow, tough gunfight. He's able to take Capsule off the heady. Prolute almost does the same thing though at range, but still we get an exchange that allows Met Brooklyn to threaten the A zone. Not quite able to get on it to it yet.
Yeah, trade after trade, but the Spartans now off the respawn. Able to find that initial 2 kills. Now Omid Brooklyn and Luna specifically are the player pushed on up. Potentially would catch the timing, but Prolute, guess must have gotten a sound cue, and he didn't slow down. Able to fly out and find a double. He's going to be able to come up behind Neptune as well. Give me 3 in a row. Now, Craze, where are you?
Varsity up and over, finds him. 23 plays 17, under 30 seconds to go. And Fellow gets caught at B Street, so this allows a route for Caps to try to push through if he needs to. And the timing here is exquisite. Lineup, not quite able to take down 2, but still stops the push before it can really develop. Neptune trying to slide up top, seen by Spart. A couple of shots goes his direction, but Fellow able to connect on the first play. Prolute realizes the threat's over in the back, but whoa, huge win from Neptune. Trades are still decent. And Fellow trying to be the last one in will fall, so I mean, Brooklyn will come away with their second offensive attempt with no ticks of progress, and that leads to a very interesting round 4 upcoming.
Oh, man, Spartans, okay, with the shutout on defense. Omid Brooklyn, they were finding a little bit of success early on, but there was a big difference from their break off in round number 1 compared to round number 2. It's because the Spartans this time got a trophy system back to back pocket. So the ARs were able to hold down those lanes. Even with 4 SMGs, you're still not going to get past my pre-aim. Never after that, Omid Brooklyn could ever get a full push of their entire squad through. It was everyone just getting isolated 1v1. Fellow dying over towards B Street. Craze dying on the top side of Cat. Just got to take your time off the respawn there and execute a team push.
Yeah. Well, our cities and Caps still holding on to streaks coming into this round. 2 ticks is all they need to secure the round 5 defense. Feels maybe easier said than done, though, based on how these defenses have gone. Patience here for the Spartans, trying to free up Prolute on the flank, but he's been found out. Neptune gets both. Now Arcides knows he's got Spark kind of working through the over towards Lion. Tried to pinch things up, but Arcides will at least be able to collect his 6th straight kill, and Prolute off spawn has now given numbers to the Spartans as they threaten A.
And now you have Arcides Potentially trying to put himself in a position to play the spawn kill. 16 HP in a dream.
Whoa.
Able to line up a one-shot kill on the Crazer, 7 in a row. Couple kills now off of earning that Hellstorm. Give me 8. That's already 3 dead. The stack is going to be there. Now they know that every single player is coming off the respawn. And now you're going to have already Prolu pushed up towards B Street contesting early.
Yeah, I love that from Prolu. Doesn't even step on the zone. Just kind of waits to see if he can catch any defenders getting aggressive through B. He finds one. That's enough to at least allow the Spartans to get the tick advantage if this goes to a 5th round. But a 24-23 with 1:40 on the clock. There's definitely still a frame up to where you can just win the game here, especially with how things are going, and especially with R-City's on 9 with the Hellstorm being called in off spawn.
Now look at Capsule. He was blocking that spawn. He puts himself in a position in towards R. He's going to give the comp to his teammates. He's just looking for this gunfight versus Neptune. Trying to chase him down. Able to get out of dodge. Still reading where the pressure's coming in, but unfortunately not able to lead to a kill. So you lose that pressure in towards R. Secure 3 segments to guarantee yourself round 5 defense. You want to win it here.
Yeah, you sure do. Meanwhile, Kray's on 3 in a row. Maybe looking to build a bit of a resource in a Hellstorm of his own if he can put together a stretch of kills. And whoa, he's just slid right past Prolu. Both players looking opposite directions, and that will allow for a freebie onto Spart. So now the defense becomes pesky, especially with Craze. Free to just run around as much as they possibly want. But he caught perfectly around the back. R-City's trying to put some pressure on spawn, and he finds the first kill.
So all you got to do if you're R-City is just be annoying. Hopefully not die for free, but Felony, you're thinking, all right, he potentially has the angle on me. RC says, is that window bulletproof? But unfortunately, that gunfight does not go his way. So all that route running for absolutely nothing. 35 seconds. Omen Brooklyn strong on their setup. They are forcing the Spartans to overextend every single life with all that pressure up through B Street. 25 seconds to go.
Yeah, Prolu just laying prone, trying to stay alive as long as he can. Craze. That's kill number 6 in a row. It's taken him a while to kind of build on this streak, but he's starting to work towards it. There's going to be a last-second mad dash here, too. If timing is good, Craze be able to put together a couple of kills and get really close to a Hellstorm. Fellow tested by Prolu just outside Palms, wins the first 1v1. Has R-City's next one up, and Fellow will win a second. Now onto the zone. Craze looking to come up behind. He's got kill number 7 and number 8 in front of him, but misses out on the ace. Really close to the Hellstorm. Defense will still hold for now. 9v4. And yeah, the Spartans will be picked apart before they can really touch the zone. We're going to go round 5 with the Raw Spartans on defense.
Spartan on defense, and they also shut down those Hellstorms coming in on the opposing end. I don't know if Archides was able to earn his, but he does. You can keep that as a safety net over towards that B point. So many opportunities where I felt like the Spartans gave themselves chances to try to close out this offense. There's some chows come in at the wrong time. Lose track of certain players, and every single time you feel like you're getting everyone, Craze is already behind you with a double.
Yeah.
Now going into this round 5, they're going to be the team on defense. Try to extend this series.
5 in a row for Fellow. Halfway to a Hellstorm. Hasn't been the greatest of maps so far for Neptune. Just 12 and 27. First time we've been able to say that in about 12 maps worth of COD, it feels like. Fellow's going to get to 6. He's going to have, well, maybe one more below him, but his teammates beat him to the punch. Quickly on towards A. Do they get a read on where this defense wants to try to come from? Spart's going to try to hit through the balcony, but he has to wait for help first. He cannot be the first one to peek. He's going to be helped by Lunars. Oh, he actually wins the gunfight. Now it's just out of what Fellow can find. He's on 7 in a row. Traded from behind. Follow-up from Neptune. A little bit of miss. Says that's a double for Prolu. Crazy! Oh! Put him on a turntable. Spins in and out. Finds the double, and will keep the progress alive on A.
Yeah, Spartans thought, okay, that's first push done. Okay, here comes the last guy on the pitch. All we need is a trade, and then Craze miraculously again on the flank pops a 2-piece. Time now gets extended. 2 life, make it 1 life leave in favor of Omen Brooklyn. Currently a lot of map control, but you're just trying to locate where these players are. Felony's able to line up a double. The team comms come in, and the team shot's good enough for the second. But already Omen Brooklyn pushed up on B.
Yeah, and Spartans, they are already getting picked apart, and almost Fellow turns that from 1 into a second. Looters, mid-map, holds on nicely, locks down the shots onto Sparty. 22 plays 19. Clock paused at 1:45 with Craze on the zone. Fellow looking for some crossing angles. And he will not see anybody, so he's going to go to work trying to get behind Art.
Yeah, this is All Fellow has
Oh
to
my
do.
God.
He gets the freebie right off of the respawn. Now he spawns at least 2 players behind him. He knows 1 player still alive in towards top bar. You win this gunfight, you basically secure the round. But he's not going to come in on it. He's going to come back and play for the rest of the spawners. Such a heads-up play call. That leads to 3 dead. Last player is still the guy towards top bar. He drops out. They're spawning all the way across the map. Stack the dead point.
What a mature play from Fellow. And now you look at how the defense has to move coming from the other side of the map. They need to work through mid. Fellow still holding them down. 3 kills in a row, make it 4. On the zone still is 1 more member, and Fellow's lighting them all up. That's everyone down. Just get on the point, stack it, and Amit Brooklyn will take the round 5 offense and 3-0 sweep the Royal Spartans in the lower finals.
Man, Fellow with the game-changing play at the very end. The closing moment. To hit the deep route, realizing, okay, my teammates are causing a lot of havoc on the front side of the speed point. So there's no way in hell. They already have 1 player dropped. That the second guy is going to be watching this cross on this deep pinch. Catches the time in the get back guard. Is blessed with someone spawning right in front of him for a free kill. But then his teammates also finding success at mid. Lion, Felony finessing around. I'm in, I'm out. I'm committing on a gunfight. No, I'm not. I'm dipping and dodging. But that's just how you want to play that finessing situation. Felony played it to perfection. Omen Brooklyn played to perfection. And they walk away with a clean 3-0 to move on to the grand finals.
Wow. Unreal stuff, man. The growth from yesterday to today. Like we talked about, a lot of it was the Neptune show. He wasn't even required to be a part of this game, it felt like. Just finishes, I would say, maybe right at like the double negative point of view. But, I mean, everyone else goes positive at the end of it. Looters, a hell of a series from him. Fellow, the game-winning play right here throughout this replay package. And you mix that with the ability for Craze and Looters just to keep the tempo up, even though Neptune was not really able to establish it. It just leads to Amit Brooklyn walking away cleanly with a very fast 3-0.
And that's fantastic, Alan, because now they get their rematch versus the Pioneers, who beat them in the Game 5 yesterday. But you're going to feel a whole lot better going into that series over a 3-0. And also the way that you just got it. A dominant map #1 hardpoint. We know that. On the opposite side for Pioneers, they ain't playing no protocol. So at least you were able to get that final rep in. But clean 3-0 from Omen Brooklyn. Able to right the wrongs off their L yesterday. Start off on the right foot today. And now just one more dance. KC Pioneers versus Omen Brooklyn for Elite Stage 1 champions. This is going to be a good one, man.
It's going to be a great one. Like you said, it was a map 5 banger in the upper bracket finals, but this time it turns into a best of 7. So we'll see. I imagine there's a lot of conversation for Amit Brooklyn that's all just gassing each other up. Obviously, the 3 members outside of Neptune in that last map turn up, but Neptune's got to be sitting there like, boys, I own these guys. So there's got to be a lot of positive vibes going through Amit Brooklyn's camp right now. But Stallions are coming to action with the advantage of being able to choose what control maps that they want, which I think is actually more important. And we haven't really seen best of 7s yet outside of what EU was able to do earlier, but I think this really does benefit, you know, the team that comes out of the upper bracket, especially considering that, well, maps like Protocol and Hacienda play vastly different than Mountain Vault. Whether that's good news or bad news just depends on who you are, Jay.
Yeah, Pioneers ain't playing Protocol, Alan. I promise you that. They are not playing no Protocol Control. We're most likely going to send Hacienda, probably some Vault. Why not? But Protocol Control is not in this best of 7. Promise.
Well, we'll have to wait and take a look because we need to make sure our players have time to do their veto process. So we're going to step away for a little bit more of an extended break. Get yourself set up. When we come back, it'll be a best of 7 grand finals for North American Season 1 Elite Championship. After what's been a lot of Map 5 affairs here on broadcast throughout North American Challengers Elite, we are at the culmination, the grand finals of Season 1. Jay's pumped up. He's raising the flippin' roof. I love that in your little Blue's Clues outfit. I like that. It's very cute. Very, very nice. We got KCP. We got him in. Give me your thoughts. Hit me. Jay's muted. Jay, you're muted.
Why do I do this? It's 2 days in a row. This does not happen. Okay, what I'm saying, Chad, I'm sorry. What do I think of this series coming up? It's going to be an absolute banger. We saw a preview of it yesterday. It went all the way to distance to a game number 5. Even though the game number 5 was so one-sided that we only should have went to map 4. But now we have the chance for Omid to figure it out today. They came out swinging earlier on versus Spartans, but a best of 7 versus the Pioneers. Just wait until we look at these maps and modes, Alan, because Pioneers probably playing a little bit of mind games.
You know, they did a lot of that yesterday. I think, you know, we talk about this series and we kind of framed up where KCP would have had their advantages. We'll talk about that in a moment, but you look to the 2, 5, and possibly 7. But for Mid Brooklyn, they're coming off of a really hot 3-0. I mean, yeah, the round 5 vault control, but they were able to win a round 5 offense. That was matched before that with nearly a 150-point game in the hardpoint and a blowout in the search and destroy. So it just feels like this Mid Brooklyn team is really firing on all cylinders. I mean, they looked really good yesterday. Neptune in particular in this head-to-head matchup was pretty much record-breaking across the series. Could not quite do enough, though, individually to win the series. But seeing this map number 3, where Fellow and Lunars were really stepping up, Craze, a couple of heroic plays from him, too, where Neptune is struggling, I think just gives you that much more confidence that this Mid Brooklyn team has enough in the tank to possibly best KCP based on what we saw yesterday.
Oh, yeah, because like you said, yesterday was the Neptune show. So far today, it's been the entire Omen Brooklyn roster. Everyone has had their moments. I know before their first series started, I was sitting there like, where's Luna's been ever since playoffs started? He went out and went almost double positive map 1, multiple clutches, even ends the Search and Destroy with a 1v3. Oh, okay, where's Felony? Oh, he's making 1v1 gunfights in Search and Destroy look easy, just checking every single corner, making the perfect reads. Oh, where's Craze? Oh, he's finding a 3-piece every single time or a double on the pinch. They were all making plays today, all clicking on all cylinders. But now when you're going up against Pioneers that you already faced in the L2, the good thing for them is there's no Skyline Search and Destroy in this series. They put a lot better Search and Destroy where the maps are bigger, to where those engagements are not going down in the first 5 to 10 seconds. But this is going to be a battle, and I expect it to probably go 7.
It very well may. I mean, especially with how KCP looked yesterday, matched now with what Brooklyn are bringing today, very well could. On the other side of things, though, let's just remind you guys what the KC Pioneers look like. Again, enjoying their comfort of coming out of the upper bracket. Standy, Illy, Brack, and Johnny. And really, you kind of think to yesterday, not really like one player that like pops off in terms of like, yes, because X player played well, they won. It really was one of those things. It's like hills greater than kills, and the Search and Destroy was just so good for the Pioneers yesterday.
Yep, that's all it comes down to. Their S&D was clinical, had multiple different strat calls early into these rounds. The adjustments that come through the middle round, they were preparing themselves for Old Brooklyn. But then when they got to that one, the respawn that they needed, which was the Hasi Hardpoint, they just needed one set of kills to go their way, one breaking game moment, and they found it there at the P2. So as we take a look at the maps and mode, we're instantly going to jump right into the Hasi Hardpoint. It was a grueler of a finish yesterday in that map number 4. A switch up, though, with the map 2 red card S&D. Yeah. That one could get mixy. But that protocol control, Alan, this is why I was talking about the mind games, because I was thinking, okay, no way Pioneers want to play protocol. We watched them versus Stallions. They got steamrolled. They haven't really played protocol all throughout this elite. But then they played against Omen Brooklyn yesterday on Vault Control, and they said, nah, we don't want to do that again. With no protocol, and we got a couple more reps now.
It definitely feels, I think, maybe odd. These first 4 maps, I think, especially considering the circumstances that surrounded the Hacienda Hardpoint, it really was just one bad macro decision from Brooklyn that lost them this map. The red card Search, a map that you anticipate a player like Neptune can kind of get lost. We know what we're going to expect out of the protocol control. It just does feel like these first 4 maps may lean towards Brooklyn. So I think it's really important here for the KC Pioneers to come out in their first match of the day here in the grand finals with a hot start and to see if they can best what they had done yesterday on this map. Good start from Brack, opening double, but Crazed Neptune over towards the Rockside hallway will, well, open up at least some sort of a venue for an approach to P1, but it will be the Pioneers on the hard point for now.
Their early fights for open control go in favor, at least for now, in favor of the Pioneers. They earned 6 seconds, but not a single kill earned after that as Omen Brooklyn take the map control right on back. Yeah, Felony working for the Swans, but only 20 seconds already here at P1. We got to start thinking about that next hard point. But he's just going to take his time, trying to flip his way on out.
Really good light from Brack right there. Gets the read that Fellow's playing down low, avoids that gunfight, waits for help from behind, but Fellow has to be dealt with.
Beautiful.
And no one is equal to the task. So you've got Illy, who's going to be playing outside towards fences. Fellow, well, he anticipated it, but not that Illy was playing that deep. Lunar's trying to pick up to hold on to spawns. He's been stunned. Nades coming into his direction. No trophy system yet for him, so he has to win the 1v1. He will not be able to. Neptune, off angle from driveway. Gets the first. Standy, unfortunately, takes himself out of the picture, so all of a sudden, what looked to be a Pioneers break has turned into numbers for Brooklyn, and they're finding the kills behind that.
And the game is going to end. That is tough. That is tough. Don't really know what to say. I was ready to break down how great that setup was from such a tight setup. You don't have the black spawns. You're playing with each other shoulder to shoulder. Standy nades himself. So it would have been an Omen Brooklyn opportunity to blow this game wide open. Because that's exactly the same situation that we saw Pioneers do to them yesterday. Break through the front side, trap them towards the back side of driveway. They were consistently trying to push through the driveway to break back in. They ended up getting full 60 and losing a rotation to next. That was what was potentially on the cards there for Omen Brooklyn, but a reset happens. All right, we'll be right back.
Yeah, we'll be right back. We're going to figure out what happened, reset the lobby, come back in, we'll start again. Don't go far. everybody. We're back into the grand finals after a bit of a pause. Just some connection issues with one of our players. Looks like everything is settled, and we are good to go here. So map number 1, best of 7, North American Challengers League grand finals, Hacienda. See how things go. Let's get it on.
Let's get it, baby. Third time's a charm, and Omen Brooklyn coming out swinging on the third chance. Clean 4 dead. Early map control their way. Know where the pressure's coming in, and now they can continuously soak up that score. But a big nade comes in from Brack. Now someone is forced to give up their positioning, but it does not matter. The entire kill for these light up blue.
Yeah, 4 in a row for Neptune, 4 in a row for Felony. So we talk about just it all working and all being put together. It's right here, right now, immediately for Mid-Brooklyn. Neptune a bit caught by surprise through office side, so it will force Mid-Brooklyn to step off for a moment. The patience from Lunars watching the wrap, plus Craze, locking things down over towards Zig. Looking nice here for Mid-Brooklyn still. Also have the track down of the player in the back, and wow, I mean, this has been fiery.
And now if you are Sandy, you're already in towards the new hard point. You're just hoping if you can stall enough time for your teammates to get into the play. They read the pitch coming in from Felony. Craze across the map, lines up the first. The slide and the stun too good there for Sandy to keep his lifeline. And now KCP have an opportunity to run this score up. You're doing the same exact thing you did yesterday versus Open Brooklyn. Trap them in towards the backside of the driveway. Someone has to try to hit a route. You cannot commit all 4 players on this side.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And, well, it looks like that's trying to come through from Neptune's point of view. From the front, there is a bit of a stage coming through. Johnny tilts his attention over to the front, and that's enough for at least the team shots to come in. Sandy, quick re-pitch, though, may surprise this setup from Brooklyn, but a nice reaction from Fellow. Plus, Lunars locking things from the front will get a bit Brooklyn in for the time.
Yeah, this is their final 20. You are gonna be a little bit late off the rotation, but every kill that you get from this point out is gonna spawn Pioneers behind you. So you seemingly were outnumbered. Now you have the numbers advantage. Brack playing safe towards the back, at least able to take down Craze. So he's gonna spawn behind them at Old. So the rotation is still gonna be on from Pioneers, but look at the positioning from Neptune. He has to make this one count.
Yeah, Sandy around the back from Craze, though, will at least eliminate this play through fences, so everything would have to come up from patio side. Refocus here, though, from Mid-Brooklyn. They're trying to actually come over through the open window and connector at the same time. They just kind of put themselves right in the midst of a crossfire for KCP. Nade opens up the hard point, though, for Craze. Spawns are still in. Next set of gunfight's important.
Oh, big wall bang. Find that double.
Wow.
Make it a triple. Leads to all 4 dead. You're consistently blocking that back spawn easier, so nothing fishy. For free pinch on the side of the Pioneers. And this is where Crazy start to be a little bit free. Start to get pushed out. You know your teammates are doing the dirty work towards the back end, but now Pioneers are going to get that back spawn. At least 2 players do. 20 seconds, though, you will take it because now players are already thinking about that rotation. Neptune going to be the first one.
Oh, but just kind of loses focus, looking to get onto the rock. Timing not there for him. Lunar's on 4 in a row. He's got a 6-1 start. Just kind of, like you said, doing the dirty work. Staying patient, being the last guy in. It's working out nicely so far for Mid-Brooklyn, but all that told, a decent exchange of time over 3, and now an opening here on the 4th for the Pioneers. Craze caught on the pinch attempt, so now numbers are a bit staggered for Mid-Brooklyn, and KCP are getting free time.
Yeah, this is the perfect setup right here for the Pioneers. As long as you're able to read this player and Neptune sneaking behind enemy lines, at least effective on the trade. Where does your teammate spawn over towards Boathouse? Now you put all your focus over towards the car side. Pioneers have an opportunity to take the lead here. So Brooklyn gonna have to put some side of setup here. And it's gonna be the development again on this deep route from Neptune. He had a field day doing this yesterday, and he does it again here for a double. Can't find the triple, but at least it's allowed him to get all that time.
Yeah, reduces the numbers as well for this next hit for Mid-Brooklyn to at least stay even on the exchange. Fellow over the top, just waiting for someone to peek him on this rock side. He gets damage in, but still, the KC Pioneers, really well done, just scrappy and gritty inside the hard point. And I think a lot of it is they just deter Mid-Brooklyn from getting the setups that they want, you know, kind of only allowing the pitch to come through after the front had already fallen. So really good exchange. The last, really at 2 minutes of time here has largely gone the way of the Pioneers, and now we're back to P1.
Back to P1, a small lead in favor of KCP. Start to rat up in your corners a little bit, especially around this P1 area. You currently have a little bit of top open control. But Sandy just trying to be a nuisance. Works his way through top secret. Freebie Lunars on to first. Brack and Johnny are ready to combine for another 2. Last player accounted for. Soak the whole time. We have the map control to change it to P2.
Yeah, it sure feels like this is going to be one of those moments where KCP have kind of flipped the trends and patterns from the first 2 hard points. Craze trying to open things up on P1 shutdown. And this is starting to feel a little scattery for Mid-Brooklyn. Just kind of one player in, one player out. It just is these 2v4 moments that just are not working out for them. So now the development goes away from the hard point and into the rotation. But look at the split again. Mid Brooklyn have 2 players from Checker side and 2 players on back well side. This is going to take time to develop.
Yeah, they're banking on this front push to work. Hopefully this player out of water hop finds some success, but Crazy gets taken care of. Johnny on the repinch is able to take care of Lunars. Are you able to flip the spawns out? At least spawn parallel over towards well side. How far pushed out you are towards the front, but your ARs are holding down the angles. They are trading it out effectively. Bracket Pope, a.k.a. Ellie, give me 2, trying to line up the third onto the last player in Lunars. But he's just going to try to play his life, set up Brack for the freebie.
Yeah, this is just one of those games, again, where we talked about this a couple of different times, where Mid Brooklyn have not had a concentrated hit in the last 4 hard points. It's been 2 players in, 2 players off spawn. 2 players in, 2 players off spawn. It's just KCP winning on these macro rotations with timings that are just so fluent. For them getting the setup and the pistols out for Johnny, 4 in a row, 14-9, and the Pioneers have blown the lid off this game in the last 3 hills.
And this is where if your own hit, 2 players who died off that rotation are spawning out at old. So you're not going to have your full setup here at P3. Thankfully, everybody who's already off the rotation are tucking himself into nice corners, clutching those one-on-one gunfights. Omen and Brooklyn set up properly to win the rotation here to new, but Pioneers are ready for the early break.
Johnny going to be stunned, so the setup from Brooklyn will be alerted to the play up top. Nice corner angle from Neptune, just laying on the couch up top. That will lead to an exchange of eliminations that are good for Brooklyn. Brack, the last one left alive, not going to try to challenge. Instead, try to catch someone off spawn. That's so well timed. And now the hit from the front starts to develop. Unfortunate team kill comes through. A little collateral situation. Leads it now just to be dished down to Brack 1v2. Tough shots versus Fellow. Craze over the top of the fence will clean things up. And Brooklyn are right back in this game.
That's a big moment right there from Craze and Felony in a 2v4 scenario. Able to find every single kill, flip the spawns right on back, and keep control of this P3 hard point. Craze now ends that on 5 in a row. Starting to think about that rotation. Give me number 6. He's going to be the first one at the new HP. He's going to decide to go for a water route. This is not necessary.
Well, it's going to take time. I'll tell you that much. Hop up on over. Chance to find the quick pinch. Craze for the first. Pistol out. Just not trusting the reload. So now it's just not Neptune trying to win the final 1v2. Gets the first. Off the repinch, Lunar steps in and finds the final kill needed to allow Omit Brooklyn to get a trophy system down and try to get all 4 members into the hard point. Oh, really good angle here from Fellow. Shuts down the play through checkers. Neptune making sure no one's hitting off the pinch nor the flank, and Omit Brooklyn are set up nicely.
Yeah, you already see Pioneers on your minimap. It says screw going through the front. We got to take a little bit of mid-map control away from them. All out pressure, 2-top open. A team kill, unfortunately, onto Lunars with that trophy system. Everyone now from the Pioneers going to slide on in. Johnny and Brad combined for 2. Standy with the final. Perfect. On that break opportunity there for the Pioneers to not lose a full 60 there on P4. Again, have an opportunity to chain it to P1. With Neptune finding in that double, he retakes that control of that side of the map. Now Omen Brooklyn only down by 11.
Yeah, Johnny with both weapons just trying to play up top at heart. Neptune in front of him finds the first, tries to turn for another, but Brack will pick up on the trade. Back and forth you go. Pinstripe kill feed, but the kills do amount to a 1v1 between Brack and Lunars. And Brack will find some cover on the hard point. A little bit of extra time. Quickly taken care of. Now the 4v3. And, ooh, both teams mostly prioritizing the rotation. We still got 35 seconds left here on P1.
Yeah, because they know if we get that new hill, we get it for a full 60. It's basically a GG. You don't want to die in the wrong moments. Thankfully, Felony on the bench is able to catch a double. Now back, just securing that 1 kill allows his team to still maintain his spawns for new. But look at how aggressive Omen Brooklyn are already getting. There's pressure through the front. There's pressure through mid-map, but not a single gunfight goes their way. So Pioneers in the 2v2 are able to execute now, potentially for this early roto.
Yeah, that's another decision that you're going to look at if you're Mid Brooklyn. You've got the numbers. You've got 2 from the front, 2 in through Spiral, and they're thinking, let's not play for spawns. Let's play for the hill first. And the 2 players inside the new hard point just dominate. A little 2v3 moment, and now KCP. They've got a little bit of spawn control, but Brack dropping will move things around just a touch or so. You think Lunars, he's calling in the Hellstorm, and that's actually enough to get the 2 kills on the hard point. Craze now the next one in. Knows he's got Standy in the corner, but Brack off the close spawn will find the kill, leaving Lunars now the last one left, but fortunately him and Neptune will clean things up, and Omit Brooklyn can retake the lead.
Now Omen Brooklyn with this final 30, if it goes their way, they're going to be also in an opportunity situation where they win that rotation over towards new. Spawns now flip. Omen Brooklyn still in control. Pope last one here. He gets taken care of. Standy off the head glitch gets team fired by Neptune and Fellow. So the final 20 will go in favor of Omen. They breached that 200-point mark. One break opportunity is what they're looking for, and a couple kills at that to make their job a whole lot easier off this roto.
Yeah, this is everything right here. Illy's going to find the initial contact onto Craze. Oh, Standy was looking to get the chow. Shut down by Lunars, and now all of this high ground has opened up in favor of Emit Brooklyn. They know that Illy's still playing on the back corner. That's a really good elimination. Now you got numbers trying to approach the hard point. Contested for now. Johnny, Standy, the last one's left. Brack off the close spawn from Well. It's 3 straight kills for KCP and a chance for them to re-grab the lead.
They're going to take it right on back, but Standy unfortunately nades himself. And that leads to a 3 dead. All of the Pioneers spawning out through the front side. You see instantly Crazy thinking, I got to block those back spawn. One is able to slip for bless for him, but he gets taken care of. Now everybody is accounted for. Omen Brooklyn can still close it out here. Pioneers got to get in.
Yeah, somebody from KCP has to win a big gunfight. That's a good starter. Neptune trying to just bump the hard point. Shut down. Contest over through Fence's side. Lunars will also drop. Contest is still alive. Raze up and over. Able to tally up one, but spun around. And now you got to start looking at the rotation. Not enough time here for Emit Brooklyn to win. They're going to soak up every single second, though. They're going to be really darn close. And now it's just down to can KCP clutch up as Craze goes back to the same water route.
Yeah, they're hitting long routes now. You have a lead. You know that you lose the rotation to new. You need these pinches to develop. But it seems that both Felony and Craze are going to attack from RC. I mean, from the car side, but this is what they're waiting for. The Hellstorm to get called in. Felony secures the car spawns over towards P2 side. He's able to find a double information gain. Omen are in.
Just need 5 seconds of time. Standy will be shut down through the side door, and no one is going to get here to touch in time. Woo! We've got ourselves a barn burner map number 1. A little tug-of-war throughout the second rotation of hills, but the key difference maker were the early streaks, the Hellstorms that get earned, and the execution of them pretty darn good as Emit Brooklyn take away map number 1.
Yeah, Omen Brooklyn learned from their mistakes yesterday, Alan. They realized, okay, we were in the same scenario. At P2, they found every single kill in towards the hard point, and we're spawning drop rate. They were able to cut their losses, work their way on out, and instantly set up a pinch to at least fight for that final 15 to 20 seconds. Those are the adjustments you needed to make, because Pioneers, they were making you work for it. They were finding themselves early off a bunch of these rotations, clutching them in a bunch of these gunfights. But I think in that final moment when Standy nades himself, that makes it even more difficult, because that's a clean 4 dead. You're all spawning towards the front. The one player who spawns toward the back is easily right off the respawn. But that was just such a back and forth game between both of the teams. Just more executed fundamental play out of Omen Brooklyn. When you have the lead that you do, walking away with the final 20, someone has to try to develop on the long route. I know it said that Crazy's water route wasn't really impactful, but I didn't really know he had a Hellstorm in the back pocket.
Yeah,
it works out perfectly. They take map 1.
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing. I didn't realize he had earned that Hellstorm either. But 27 to 24, 126 in the hard point, and a couple of strings of kills together lead to a key difference maker. Yeah, how about Lunars? 25 and 18, 22 non-traded with a minute 53 in the hard point. Didn't say his name too much, but again, the hot start, he was 6 and 1 at one point in time. A heck of a KD and a heck of a non-trade. The same can be said for Fell. The AR is having a really solid time as KCP will drop map number 1, now looking at a red card search and destroy. I think the biggest thing that we have said so far to this point, especially in a best of 7 where you do have 3 S&Ds on the table, is that KCP have looked just like the more well-oiled machine. Moments, though, where Emit Brooklyn have kind of just, again, trusted that they can just hit you with some speed and hit you with some tempo, and they get off to the races kind of early, but KCP had a really good bounce back, especially in that map 5 yesterday.
Yeah, and it's just different now on a map like Red Card where you can try to be the aggressors on this map, but usually on your offensive side, you're thinking, okay, show a little presence here, wrap back immediately to take this other side. So if you're going to be the aggressors, at least early on into these rounds for Omen Brooklyn, it's all about dominating over towards Hedge. It's basically the same thing that you do in Respawn. You show presence at Hedge, you force them to change their setups on the opposing end. It's usually like a 2-2 split. You're playing for the info early on, you're watching the crosses, and then you're adapting after that. But if they could just set the tone early on, potentially pull up away with a couple of these early rounds with the aggression, finding those early first bloods, planting the bomb and making the play come to them and playing their man advantages, that might lead to success, because you know that the Pioneers on the opposing end, Alan, they just have so many different strategies that you got to be prepared for potential outside of the run, outside of the map, wall run, anything that can happen. They got the strats on deck.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those maps that I feel like we're going to see not your usual suspects, I think, when it comes down to not just individuals, but also, I think, just overall play calls, because both these two teams have shown a lot of dexterity and I think more importantly, a lot of creativity. We saw that on the Hacienda from KCP yesterday. I expect they probably have something up their sleeve here on top of that. So really strong opening for both these two squads. Again, the initial for Mid Brooklyn, really good on the Skyline Hardpoint, good adaptations, good transitions from Pioneers to get back into the game, but the Hellstorms that had been tallied, just a little bit too much to get over in map number 1. And now you start to look to see kind of, again, is there going to be a level of tempo that these teams are going to have to adjust to from either side? KCP opting usually to play closer towards that slower, more methodical style. Mid Brooklyn have shown us that they like to play kind of that more heavy stack, full push style. You don't really get away with that, though, much on a map like Red Card. So I think it just kind of evaluating how these two teams have shown us their search and destroy over the course of this season, I am leaning a little bit towards KCP to bounce back in map number 2.
Yeah, I think that they're the better search and destroy team. They even matched up previously and won both searches in the best of 5 series, one being a clean 6-0. Unfortunately for them, that map is not in this series. But now that you have this Red Card in front of you, this is where you have to slow down the game. This is what they're great at doing, though. Like, they sort of feel out the round 30 seconds into it. Then you get a read, you adapt to that information, you put yourself in an advantage situation to where they're saying, okay, one guy's trapped over here, let's double nade, let's triple nade to try to isolate this guy for that early first blood, and then they just pick you up after that like a domino effect. That's the way that they play search and destroy, and sometimes it works for teams, sometimes it doesn't, but for them, it's been flawless so far.
Yep, totally agree. Okay, that's the setup. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. It's been, again, a hell of a season for North American Challengers Elite.
Yeah.
We've had some real big surprises on both fronts. A couple of teams that we looked at kind of in the Elite qualifier before it started saying, hey, these guys should be there. Nope, not the case at all. Vegas Falcons looked really good in terms of their academy team in the group stage. Not quite able to get out of groups, though. And then you also have teams like FC Stallions. First time through Challengers Elite, 5-0 in groups, making a top 4 run here in the playoff bracket. Very impressive stuff. And it's just one of those things, again, like the more eyes we get on this scene, the better, because we're not going to see this again for another month, Jay. It's going to be a month before we see Challengers again on broadcast, and who knows when we're going to see them play on a LAN environment. So,
yeah,
the stories we're telling are important ones.
We need to figure that out, Alan, because Call of Duty, this is the heart of the community. We need to have the amateur scene because this is what allows them to have the drive to potentially become pro players. It gives everybody an opportunity. So we got to keep pushing this forward. But into the map 2 that we go. Mid Brooklyn on the early offense. But look at the pace changing from the Pioneers. They're on defense. They just absolutely send it up through the middle of the map. Standy takes away top 3. And now you got to worry about him before you even think about a push.
Yeah, and that's the problem is he could be anywhere. And this little reposition, wow, it could work out greatly. But no, does not connect on the transition. For Mid Brooklyn trying to get back in towards Garage and now over towards B, but you call it perfectly. Him getting to that spot top 3rd means that there's just no option to go A, and Johnny will be the one who will mark that this is a B hit.
And Johnny only has a nade in his back pocket. He's able to at least spot one player on the cross, but he's just going to get overwhelmed by the players on the side of Omid. They're going to send it onto him. He's able to manage at least one kill. Lunars finds a double 1v1.
Fellow versus Brack. They see each other. Time is becoming a bit of an issue here, though. Again, Fellow is on the offense. Needs to collect the bomb and make a play for the plant. A re-wrap situation for Brack. He's out of the picture at the moment. Fellow's going to go up top. He's going to re-wrap this back to the front side at A. And Brack is going to be in a perfect position to get a read on it. Oh, my goodness. What a bounce out and reposition from Brack.
You just got to know right there if you are Felony. Brack is most likely not going to instantly chow unless you're absolutely one shot. He's more than likely going to try to outsmart you. Plays the 50-50 chance. And is able to secure the round there for the Pioneers to start off this search and destroy. But I just love the initial play call, Alan. Now that puts Omen on their toes, on their offenses. Because they're thinking someone now has to watch mid-map because we can't give up that angle again.
Wow. I mean, it is just a straight-up dogfight in the middle of the map. I don't think anyone would expect. I mean, the KCP probably expected it because they're the ones initiating the tempo. But
yeah,
Mid Brooklyn did decently to at least go 1-for-1, and now you've got the same thing on the other side. Neptune and Craze playing with some fire right down mid lobby. Johnny only able to take one back though, so numbers will stand with the Mid Brooklyn 3v2.
They also gained the info as well onto Lunars. Right, putting out shots. Realize someone's playing out towards A, someone towards top 3. Craze trying to isolate onto Brad.
Good job.
Locates him. Now it's a 1v3 for Johnny. Stun and nade in the back pocket. Not going to think about working that objective. Going to try to play for a kill first.
And from top 3rd, he may have an opportunity, but misses a bit of timing. And there we go. Mid Brooklyn will track him down. I'm just going to have to try to take this fight. Lunar's still holding the doorway. Yeah, and that's just a messy gunfight from either side, but Lunar's Superior angle. Spams down the door. Converts the round a bit. Brooklyn just hitting KCP with the taste of their own medicine right there.
Yeah, he said, you do it. Don't worry. We could probably do it a little better. It was Neptune that initially started off with a double. Even though he does get traded out, you put your team into 3v2. And then the same thing that they did earlier in their series in Search and Destroy. We have seen the improvements in their gameplay here. Just playing to their numbers advantage. Isolating one player, setting up for a freebie. And then in a 3v1, gaining that info. And just trapping him in. Omit, able to tie the game. Back on offense they go.
This time, Brooklyn not going to get caught by surprise. 4 players, 2 of them right through ticket. Johnny in trouble already. Able to avoid some of the pre-fire, slips away, gets back over towards the B site defensively. He's got Illy right with him. But the hit is already at the front doors here. Nade Semtex is being tossed in. Johnny avoids the damage, but has to keep his head in the swivel. Illy trying to take over the bomb site angle, and that may be enough to push back Omit Brooklyn.
Yeah, but Omit Brooklyn aren't going to have a free rotation on the way on back because look at how safe Standy is playing it. Still at the opposing side. They're looking like they're going to commit on the push. Johnny's able to find the first blood onto Neptune. 45 seconds to go. Now it puts Felony in a position where he has to go help his teammates. Illy finds a second 4v2.
Yeah, kind of a broken play there for Met Brooklyn after it looked like they were kind of putting all their eggs into the basket of we'll get this kill over at Ticket. And then it just kind of felt like a non-decision where they were just like, yeah, we'll just kind of stick this and just flood B. Illy was in position, though, to help out Johnny after he escaped through mid, so I'll do as he may. Finds a couple of kills, but pretty inconsequential in the 4v2 moment that KC Pioneers were able to find, largely thanks to Johnny staying alive.
Yeah, it was Johnny staying alive and also the info that Standy was able to give to them. There's no way in hell they can go towards A. I'm already pushed out towards stage. They have to be committing their way over towards B. So you instantly hit that rotation. You put 3 players on that side to fight 3 players. Because Felony was watching the deep pinch. You find that initial first blood. You win the trade fights. And you just ton them in the way that you wanted to on your defensive setup due to the info that Standy was able to provide. Now at least the Pioneers securing the round. So far, all out defenses. As they now go on the attack. Their opportunity now to fight mid.
Yeah. Straight through Ticket once again. Quick action. Oh, how about this? Different angle, though, for Craze. Playing over on camera. He's got help on this cross. Standy's going to try to force it to get the trade. He's the bomb carrier, though, and actually Fellow's not in a position to counter back. So we're going to stay 3v3. Fellow, of course, had already given his position away. Standy goes to check it and catches good timing on the angle.
Yeah, Fellow was just trapped there. He did put down a couple shots. You know that he can't cross back, so Standy chose a proper angle to find his second on the round. There's now Neptune and Lunars left to try to clutch on up into 3v2. Neptune with the perfect timing. Potentially onto Brack. Makes it a 2v2, but Bomb's going B.
Yeah. And Lunars really is in a spot to check this. He's top third at the moment. So Standy's going to hop, get the plant down. He is planting backside of the site here, so this post plant will likely have to stay inside of this bar area. Will give a little bit of mystery to the retake, but I'll say this much. If Lunars peaks first, he's toast.
Yeah, it's a shoulder-to-shoulder setup for the Pioneers. Only one set of doorways open. But the timing here on this pinch here from Neptune might be good enough. At least able to spot him, plays with his food, but still finds the kill.
Standy, other side. Whoa, good shots back. Holy Neptune! Oh my goodness! Standy looked like he had him dead to rights there for a moment. Neptune, a little slider on the corner. A couple of fadeaway shots, the reach out. Perfect. Double up for Neptune to admit Brooklyn, get the defuse.
That's a confidence gainer right there from Neptune. Takes the long route, works his way back from Eski's side. Catches the angle onto Illy. Stop shooting. He was thinking that was such a freebie. But then the ego chow on the Standy slide. I was just here, but I'm coming back. Is able to secure the round there for home at Brooklyn. 4 back-to-back defenses. Who's going to walk away with the first offense?
Different look this time from Brooklyn. Not putting a lot of attention in towards mid-concourse. This is all out towards the staircase. First time that both teams will feel each other out on what is the more default approach on both sides. But look at the quick motion from Johnny. He's already kind of behind the play. Lunars is in trouble. He'll be taken down for free. Now all of a sudden, Brooklyn, do you have to commit? Do you back up or do you go forward? You can't just stay here in the middle.
You got to go. You got to push forward. You don't know the angle that Johnny's still going to be sitting in. Thankfully, they make up for it out of the aggression from the Pioneers. Omid Brooklyn now in the man advantage. Bomb going down at A. Felony and Neptune just throwing shoulders towards the middle of that, keeping them at bay. This is how you want it. You just want that gunfight back.
Now Fellow is a bit isolated on an island. Craze, same could be said for him, but closer towards the bomb. Illy hunting, searching, not able to find Fellow. Just down to Johnny, 1v2. Oh, and he's looking to try to isolate back onto Fellow again. He's not going to have time to make this play unless he catches him right here, right now. Clean shots. Craze is going to reset, go further away from the bomb site on the opposite side. No information on him whatsoever. And Johnny has to check too much. He's got to hop it, and the timing is going to be good for Craze. Not even going to have a chance for the defuse. Plus Craze beams him over the top of the bomb site heady. A bit Brooklyn. Back-to-back rounds up 4-2.
Yeah, usually you don't see Pioneers throw away rounds like that. Like, you find the initial first blood, Johnny takes away that potential rotation over towards the B site, and you had them trapped over towards stage. I just think too much commitment on some of these one-on-one gunfights is just simply not necessary. Because if you win them, great. If you lose them, that's the result. Omid Brooklyn able to clutch up. After getting picked off early in the man disadvantage, turn it into a 2v1. And then Craze just plays the clock beautifully to secure the first attack of the map. Omid with a slight edge.
Defense going to hard commit to A here. And beyond. Wait a second. These are all aggressive nades and stuns. Standy, he's actually felt the pressure. He's backing up. Really good read for KCP backing off this. And if you're at Brooklyn, you have to choose what's the line in the sand here. They're expecting quick contact. They don't get it. So do they have a backup plan in terms of what do you do from this position to hold this defensive setup?
It's either you're wrapping quickly over towards B or you want to hold just in case they decide to push on through and hit that rotation back towards A. But the commitment now, overwhelming over at this B site. Craze has the info. Semtex thrown. He doesn't have any tags. Felony doesn't have any tags. This should be a pre-bomb plan.
Yep. Commitment's coming down from Standy. Neptune is late on this repitch around the back. Trophy system also down, keeping the Pioneer safe. Nice tension span from Pope. Find the first. Neptune shut down to the pinch. Now it all has to happen from the front. Craze collects onto one. Fellow, he's got to try to beam someone off ahead. He damages in. Craze trying to follow up. Gets the first. The reset. No, not quite able to find the follow. And KCP will answer.
Just as simple as them not having a stun or an aid. Makes that a lot more difficult of a retake. To start off the round, they invested all to dominate over towards Hedge. Completely stripped that away from the Pioneers on their attempt at A. But when they rotate, when they get a read that pressure's coming over towards that B site, just relying on Neptune's pinch, he's only able to get one. Lunas gets picked off early, but if they had a stun or an aid, they could potentially find the opening on their side. Thankfully, Pioneers read it, able to clutch up, even though it was a scary round, tie the game up again.
We got a little bit of a fake coming out here, Jay. Brooklyn are going to try to put some attention towards B. And then put the re-hit over towards A. Yeah, there's the just pre-fire shots. Just trying to see if they can move the KC Pioneers defense onto B. The interesting thing about this attempt is the fact that actually KCP are set up at B. But they're initially set up here. So the longer that this takes, the more they don't see, the more they're going to start to get the confidence that this is actually not a B hit at all.
But if you are the Pioneers, you don't want to get a little too overzealous here. Now Brack, perfect heads-up play. ZFO just backs on out. Johnny finds the first blood, at least effective on the trade his fellow.
So smart.
Now with 40 seconds left, the rotation at least puts you in a man disadvantage here at the A-bomb. That is now going to get planted.
This round is going to be determined based on what happens between Lunars and Johnny. And you see it in the kill feed. Lunars finds the first 1v1. Craze. Oh, clean shots on the Brack. Oh! Bit off more than he could chew there. Tried to slide to reposition. Now it's down to the 1v1. Lunars versus Pope. And has Illy been seen on this? Sure seems to have. He's going to have to pop a door if he's going to try to commit to this. Lunars on the reposition. He's flipped the map around. He's out of there. And now Pope has to clear. Oh, mercy me. Lunars just has to wait until it gets to 8 seconds that he can chal it. And there's going to be no worries here to clean things up and take the edge.
And that's all spectator glitch right there. Both squads are sitting there in the 1v1 and say, you saw him, where is he? Finally, they get some info that he was around Hedge, but Lunars pushes forward, Illy pushes backwards, and the repositioning too much right there from Lunars because he watches the crossover towards site. He's able to check it at the right time. Illy actually got really close to securing that defuse, but Omid Brooklyn, again, early in the man disadvantage. Turns into Lunars winning a one-on-one on the pinch. Craze winning another one-on-one on the site. And then a one-on-one to close out the round. Omid Brooklyn back up 4-3.
Contact made. Oh, but Craze, because of the nades and a little bit of tags that came through, Craze gets all the way around the back. Oh, my goodness.
Call the elevator.
Hello. Brack's surprised. I think Craze was too. Fellow also catches one. Now they've got, yeah, KCP's completely pinned. Standy last one left, 1v4. This was just a complete and opening spree from it. Brooklyn getting map control.
Yeah, it all starts with Craze, just like you said, working that deep pinch. Able to catch the time in to get behind enemy lines for that early first blood. Putting down some shots to let them know, Standy, okay, this is my round. But we know how that tends to go sometimes. When you shoot bodies, the game tends to get away from you a little bit, but Omid Brooklyn now at game point.
This would be huge for Brooklyn to start this grand finals out 2-0. But out of the last 5 rounds, they've won 4 of them. So the trends are starting to come together, if you could even call it that. It's been narrow rounds between these two squads, but a must-win from here on out for Pioneers. On to the defense. 1-2-1 split. Lots of focus through mid-concourse. Similar look here for Amit Brooklyn. Not as much aggression towards B. I wonder if this is going to be like the exact same play call, but it's like, hey, wait until we get to like 105 on the clock and then start to throw those tags, throw those nades towards B. Maybe we can pull the defense in a little different way, but no, instead it's just a delayed hit over to mid.
Come on, Craze still has an RC car. Gaining a lot of info. A bunch of crossfires being set up from the Pioneers through the middle of the map, but Standy gets too aggressive. He gets caught by Neptune, but Brack able to respond, makes it a 3v3. Lunars finds Pope, 3v2 now.
Yeah, Fellow even sees that Brack has repositioned off the bomb site, so he will collect. The hunt is on. Neptune on the search. Bomb planted at A. Lunar's watching the pinch. And the little cruddy corner here, I thought initially Neptune was going to be good, but instead it's going to just default to having Lunars just play his life, wait for help. Johnny not going to let that happen. He's got an AR to play with now, looking for Fellow over the heady. 30 seconds. He's still got time to try to finesse this. Both players, mad dash over towards Hedges. Fellow beats him to the punch. Johnny on the heady, trying to find a way to fight back, but no, cannot lock down the shots. And a Brooklyn, they take the search and destroy. Now they're 2-0 up in the grand finals.
Man, their search and destroy looks a lot better today, man. Like, where's been Red Card the entire time throughout this elite? They probably saved this map for this kind of moment because they had so many different strategies to be prepared for the Pioneers players. You saw early into the rounds where the Pioneers were taking one side of the map away, with one of the aggressive SMG players either working the deep pinch from Eski's side or through even Stadium. But once they realize, okay, this is what they're doing, let's just slow it down a little bit. Everybody start to watch the cross. We start watching crosses, realizing, okay, they can't be here, can't be there. No one's working the deep pinch yet. And then they're slowly picking apart the setup of the Pioneers for, again, another first blood. Like, that was the key for Omid Brooklyn. They find that early first kill. They were playing to their advantages. And then also, a lot of 1v1 clutches. I feel like Fellow, last time he matched up versus the Pioneers, lost every single 1v1. Every time he was put into one today, he was able to clutch on up. So Omid Brooklyn now take a commanding 2-0 lead in the series. You got to be feeling nice.
I'll say. I think the thing that's like, as you reflect back, I think especially on like these rounds from like round 5 until round 9, Amit Brooklyn, especially from the offensive perspective, was just creating just enough doubt in the KC Pioneers' minds to where they're not like, Amit Brooklyn wasn't just running into pre-fires. Like, the nade dispositions or displacements were good, but I think more so was just the fact that they were causing like these timings of, wait, why are they not here yet? Like these moments of confusion to where KC, like on defense, had to keep looking behind them, keep being worried about where the flanks were. And maybe a couple of antsy moments, I think in particular from Standy, who tried to like take away ground when it wasn't really given to them. And it leads to good punishment from the hands of Amit Brooklyn. So 2-0 up, and Jay, the bigger news here is Protocol Controls next, which we were surprised to see allowed in the first place.
Yeah, Protocol Control. I was definitely surprised to see Pioneers actually pick this one to be in. They did not want to square up with them against on Vault like they did yesterday, where Neptune and Craze were just doing whatever the hell they wanted. They said, no, we're going to try our luck on Protocol. Hopefully, they've gotten some more reps underneath their pocket. We haven't seen them play it ever since they played the Stallions in the Elite. So hopefully, practice have been treating them well, because you can't go down 0-3 here.
Exactly the case. Feels like a must-win map without question. Trying to put together a reverse sweep against this Mid Brooklyn team with the maps that we have in front of us. Doesn't feel very good. So we're going to step away for just a brief break. When we come back, we'll have map number 3, a must-win for KCP right after this break. Ooh, welcome back. Wake up, friends. It's been 20 minutes since our last game, but we're in. Don't know why that takes so long. But so far, Jay, it's all meant Brooklyn. Tight series, though, up to this point. KCP looking to bounce back in the protocol control.
Yeah, they need the bounce back here, Allen, because you can't go down 0-3 versus the hot Omen Brooklyn squad right now. They're clutching up in their search and destroys, their hard points, even when they're going down to the wire, they're making those fundamental plays. They hit those long routes to set up on these proper breaks, and we're here. We're here, guys. I'm sorry. You guys got trolled there. We thought we were getting into it. Just please get into the game, guys. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing?
What are we doing? Look at these guys. What are these guys doing?
Unbelievable, man.
Golly. We're going to break everything. We're going to break. Speaking of breaking things. We'll be back. right, we're doing it. We're doing it for real. Welcome back after the half-an-hour break. We're gonna play control. We're gonna try to. KCP, offense, B first. Jay, tell me the things.
Hallelujah. Happy as hell. We're into this game. Didn't even know I was speaking English there, but such a long break. I got to lock back in. Pioneers on the offense, throwing early progressions over towards B. You had Illy's dominating at least that presence towards top trips, but they want to get some early segments here, and all the kills going their way. This first one is basically guaranteed.
Yeah, really peculiar here for really both teams. Admit Brooklyn, they clear out B, but they don't go for the depletion. That first tick's not done yet, and now off the split focus for the Pioneers offensively. Lots of attention towards mid-map while Johnny's just freely soaking up the A's. Finally, some action here for the defense to reclaim some ground, and that'll be enough. Take him off the A zone for the second tick, but this first tick at B is still just a fraction away from being converted.
Yeah, I feel like Pioneers had opportunities to secure this final segment here at B. Finally, someone's going to go for it, and there it is. Because now they have 2 segments currently locked. Leading by 1 life, you got Brack developing on the pinch. Give me 3B number 1. Not able to find the shots with the pistol for number 2. But look at how cautious Illy is playing from the last time we watched him play this map. He is checking his back every other second because when he was playing the Stallions, all he was doing was getting flanked.
That's true. Yeah, definitely a little PTSD, I'm sure. Illy off of a 4-0 start. Now dives on into B. Don't know if that was intentional or not. This fellow down to a bullet. Both weapons to play with, and Illy wants to chow that, but Brack finds the kill first. Craze up top. Good for 1. Looters are on the back. Shut down by Brack, but again, Craze off the pinch, looking solid. Tactic progress being worked on here, though, at A. B will be completely cleared out, and Fellow, off his defensive spawn, will be able to at least take 1 member off the zone. Neptune takes the other, and now we're down to 23 seconds.
Yeah, and if you are Pioneers, you need this to extend this game clock by securing these segments there at A. Second one is going to be locked. Don't know if you're going to be able to read the developing pinch out of Neptune. Freebie number 1 runs out of bullets for number 2, and that should lead to time being extended. The last 2 players are stacked. Take care of Neptune. Now 1 minute and 20 to work with if you are the Pioneers. And a lot of map control to go with it. Omen got ironing up.
Yep, and they're all playing from the top side at P2. Brack just picking them apart from gun. Traded. Craze quick on the exchange. Andy try to get isolated, and the stun will lock him in place. Back to a 12v12. The only bit of good news here for KCP is that, whoa, Johnny, has good PC control that almost completely turns around, but he holds his ground, turns that into another elimination, and we go 10v9 with Brack clearing some space to respawn.
Yeah, they clear out the spawn. Now they know that every single player on the side of Omid are coming off of the respawn. Second segment now being worked on. Have your ARs watch over Johnny, who was on 4 in a row. Potentially sending for this kill, but Craze gets the better of him. Second tick does get locked, but Omid's still fighting.
Yep. HP7. Standy stunned. Brack taken down, but Craze cannot lock down the shot. Standy keeps his life. Look at the defensive play. You've got 2 members that are deep over towards the offensive building at 10. Johnny working on a bit of a spawn trap. What timing does he get here? He is on the hunt for looters and finds him with a pistol out. 6v4. Now back onto the point. Fellow needs to be perfect from this position. You should know that someone's playing on boat just based on how that has gone. Neptune dropping turns this to a 6v3. Third tick of progress being worked on. Fellow has to try to find a way to get into the zone here, but he's going to have to commit to it, and he's going to get caught before that happens. This is going to be just a free capture. No one gets down in time. I mean, Brooklyn were waiting for the pinch from ledge, but that never develops.
Yeah, how many shoulders was Felony going to throw before he takes a shot? Eventually does not shoot anyone. And that leads to the Pioneers securing their first offense. A lot more cautious on their approach. Illy consistently watching his pinch. Not losing track of the SMGs on the opposing end. In that final moment, Brooklyn just need to have players in a contest spot. Like, if Fellow potentially puts himself in an angle where he's able to take down one, opens up a lane for his teammates to attack from the opposing end. But Pioneers take the opening offense.
Well, here we go. Through PCs. Craze right on over to the B zone and then more. Up top. Shuts down Brack. Turns. Trying to find Standy, but not an angle to find the double up. Over towards A. The focus now starts to move as Craze is trying to farm Brack and spawn. Doesn't work out. Again, a bit scattery here for Brooklyn. Since the near 30-minute delay between maps. Not quite getting together. A couple of moments here that KCP are just kind of running with, and now they've got a duo playing for the spawn trap.
Oh, this is fantastic. Both players already coming off of the reset. Forced to hit the reset button again. Now Standy still being a nuisance. Unfortunately, does not find any kills, but Johnny on the opposing end is on 4 in a row. It's his turn to be the Born in their side, slides on in towards the mid-step, sitting at 74
Wow.
HP. Still walks away with the gunfight. Can't get out with his life, but that's already job well done. 30 seconds.
Yeah, damage dealt for sure. Clock going a level of urgency into the play. Craze finds a win versus Brack. Standing on Spiral. Following up. Shuts down Craze. Clock will pause while two members actually will get on pretty successfully at A. Fellows going to be the one kind of watching over the top best he can. But again, both buildings have been lost and KCP are just surrounding. And this is looking just as comfortable as ever in terms of a defense. First tick gets locked, but nothing further. 23 plays 15, and Brooklyn just are not going to get out spawn here.
Yeah, they only have one segment, 10 seconds left. Everyone's dropping like flies. Almost thought Brack was going to snap onto Felony there for that final kill. The Felony falls. No one's going to be even close to one of these points. They're actually able to put the game clock on a pause at B. Double stack is going to be in.
Yeah.
Both players are stuck in no man's land. Easy cleanup kills. Easy round there for Pioneers. Now up 2-0.
Yep. That might just be the map, Jay.
They got one segment. Allen's 5. It's what? They're up
6
by
to 1.
5? Yeah. It might be GG.
That feels that way, especially with another defense at least guaranteed here for KCP. It's just one of those things. It's like this doesn't feel the same for Met Brooklyn. You know, again, just not getting the clearance of the ARs first. The SMGs just are getting caught on these 1v multiple routes. It's just not. There's like nothing's really developing right now, and it's one of those things. Like again, if you just get kind of in this exchange of 3 down over and over again, you're just with these staggered spawns. It just kind of feels kind of like moments of the Hacienda where just a bit Brooklyn can't get anything set up.
Yeah, it seems like Omid Brooklyn so far on this map are relying on that individual prowess, like from both their SMG players. You saw it initially on that offensive round. One player goes left, one player goes right. They're both for the spawn, trying to play for spawn
Yeah,
kills.
here we are again.
They both get taken care of, and early into this round, a clean 4 dead. Pioneers with the double stack over towards A, a little bit of presence over towards B. You're forced to make a really tough decision if you're Omid Brooklyn right off the respawn, which one we're going to commit to.
Just taking time though. I'm actually really surprised they didn't at least try to get a double stack in and try to push forward through either A or B.
Somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah, definitely odd to be sure. Illy on 5 in a row. Looking to see if he can knife anybody up the zip. Not going to happen. Instead, Fellow has gotten around the back the more traditional route. Keeping his feet on the ground. Craze in and out of mid. Chased down by Pope. That's going to be 6 now in a row. 24 plays 21. Second tick not locked, though, onto A. And the reignition of this play starts to come through mid here for KCP, and they're still finding good kills.
Yeah, it's mid kill on the player mid gun. Now you set up the pinch here from Standy, works his way up through Zip. Him and Illy combined for that final on Lunars. But Illy on 7 in a row. Look at again how cautious he is on his pinch. He's going back and forth. He hasn't died this entire round. Yep. Finally, he's going to get picked up all the way across the map. The contest is going to be good enough to not allow that third segment to complete. Now Omid Brooklyn, full map control on their end.
Yeah, they're going to complete the third tick of progress in full as well here at A. Again, just another moment where you get a clean 4 dead, and KCP just opting to play for map control instead of objective control. They still hold the life edge, but the question here is going to be, can they get the extra 60 seconds? Lunar's trying to deny that. Neptune as well on the cross. Tags towards Johnny, has him looking for cover. He actually wins the gunfight versus Lunar somehow. Neptune now has to force forward for the contest. He's going to get stunned up. Brack finds the kill. Craze, though, over the top, and that double will help once again redeplete the progress here at A. Now the clock's becoming an issue for KCP.
And 25 seconds. This could get a last push. You have to get past the pre-aims and the finesse of Craze. He's already on 4 in a row. Now it's time for him to hit that go route all the way on the pinch, but he does get caught. So now Pioneers, with the numbers advantage, you already have players approaching in towards Grandma's on the pinch. You can get on A. This should be a guaranteed capture.
Yeah, it should be. Illy's the one holding onto the progress for now, but Lunars may get an angle before the capture comes through. No, not the case. 7v7. Lunar still collects the kill, though. So this is not out of all a possibility for Brooklyn to hold on to this defense, especially with this angle, but Lunars can't lock down the shots. And now it's a 7v4. No more respawns remaining. And though Brooklyn, the last 2 members that are currently still alive, are a bit scattered. Craze behind the play is going to find a freebie onto Pope, but no chance to turn that into a second. As we'll just live with these last 4 lives from Brooklyn.
Yeah, Craze just has to continue to finesse. The timing good enough for the second kill onto Brack. 5v4. You have one player from the Pioneers who's waiting in towards their base. Look at how slow Johnny is playing this. He knows I'm in lab. I'm throwing my shoulders to get my info. The double chow is going to come in. He at least keeps them at bay. 25-second, no more respawns on both ends.
In a 3v4, Craze can actually stop this play around the back. KCP has to commit to the zone. Lunar just needs to play his life here. Craze is going to win the round.
Big win.
Just by playing around the back. 2v3 situation, 10 seconds on the clock. It's going to have to be Brack to touch the zone. Lunar's hunting, not able to find Pope. And again, it's a 2v2 with 3 seconds. Mid Brooklyn just have to try to find a way to save this round, and here comes the play through PCs. Just down to what timing they get. Brack caught, has to try to read position, but the clock is an issue. Illy behind, stops it at 0.7, but taken care of, and Mid Brooklyn will see another round.
Oh, man, Craze made so many plays on that round right there to give them lifeline after lifeline. Just catching the timing through the pinches at sidewalk, playing for the spawners, and simply playing his life from their side of the map. Just made it so difficult for the Pioneers to get the ideal setup they want around that B point. And then the 2v2, I love how both players are paying both buildings. You had Felony watching the entire way through Zip, making sure no one was setting up on a pinch, but as soon as they realize, okay, now they have to get on the point, they double chow their way through bottom bunker. They're able to execute those final couple of kills there to secure the round. And now you know that you're guaranteed back-to-back offenses, so this one has to be a lot better than the previous.
Yeah,
you're going to lose
facts.
the map.
Yeah, that's facts. It's going to have to be back-to-back offenses for being mathematically correct here, Jay.
Yep.
Good start for a bit. Focus towards B off the rip again. Nani's going to try to slide around the back, and he will catch Lunars by surprise. Hope they're sort of with him, playing front side of the building. And Mid Brooklyn are just looking to kind of play from the defensive building. So it's like a building v building type battle at the moment where both teams are playing on the opposite sides of the map. At least that's the intent.
Sometimes this can work. Sometimes you can waste a lot of time if this doesn't work out. Thankfully, Craze is still roaming in towards Grandma's on 6 in a row. Trying to assist his teammates, but they're getting picked apart all in their base. That's a clean 4 dead. And now you're forced to fight out of the hell trap with 50 seconds still remaining.
Really on the cross. Hold on a second. Ooh. Shots deterred by the pillar. Brack is playing really far forward. Should be traded, it is. Andy holding on to mid-map control, though, and once again, KCP can just fly forward. 23 plays 19, 30 seconds to the clock, and Mid Brooklyn just have not barely been able to even see his zone, let alone touch one.
Yeah, they're not finding success on their offenses. Those one-on-one gunfights that at least go in the way in favor of Craze. No one else besides him really finding success in those engagements. Neptune sitting at 14 and 23. He loves to be that finessing SMG, but needs to try to turn it around and find it straight onto Illy because he's making your life a living hell. Picks up the SMG 4-3 in a row. Everyone accounted for. Time to push out into the spawn to try to put the bow on this map.
Yeah, really clean protocol control from KCP.
Yeah.
From start to finish. Great offensive looks. Nearly able to do it in 3 rounds. Defensively, though, they have been flawless. Oh, goodness. If Illy would have found the final 2, that would have been just icing on the cake. But 17 plays 9. First tick is going to get locked. 0.3 on the clock. Again, it would take a Reddit-worthy clip to pull this round back. But they're going to get a second tick here. Lunars is still fighting from inside the hill. Stack is out, but no, the kills come through on the zone. Clock will expire, and KCP will take their first map in this best of 7.
Oh, big map at that. That was a must-win map right there for the Pioneers because you cannot fall down 0-3 in a best of 7 series. All momentum will go on the opposing end, but you showed some fight there. And it all started with how easy they made the map look and how hilarious Illy's POV was on every single time we hopped on him. Because last time we watched him, he was just getting flanked every life. He was making sure I'm pulling up my knife, watching Zip. I'm checking my timings on the staircase. Even when I'm sitting mid-gun, I'm putting my back towards a wall so no one is able to shoot me in the back. They made the adjustments on the protocol control to keep them fighting into this series and now actually make it a series going into this map 4.
Yeah, huge conviction in being able to kind of counteract against what has been essentially just an all Mid Brooklyn affair to this point. Again, maps were tight, don't get me wrong, but this one, anything but. And so, call it icing the kicker if you want to. Whatever it happens to be, it was clean from KCP. And it really, I mean, a lot of action, I would say, kind of coming from Illy in particular. A couple of individual highlight moments for him. He also, like, played this top position for nearly full rounds without even being shot back at. So, I mean, it's just, he was comfortable sitting in the top windows, it felt like.
And now he should be even more comfortable going into a ball hardpoint because We do love what we see out of Omen Brooklyn. Every time they spawn in on this map, the aggressive plays, especially with 4 SMGs to start off on P1. But the biggest thing that Pioneers needed to work on, at least last week on their Vault Hardpoint, was that P3 to P4 chain. They were able to do that versus the Spartans flawlessly. So now if you can continue to do that here and tie the series up 2-2, it's anyone's game again.
Absolutely. We'll see what kind of happens. Hopefully, we won't be away for 30 minutes.
Please.
Can't make that promise, though. We're praying to whatever deities that you may be worshiping to, even if it's the COD gods. We'll step away. back, everybody. We are live. Holy cow. Jay, it hasn't been half of an hour.
No?
This feels weird, but we're in it. Let's go.
Let's go. We got a ball hard point here for map number 4. It is a rematch to their map number 1 yesterday in this series, and it was the SMGs from Omid Brooklyn, both dropping 40 to secure the dub here. So if you are the Pioneers, you cannot allow them to get loose early into this game. Omid Brooklyn soaking up a lot of this P1 time, and that's due to all the SMGs that they show. Their aggression is just way too much for them to handle early into this game.
Good zone of control, though, for Millie, keeping his life as the last one left, and making sure he can even do a little bit of damage to the hardpoint itself. Yeah, how about this for Millie? Really nicely done. Sets up the pinch opportunity for Standy. That will be good for an opportunity to try to put it to west, but Brack will have the final word. Spawns flipped, though, in that moment where KCP tried to re-aggress onto the hardpoint. A little bit of a split spawn, a little block on the left side. And KCP starting to rip things apart. Good bounce back after the first exchange was really favored towards Omid Brooklyn.
Yeah, they take care of the split spawns. Both players who were pushed out were effectively traded. Now you secure the backside if you are Pioneers. All out pressure from Omid coming through the front side. It's going to be Neptune off. Started off the first kill. Johnny trying to respond with 2, and he's able to do it. Able to relieve some of that pressure from the front side on the side of Omid Brooklyn. But with 35 seconds left, you got to get in.
Well, will be crazed initially get in from the front. It'll be very difficult to keep a tally on names again with the codcaster can continually be broken. No one's surprised. KCP spawning close, but ooh, they don't get the initial rebound to Fellow. Nice slide out from Neptune. He will make this now just down to Standy, who's been found out in the back. Should be no problem here to clean things up, and yeah, that's indeed the case. So initially, good rotation from Pioneers, but an equal retort from Omid Brooklyn on their break attempt. We've got a tie game.
And it was all Neptune. He just slid up through mid-pool, was able to find a double to lead to that break there for Omid Brooklyn to take the lead by a slight margin, only up by 4 points. Map control still in their favor, and a bunch of the kills still going their way. That's 3 dead. Last player to take care of is Illy. Now we have full control of Arc. Maybe put someone in the hard point at the same time. Neptune just being a nuisance behind enemy lines. He's not allowing them to have fun.
Yep. Craze also, or felony party, just kind of following up on this angle inside the hard point. Going to force KCP to have to try to re-control through mid. And a little pinch opportunity from Vaults. That works out for Illy to at least clear the hard point for a moment. KCP trying to get a little bit of the time back, but largely it's just about trying to, can you win this out from the front? And yeah, both teams just really respecting the middle of the map at the moment.
Yeah, if you're KCP, though, you need these kills to go your way. You have routes being developed and the entire kill feed lighting up blue. So Omid Brooklyn now in the driver's seat to soak up this remaining time here at P3 and fully set up now at the Money Hill in P4. Neptune continuously being the aggressor, creating layers, making it more difficult for Pioneers to get close.
Running up top and towards square. Really well done, yeah. Standy found out. Johnny on the cross with Brack in the mix. Wow, okay, Neptune just gets 1 bullet needed to keep this relatively 50-50. A bit still spawning close. At the same time, Craze does not expect the second challenger, so KCP turned that into an opportunity to get into the hardpoint. In the same breath, they also take down Neptune in the back, trying to block spawn. So an instant flip again after the first 30 seconds. Good for Omid Brooklyn.
Oh, now if you're losers, you're so stuck. So many players are surrounding you on the side of Pioneers. That's another 3 dead. Felony doesn't really have an opportunity to contest this time. So a big break there from KCP, keeping himself in this game for the final 30. Now it's about thinking about that rotation over towards New. And that 2 players from Omid Brooklyn spawning there at Old. Illy at least gets the better of 1. Brack off the rotation, trying to win this gunfight, but runs out of ammo. Sets up his teammate for the kill.
Nice.
And now Pioneers have the back spawns for New Hardpoint, and Illy spawn trap.
Oh, the problem is Illy not clean on the opening shots. Now has to kind of back off. Standy stepping up to make sure that Lion stays safe. And it forces some really strange routes for Omid Brooklyn, which they're making good advantage of. You've got Neptune working alongside Craze for kind of a pinch around backside middle. They get the clearance on the hard point. Now it just comes down to, do they read the spawns? I imagine with Fellow and Lunar spawning behind, they're very aware that KCP is still spawning over towards the right side of the map, but not able to find the kills initially. Fellow, nice little snapper, almost able to turn that into 3, but KCP will once again just re-neutralize the hard point.
And it gives opportunities for Brooklyn. Good Fellow finding that double. Where his teammates now work their way back in instantly, and thankfully a Neptune is on your team. He's able to pick off 3. Spawn still in favor of the Pioneers at the new hard point. But a back-and-forth fight we've had so far in this Vault HP. Standy trying to set up at least a couple free B kills on the pinch.
Mercy.
Only able to take down one fellow with the movement, but Pioneers win Roto.
Yeah. Opening elimination from Neptune from the front, though. Gives numbers opportunities for Mid Brooklyn. Brack trying to see if he can cut off this hit from the front. And he's just kind of stuck in this weird range with the Jackal. That will help. John wicks the AR out of midair. Johnny
Big
from the
play.
front, able to find two. And now Brackle tries to clear off the top higher ground. Not going to be able to, but at least establishes control for the KC Pioneers.
And if Johnny doesn't find those sets of kills right there, his teammates then spawn all the way across the map due to the positioning of where Brack was. Kills sometimes tend to influence where your teammates are going to spawn. Johnny not slowing down. Give me 3, give me 4. This is my hill. Over towards the pool as now Pioneers coming to life in this series. Have a 40-point lead going over towards Speed 3, but it has to be the fight to start this one off.
Absolutely the case, and it will be Mid Brooklyn into that position first. Illy trying to fight from vault stairs, surprised by Neptune from behind or someone of the nature. Kill feed is not to be trusted, friends. And so now Brack kind of stuck. And yeah, let's say Mid Brooklyn know that he's here. A couple of cool eliminations come through from Mid Brooklyn. One more pinch attempt here for the Pioneers, and Standy will keep the play alive here on that repitch. Knows that he cannot really afford to stay on this side of the map, though, and he'll duck into the hard point.
Yeah, that's good plays right there from Standy. He realizes, okay, all I need is these kills to put my team into the hard point. We're going to give ourselves a shot, potentially pushing on through with one wave of kills. Unfortunately for them, none of them go their way. So on with Brooklyn. Now in the opportunity to potentially tie the game up here with this remaining P 3 times. If you're gonna be Johnny, you gotta invest the Hellstorm here to at least help your teammates get out.
That first Hellstorm missile doesn't do too much. Actually, none of that really does much. Could have been an opportunity to try to throw the needle in towards mid, but instead, it's just gonna allow KCP to get to the 50-yard line. They don't even get a read on Craze behind this play, but he can only find one. Damage onto another, though, makes it a little bit easier, and especially for the rest of the defenders to know they need to turn their attention to the back end a bit. Brooklyn will get every single elimination a chance to regain the lead.
And now this gives them the perfect opportunity to know where the pressure's coming in. Set up with those crossfires. It just seems that right now on your minimap, Felony might get overwhelmed. He's able to find one on the overextension, instantly traded out. Pioneers pushed their way right through back line. They secure the back spawns. Neptune not prepared for the first gunfight. Sets up Craze for it. Now you just got to play your life because your teammates aren't close.
Yeah, and Craze just knows he needs to try to make some sort of play. Neptune trying to pinch it with him, and Neptune will take down two. 25 and 20 for Neptune. Again, putting on some good pace here. Whoa, Neptune! Huge spin onto Brack. Keeps the play alive. Pioneer's still spawning close, but Neptune is still alive, at least for a time. Fellow trying to follow up, but it's Illy to shut down the play, and the Pioneers will turn this back into a tie game.
Tie game again. Multiple lead changes throughout this entire hard point. Now we're going through the third set of these HPs. Brack gets the better of Neptune to start it off. Felony holding down top catwalk. Not going to be any pressure on him anytime soon. Here comes Neptune flying on in. Always guaranteed a double. He's looking for the final. Teammate steals it away from him. But it's home at Brooklyn. Blocking the back spawns for P2. Holding down this P one time.
And it's just like a gun. He's out. He's here. He's there. He's every freaking where. Oh, trying to hit from the front door. Nope, get out of my face. 5 in a row for Neptune. He's gone celestial. 31 and 21. 5 in a row. Looking for more in the lineup through our little heat check. Takes down Illy's follow-up was good as well, but KCP will still neutralize the time.
Oh, man, but that's the worst time to go for one of those heat checks with all of your teammates dropping at that time of the hard point. 15 seconds left. Now you're spawning all the way across the map. You're forced to break in again through the front side of P2. You have yourself a little bit of a lead. No one deciding to go for a deep route to potentially flip these spawns on out. They're just trying to win these gunfights through the front.
Oh, this is just good control from KCP. A little short-handed on the hit from the front, as Lunar is just looking to try to find something on the cross, and he will open up space over towards the backside of Truck. Finds another one on top of that. Johnny now has to kind of fight for his life inside the hill. Good nade initially, but a bit Brooklyn have the numbers, leaving Brack now by himself behind P2. Oh, and Neptune's just right underneath them. Rolls over onto his back, finds Brack, and a bit Brooklyn are in for 25 seconds to fight.
Yeah, these breaks are way too easy for Omen. Like, they just send 3 players through lobby. Lunas is able to find a double, and simply him putting himself in that position, looking at that back spawn, allows Pioneers to spawn all the way across the map. Not the ideal situation you want to be in, but they're still keeping it scrappy. A 10-point difference. Praise on the outskirts. At least able to line up one, but 11 HP in the dream, not able to find a double. Still gonna be a 10-point difference, but Pioneers in control of Art to start off P3.
Really, that's a really good little finesse of the back 10 seconds of that hard point from Brooklyn. It may not seem like much, but in a game this tight, could be everything. Neptune is on 40 bomb watch again. Oh, and Fellow trying to come in through vault doors, shut down. That is 3 straight, make it 4 straight kills for KCP. Standy will jump to the hard point, and Johnny will get to work on the spawn trap.
Yeah, but Johnny, you cannot be pushed up too far. You need to make sure you're hunting on this side of the map and not allowing your teammates to die from these angles and just hitting those long routes. Allowed Brax to get that freebie onto the player on point. And now those spawns are potentially going to start to flip. Brack, the last player alive towards back guard. He gets taken down. And that's just Pioneers playing a step ahead. We need to guarantee that we're holding down Art going into this next hard point. At least they still have a chance to fight for it.
Yeah, but they're getting caught now. They're getting caught one by one, Jay. Not what you want to see. You're going to have Neptune behind this play, given the comms of where this hit's coming from. Lunars did 1v1 from the front. Turns and burns over to Brack. Again, some damage dealt by Neptune to allow that kill to come through cleanly. Now you got Neptune watching the cross. Lunars on statue. The whole hit for KCP is coming through square, and they need to find a break.
Need to find an opening kill. You have one player developing on a deep pinch. Standy effective on the trade, but this one-on-one on the backside is going to be such a huge gunfight, and Craze is able to get the better of him. It actually is going to be felony on that side of the map, but at the same time, everybody else falls on the opposing side. So Pioneers break their way through the front door. They can no longer win it here, or if they hold it for every second, yes, they can.
Well, but they're not able to read the play over towards Palm side. Standy from inside the hard point has to get the job done. Nades are going to tag. Neptune trying to work around the back. Not going to work out. Fellow following, but no, Johnny shuts down the play. Now it's on to Lunars. You have to break this. Have to touch this. Oh, he gets right on the backside of the play. Trying to do the same thing over to the pinch from KCP. Here comes the pinch from the front. Craze is in, and there will be a momentary moment where Amit Brooklyn can get in, and whoa, a little drop shot from Lunars works out, plus the follow-up from Neptune. We're on rotation with Amit Brooklyn holding numbers.
All the kills going their way. Thankfully, Illy's at least able to find one. He effectively is going to be traded. Already 3, make it all 4 dead. Omid Brooklyn, lead change on the cards. Where are they spawning? Neptune trying to get a read on it. Gets a bad caught timing through bottom ball. Pioneers looking for the break.
Craze picked it up, though. And now Neptune is on a bit of a mini pinch. She's gotten the read on a second. The kills are out. Just need the final couple of seconds. Lunars on 4 in a row. Gets the read towards U-Haul. Shuts down Brack. Turns over towards Johnny. Not able to finish the kill. 238 to 243. Neptune still on 41. Can't clean things up. It's Johnny for 3. KCP still alive.
Still alive. 243, 243. You got to go if you are Omid Brooklyn. Luna starts it off with the first.
Oh, and he gets a second. He's got help. And now all of a sudden, Amit Brooklyn are back into the hard point. You have to dash in if you're standing. He's trying to come up the vault. He's going to be shut down by Fellow. And it's a photo finish as Amit Brooklyn steal away another hard point. And it's another 40-plus bomb from Neptune in the winning effort.
Wow. Wow, what a back and forth HP. Multiple lead changes between both teams. But I said it before we went to probably the break for the millionth time already, where the Pioneers needed to show improvements on their P3 to P4 rotation. Finally, they put themselves in the driver's seat. Once we hit the 3rd set, you were the team initially with all 4 dead, set up around Art, but we get too aggressive. Johnny with the long route allows Brack to find that 1 kill onto the player on point. Then right after that, everything starts to crumble. You keep it mixed, you're able to break your way back on in. But Pioneers, we have to be better off these rotation on the setups. We shouldn't even need those break attempts to keep the game as scrappy as you did if your setups are a lot cleaner. But Omid Brooklyn, ice up in those final moments. Neptune loves himself some vault hardpoint. Drops another 40 bomb for them to now be at game point here in the grand finals.
I think Neptune likes vault. Oh, mercy me. I think he finishes on 41 again. I think that matches, if not just touches just below where he was on this map yesterday. But what a back and forth battle this was. 5-point game when everything's all said and done. And he thought initially that that play from Johnny was going to win it. I mean, he gets 3 in the feed. Craze, a double up top, creates that moment for Lunars. And I'll be honest, when he got the first, I didn't think he was going to get the second. But heroic moments across the board 41 and 32, 4,800 damage from Neptune, 29 of those non-traded. Unreal stuff, my friends. That is some next level gameplay from Neptune. Another heroic one at that.
Yeah,
put him at Brooklyn now on championship point.
Between him and Lunars, man, we were looking for an SMG to really just take over with that pacing, up close and personal gunfights. That team was getting it done. But then an opposing side for his AR duo in Lunars, just holding down those long distance gunfights, having clutch kill after clutch kill. In that final moment, if Lunars doesn't get that one-on-one gunfight, a lot more difficult. But he makes even a better play after winning that gunfight by just simply playing his life until his teammates are able to assist him. That's what makes that second kill look so easy. Such a heads-up veteran play to just play your life in such an intense moment. When it comes down to the wire, you ice up to now at least force that position to where you're up 3-1. You just need one map to close out this GF.
Goodness. Instant dope from that map, number 4. Let's hope we can carry it on. We're going to send things to hopefully a brief break. You saw it. It's a Hacienda search. It's a run back. We'll talk about it when we come back because it might be a while. We want to keep you fresh. Be right back. Here we go. Map number 5. Has to get a search and destroy, a run back from what we had seen yesterday. At Brooklyn, trying to put this one out of reach here. KCP trying to use the strength of the search and destroy to bounce back into this game. And it's a quick hit through mid to connector, and there is not really any defense here. Stun's going to land, and Neptune's going to find first blood.
I love the adjustments already from Omen Brooklyn. Fooled me once, they played them yesterday. They got shamed. But so far into this round number 1, they were able to hit different routes to take away that seeker control. Now in a 3v1, Standy left to try to clutch up into 1v4. Doesn't have an angle onto the bomb carrier. Information already gained. Just play the trade out of your Omen.
Yep. Yeah, there's just no way he gets out of this angle. Nope, not at all. I love that. I mean, that's a bold opening route from it Brooklyn. Through mid. In through connector. Up connector. Stun. Hits. SMG wins. Creative, to say the least, and like you said, a pretty honest counter to what we've seen out of KCP's default defense on this map.
The good thing for Omen Brooklyn is that they already have a rep on this map today. So they were able to execute those good strategies versus the Spartans earlier on and realize, okay, the early pressure with our SMGs to take connector away from them is a lot better than instantly fighting those gunfights through long hallway. So Omen Brooklyn secure the first round. They go on the defensive end. Pioneers on the attack. Slowly approaching their way through top mid. Bomb carrier over towards B. All out push through open. There's not a single player for Moment in sight.
Yeah, Fellow did see this from his window. Lunars through the top patio door tried to hold this off, and crazed. A late wrap around the back. He actually finds Standy trying to plant the bomb. Johnny his own a bit of aggression. Over through arches. Burst through the door, just not able to watch the right thing at the right time. Illy trying to catch his trade. Not gonna happen. Neptune's off to absolute domination again. Rack. Did not expect that Lunars was also there. He read 2 of them. Didn't expect the third. And Mid Brooklyn are quickly up 2-0.
Omen Brooklyn, again, just taking advantage of what the Pioneers saw with them. The Pioneers started off that round by dominating top open. When they put that bomb down, no one's showing any presence towards top open. Craze realizes it, finds himself in the angle to eliminate the bomb carrier, and that breaks the entire setup right there for the Pioneers. They get the bomb down, they're probably looking way different in the post plant, but once he's able to find that kill, everyone else starts to fly and trade. Johnny gets isolated, turns into a Brack 1v3. Trigger discipline was well, but like you said, wasn't expected all 3 to be in that vicinity. Over Brooklyn, 2-0.
Similar route here through bottom secret. This time it's trying to get over into bar. Double AR setup for KC does find first blood into Fellow across the map. He was the bomb carrier initially, so that gives you an intention of the fact that the SMGs are just trying to run at you. Oh my. And they haven't died yet. Finally, Craze will drop, but Neptune's on 6 in a row. He sees the exit over for Pope, bottom staircase, and the bomb has been collected for this 1v2 attempt now for Illy.
Yeah, Illy knew at least one player was on the chase with that stun. Getting invested, but putting down those shots. Omen Brooklyn now gaining the info. He's all the way across the map. So in the 2v1, let's get the bomb down. Just back-to-back setup in towards 10. And just played the trade out.
This is tough, but at least he has both weapons to play with. There's the shoulder. Lunars has seen the info. And Neptune will go up onto the staircase itself. Doesn't actually get an angle for the shot. He's already bailed. He went to go play top window. He's in a good clutch-up position if he watches this cross correctly. But he's also got to be careful with the clock. And wow, Neptune was here a moment ago. Not here anymore. He's going to check. No one's on the bomb. That will be a round win plus the elimination for Neptune, who very well may be on a hellstorm through 3 rounds.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's like 7 in a row. If he was the bomb carrier, earns a little bit more points there. So might already have that hellstorm locked and loaded for these later rounds. But almost got a little bit scary then when Neptune decides to leave Lunars by himself over towards 10. Rotates over towards top secret. Doesn't really have an angle on towards the site. Just commits that Illy is not sticking that defuse. Hellstorm yet to be earned, but he's so close.
Yeah, and you have to just set something up. Even if you lose the round, set it up for the Hellstorm. Up 3 rounds with the Hellstorm ready to go. That would be massive towards trying to put a bit of a stretch onto this game. Oh, stun lands right on top of this balcony. Neptune still trying to play forward through this. Lunar's able to find first blood. And Neptune is all about timing here. Freebie, Amit Brooklyn all around him, finding kills. It's an 8-0 start and a flawless round 4 for Amit Brooklyn. Holy cow.
They are just countering them every single round so far. Right there, it's both the SMGs getting aggressive up through the B street. They throw their stuns to make sure they're not sitting on the opposite side as well. But once they realize, okay, I got my ARs giving me information, they're trying to take Secret away. Craze and Neptune work their way through bottom pinches. Hops up on the timing and is able to secure his 8th kill of the map. Flawless so far in this game number 5. Still looking for that Hellstorm, though.
I don't know how he doesn't get that right there. He was so close to it before. So 8-0 start, and this will be a hit for Mitt Brooklyn, where they're going to get early control at A. They're looking to see if they can catch someone off guard, though, by trying to play through the A site, almost anticipating that the Pioneers are going to change up their tempo. Not the case. Their delayed defensive nades, though, are also going to come up empty because of this patience, Jay. And KCP's like, wait, where are they?
The mind games. Just way too much right now for KCP. Finally, they get a read that the press is going to be over towards B, but you wasted all your stuns and the nades. Thankfully, Craze just walks up a little too far, gets picked off. So now in the 3v4, Neptune still one off of earning himself that Hellstorm.
Yeah.
The timing good enough to at least get out on this pinch. Can he find any success?
He is begging and pleading for an isolated 1v1, or maybe even better, catching someone from behind. Clears out the patio stairs, but the problem is bomb carrier drops. There's the isolation. He will find the kill and the Hellstorm, but loses out on the opportunity to possibly win the round unless Lunars can maybe dive up into office. Thought about it, and that may be too much time gone now, as he's worried about the setup around the plant. He needs to collect the bomb and get this bomb planted. May have the time to stick for it, but there's going to be a check, and that's a freebie for Brack.
Yeah, freebie right there for Brack. They play the 50-50. I'm pretty sure once Lunars went for that reload, they saw Illy's arrow instantly turn. So headsets are cranked. They were able to finally put a round on the board. They find that first blood onto Craze. Even though Neptune finds one and earns that Hellstorm, you're able to still secure the round. So now Pioneers in the back of their mind, especially on the offenses, might just have to play it through middle of the map because we don't want to get picked off with that Hellstorm in play.
Yeah, the only other option, Jay, would be what? To play with tempo and just try to get into a position to where maybe you can put pressure on the tablet carrier. But I think the thing about it is Mitt Brooklyn can just wait to use this offensively. Exactly. They don't have to use it here. Plus, you still have the RCXD as well. Keep that in the back of your mind. That's not insignificant. And how about this? KCP are playing for B, and Craze is on his water route again.
Gonna hop right up, right behind him for free. He knows that this is where the play is coming in. Has a moment and right in front of him. Able to line up the first, able to find a double, but Pioneers more effective on the trades. Lunars in the 1v2 now.
Yeah, I mean, it's again another one of those forced issue moments, but that's a quick exchange leading to a lot of time in the clock to reset the 1v1. Brack on the other side. Looking to play through Rock, has the bomb right in front, but is going to have to be weary about if Lunars is playing out a heady somewhere.
Don't want to really waste a lot of time, though, trying to locate where he is. Let's just make the play come to us. So Brack is going to put it down. Lunars has wrapped his way all the way to the opposing side of the map. The timing might be good enough for the info. Lunar spots him.
But the thing is, Brack is still throwing shoulders here. Oh, goodness. The last thing you would have expected was Lunars running up into the waiting arms of Brack, especially with him sliding around as much as he was. But Brack comes up. And, I mean, he was probably one more shoulder away from running a different direction, it looked like. But doesn't happen, and now all of a sudden we're just at a 2-round deficit. But the looming ability of Streaks is still in play.
Yeah, that was a jump scare right there for Brack. He was like, what? Wait, climb up on me. Okay, it's an easy round for me once I was able to locate him. But 4-2 now. Pioneer's able to chain a couple rounds in a row. If you're crazy in that situation, you're just hoping that your teammates just simply play your life. If they would have played their life better on their side instead of getting pushed through from the front end, he probably is able to secure that round for them. But back on the offense they go. This time they attack through top secret hallway to show the presence on this side. But only a matter of time before Neptune decides to call in this Hellstorm. Screw the Hellstorm. Wow. I got the gunny. First blood Neptune.
Yeah, he is the Hellstorm. Are you kidding me? Nice long-range shots from Standy, who's been quiet. the bomb gets planted. That was so much information gained by Neptune, plus the kill. You know that this defense is largely playing off patio side. And Lunar's deep crossing angle. Yep, freebie onto Johnny. Now the rest of this hit has to be from the front. Nade does push Fellow off defense's angle, though. Could be an opportunity for KCP to use this as their venue for attack, but Fellow able to catch Standy, leaves Zilly for the 1v2. Shots are clean as Lunars rejoins the battle, and Amit Brooklyn are on championship point.
And Lunars, you can always guarantee that he's that player playing on the island. We saw it in map number 2. It was Felony, final last success. The Lunars, when he just hits such a long route to watch all of the flank, catches the timing on to Johnny. Fellow gains the info, even though a nade hits him and his teammate drops at the same time. The regen comes in at the right time to win that one-on-one gunfight. And then go for the double chow to now put yourself at game point here in Elite Stage 1.
Do you call in the streaks here? You just save it for another offensive guaranteed round?
No, I'm calling it in right here. Everyone simply do not die. We got this. I'm going to get all the info.
Neptune is deep.
All right.
And, well, he'll drop. Trying to just change up the tempo in a different location. That time, it will be held back. Pioneers with the numbers. Still holding passively. Just wanting to make sure everything is clean and clear before they make their approach.
Yeah, because they killed Neptune already in their base. They know that Craze and him love to run around as an army of 2. But it seems that Lily has the info onto Craze, able to locate the other aggressive SMG. Now it's up to Lunas and Fellow in the 4v2. Rack able to slide out with 13 HP. This bomb plant at B might not be for free.
No, not with Fellow watching the angle underneath the shutters. Has to keep his head in a bit of a swivel, though, as Lunars is repositioned. And the bomb is going to re-wrap out through rock. Time is becoming a bit of an issue here. How does Lunars choose to play? This may not make a difference. The shots onto Felony will allow KCP to commit to getting the bomb planted over at B.
Yeah, Lunar spots him. Can't do anything about the bomb carrier. He should try to find a couple kills on the way out.
Oh!
He finds the first onto Brack. Bomb does go down, though. So potential 1v4 on the cards instantly gets wiped away. And like, if you're Neptune there, let's just take a chill pill, brother. You ain't gotta go out there and try to be Superman. Pull in that Hellstorm. Let's close up this S&D.
Wow. And for a second, that little snap from top office, Lunars, he gets that kill on the bomb carrier. Time is going to be a major factor there, but not here, not now. And now we have to ask the question in round number 9. Yep. Obs team, their experience, to say the least. Is it going to be streak round?
Remember the last time they tried to execute a push over towards B, it was Brack with the cracked angle. Able to take care of them and test it early on, but they're going back to what worked in round number 1. This time it's Johnny to start off with the first blood. Neptune effective on the trade. Neptune not in an ideal situation to call in the Hellstorm, but Felony keeps him alive.
Lunars has an SMG, though. The timing here through Fireplace could be everything. Does he get a read on it? Guns are up. Brack will drop. One more to grab, but it's Illy. If there was ever a player you wanted for a 1v3, it may be this guy right here. Neptune tossing shoulders, dives on in, and of course it's Neptune for the final kill. He went galactic on the last 2 days, leading to an Amit Brooklyn Grand Finals appearance and a Series 1 of Challengers Elite Championship. Amit Brooklyn, your victors.
That's just what they've been able to do throughout this entire Elite stage. They have one slip up, they make up for it in the rematch and do a little bit better this time around. Congratulations to Amit Brooklyn, securing it in a 5-game series. You're dominating the opening respawns, but I think the biggest thing for them was the search and destroys. Without question, before the day started, we said this is what Amit Brooklyn need to show better in. S&D. Pioneers need to show better in their respawns. Spartans need to just be a lot more consistent. There's only one person that answered that call, and that was Amit Brooklyn, not losing a single search or destroy today. Phenomenal job. When you talk about the practice or preparation going into these matchups, you knew who you were going to play against. You knew you took a tough L yesterday in a 6-0 fashion in the Game 5. But this time you get it done in 5, and you make it look a whole lot easier, man. These guys were just on fire. And if Neptune can consistently stay as consistent as he was in the last 2 days, we'll see him back in the CDL no time soon.
Yeah, you definitely would think so.
Really close.
It's just,
not no time soon.
Yeah, no, sometime maybe soon.
Sometime soon.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It could be, maybe could be. But I mean, legitimately, that is just back-to-back days of the Neptune show. One bad map in the mix of it, but his teammates picked him up, and that's it. And this was a masterclass from pretty much start to finish for Neptune. A 9-0 start. I think he finishes, around like 13. Just unreal stuff after he'd already gone 40 plus in the vault, not just today, but also yesterday. You also had him massive in the control yesterday. Search and destroys, well over 10 kills in pretty much every single appearance. So, geesh. What a performance it's been. Not just for him, but of course the rest of the squad around him for their championship. And that comes, again, I think you're absolutely right. The improvements in search and destroy. I think it's like, it's not even just that they improve in search. That's easy to say. It's how they improve in search. Like, they were good with first bloods. They were getting numbers early a lot of the time. It just was not converting those numbers, getting clutched down too many times. And, well, that can sometimes break the back on a team. Not here. Mid Brooklyn, very clean throughout the search today.
Yeah, and I also want to give a little shout out to Lunas as well. I know before the show started, we were saying, where has Lunas been? We saw him all throughout the elite stage matches, but hasn't really made an appearance in playoffs. But we know that COD can be day to day. It might not have been your day yesterday. It might not have been your day last week. But today he was putting on a show with that AR. He was finding multiple clutches in S&D, making finesse play after finesse play to secure spawns for his team in the respawns. Him alongside Neptune. We're the X factors today to the reason why Omit are your champions.
Yep. There's the run back. You see it, the 3-0 to start versus Cabal. A tough map 5 series versus YFP, followed by another banger in the winners finals yesterday, but then they drop into the losers finals today and take care of business quickly versus the Royal Spartans. I mean, the first 2 maps were anything but close. The control, a round 5 offensive win on Vault after it had been 4 straight, pretty much defensive rounds that had not really been tested. And of course, you were here, you saw it, the grand finals, a series to remember, to be sure, especially if your name happens to be Travis McLeod. Wow. Great stuff from Mid Brooklyn. They will be your Season 1 champions. And for us, Jay, that brings us to the end of our first Challengers Elite season. I just kind of want to get your overarching thoughts before we say farewell and we get ready for a final weekend of CDL qualifier.
My overall thought is there's a lot of talent in Challengers. And there's potentially, after Major 1, going to be a lot of openings for a lot of these players to fill in those spots. Just continue to grind, continue to perfect your craft, because you never know when you're going to get that call to the big leagues. Just be hot, be ready.
The case, you never know. Could be one of those moments, especially considering that, well, there seems to be at least 2 teams that may be making moves after Major 1. Throwing that out there. Just throwing it out there. See what happens. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks for tuning in again. If you're one of those COD fanatics that always comes through and watches Challengers, we love you. You guys are the lifeblood of this entire scene. Make sure you come back. It'll be about a month, though, before we do that for Season 2, near the middle, kind of end of February. So make sure you come back onto the CDL channel for our final week of qualifiers before we all get ready for our first major in Spain. Been a lot of fun. Catch you guys this weekend. Bye-bye.